This is, and as we mentioned, that's why we're switching the production schedule for a little while, because this is the debut on USA from September 18th. This is last, because we're taping on Wednesday, so I haven't seen the second show yet, obviously, because it hasn't been produced. But, once again, they know how to do a fucking television show from a technical standpoint. Anybody affiliated with the WWE knows how to do a television program. I liked the kind of hot, cold open, that sounds stupid, but the cold open video, a cold open, as we mentioned, is when you go into action or a VTR or a package or whatever without the opening theme. The cold open had good action. Then it's got Triple H's voiceover. And then I could tell that the first part of the bit that Triple H did was pre-taped, and then they tried to match it. When they came back out of the B-roll of the action video, they didn't bring Triple H's live mic up for one word, so he missed one word, but you couldn't hardly say. But when he walked out from behind the curtain, they clipped that pretty fucking close where it looked live, right? The good stuff at the start, Mauro Ranallo is great, although I worry he's going to have a hernia one of these days. I think, I remember in OVW, I fucking announced so hard I had nosebleeds on OVW, so I can't tell anybody to gear it back, but he's fucking great.
I'm not a fan of the announcer just screaming at you for the whole broadcast, but he's the only guy that actually does it well.
It works for him because he really is into it. He's in the fucking zone, and you can tell that he's got all the fucking quick shit. And Nigel is doing a great job, and Beth Phoenix is well spoken. She's one of the better, maybe the best female commentator. Is that going to get me in trouble? Because I say I haven't heard that many great ones. There haven't been that many at all. She's one of the better ones. What do you think?
I thought she did a good job. I thought she was better than is it Renee Young, the one on Raw? They made her a commentator, and
yes, I've seen her a time or two. Well, yeah, Beth at least has been in the business and and understands the terminology, and whereas Renee, I think, would be, obviously she hadn't been around that long, so it wouldn't come natural to her.
Plus, she has Vince in her ear, and I got to say also, Nigel. I said it last time. Next to you, Nigel's the best color guy in the business. He's incredible.
Yeah, he just, he has done a tremendous job, and all through the show, except. Once again, because Nigel is so good and sounds so natural and sounds so non-stagey or like the phony announcer voice type of thing. Whenever he says sports entertainment or now NXT universe, it just kills it for me, because you can tell he obviously would never use those words unless he was told. And that just kills your announcer for me. But anyway, announcing great, open great. What is the first match that they put on their debut on USA for this program that is expected to compete with their new arch rivals? A 4-way fucking girls match. And once again, everybody's, now Cornette hates the girl. Well, no, if this had been Charlotte Flair versus Ronda Rousey versus Becky Lynch versus Pickett, Awesome Kong, or whatever, okay. But no. They put 4, as best I can tell, middle of the card girls. I know Mia Yim personally, and she looked better than I've ever seen her. She's a hard worker. She's a good girl. I know her since Ring of Honor. So I don't know the other ones. I'm not knocking anybody except maybe Candice LeRae, because I know she has in the past hung out with the Dick guy and all the fucking play wrestlers. So I'm sure she's done a bunch of shit that I would just verbally eviscerate her for if I'd actually seen it, but I haven't. I've just heard her name, really. So I can't say anything good about her because I know that the stuff is out there, but she didn't do anything offensive here. But it's 4 fucking middle of the card girls that you can't having a 4-way. They start out with 2 guys, one you want to get over. Have a nice match and let the announcer spend the first 7 or 8 minutes of the program billboarding what we're going to see and talking about it while you have some good action that sets the tone, and get a guy over. And then put the girls on second or whatever. I don't have a 4-way girls match when once again, they're thinking that, okay, now NXT is on USA. So all the NXT fans that have been watching us on the network can watch us on USA. But USA is reaching a bunch of people that have never seen the NXT talent. That's the whole fucking idea. So why do you put 4 girls out there to have a 4-way where they're just all doing shit to one another over and over, confusing? Mia worked hard. Nobody really gets over. And Candice LeRae wins. And like I said, I can't say anything good about it, even though she didn't do anything offensive, because I know the shit's out there. It's got to be.
What'd you think of Bianca Belair?
Well, she was okay. I'd rather seen any of these girls in a fucking single match. Or even if they'd had an opening match with the girls, at least just put a girl over. But it's just, you've automatically put 4 women. I don't know who the fuck they are. If I'm a new NXT viewer, and I am, in a match where they're just doing shit to each other over and over, nothing's going to hook me there, because if I want to see people if I'm a fan that wants to see people just doing shit to each other over and over, then I want to see the 4 guys where they're going to have a car crash. And so I don't know why that match was placed first. Not just first on any show if they were an established program, but the first on the network. It was fine, but it was just confusing, especially if you don't know who anybody is. And then when Candice LeRae wins, here comes Shayna Baszler and Marina Schaefer and Jessamine Duke, right? The Horsewomen, along with Rousey. And they look badass. They all look different than the average WWF girl, which is fucking great. Because all the average WWF girls look too fucking average, like each other. A stare down because Candice LeRae, wants the title and Baszler's the champion. But they did a stare down where they just stared each other down endlessly. And there was Shayna's holding the fucking belt up, and Candice LeRae is looking up at her because she's about 6 inches shorter. But the other 2 heels are behind Candice LeRae. Nothing happened. Either it should have been a fucking 5 or 6 second stare down and let the baby face walk off, or the heels need to jump her and kick shit out of her, but don't just stand there fucking endlessly and nothing happened, in my opinion. But you know what happened after that?
I don't recall off the top of my head, no.
They finally not only identified the announcers, but gave them an on-camera. Because we saw Mauro Ranallo at the start of the program when Triple H came out from behind the curtain. He did a little open. But then Nigel and Beth just started talking, and I swear to God, I didn't hear him identify them. I didn't hear a verbal identification. I'm here with Nigel McGuinness and Beth Phoenix. There was no lower third Chiron until after the fucking first match. What is the matter with during one of the girls' entrances, the floor camera swings over to the fucking desk and give them a lower third and let's put a face with the voice just so that I know who the fuck's talking. That's just a pet peeve of mine too. Anyway, they showed a nice little Adam Cole video and they billboarded Roderick Strong and Velveteen Dream for later on in the program. They did a nice little, I don't know how the fuck to say this name, but he was Donovan Dijak. He's a big fucking tall guy, looks good, good athlete. I met him somewhere in the last year. Was it at the Crockett Cup? Maybe. No, I don't think he was on that, but it was at another. But anyway, I'd heard about him, hadn't seen him, saw him there, thought he looked fucking great. Him and this Keith Lee, who at least has a different physique. He's the big fucking 300-something pound guy, but he can move around. He did a nice little package with them. Then they did but here, it like immediately after the girls' match, they wanted to educate. I'm thinking, well, they're starting to educate us on who these people are, but they threw 3 packages in quickly, right? And I'm like, now I've forgotten who the first one was, unless I'm writing it down. But Killian Dane and Matt Riddle and billboarded their match that's going to happen tonight on the WWE Network, which, of course, I did not see because it wasn't on fucking television. So I know they were trying to pitch people to the network, but we won't be reviewing that. I mean, a fan of anybody in any of those packages, my dear boy?
I mean, they're okay. I'm not really following NXT. I mean, this is going to really begin me following NXT regularly again for the first time, really, since the Revival left. Shortly after that is when I kind of lost interest beyond just TakeOver. So yeah, I'm kind of getting reacquainted with a lot of the wrestlers there. Even though I know they were indie darlings, a lot of these guys, I don't know who a lot of them are.
The next match was Sean Maluta versus Cameron Grimes. Do you know who Cameron Grimes used to be? I'm trying to think of his name. Look that up, because wasn't he in TNA when I stopped in at Jeff Jarrett's behest 2 years ago? And I can't remember what his name was. I'm thinking that's the guy. But the point is, Cameron Grimes, he looks different. He looks like Outlaw Trevor Lee. I think, wasn't he in TNA at that time?
I think he may have been, yeah.
Yes. At the time, and everybody was raving about his work. At the time, I just thought, well, his work's okay, but physically and just look-wise, it was just, But now he's grown up a little bit. And I love the fucking pale skin and the black body hair. I like I said, he looks a little bit like Outlaw Billy Black, just not as old and dirty and sleazy. But he's grown up a little bit. He's got the longer hair. He's got the beard. He looks like something, and he looks different. So I was already ready to like him, and then, boom, he breaks out of the fucking corner, hits that goddamn big flying stomp, boom, 1, 2, 3, a one-move squash. I haven't seen that, except Low-Key's been doing it in MLW, but this was even more explosive. So I liked that just for the sake of it. They don't all have to be 30 minutes, right?
It's refreshing to see a match end like in less than 5 minutes.
And then they did the package for the main event, North American title, Velveteen Dream against Roderick Strong. Obviously, I know Roddy. I have heard Velveteen Dream's name, and it is a bit unwieldy. I had never seen him. During the package, I'm thinking it's a bit much. I'm ready not to like it. But I ended up liking it. It's not overly goofy. And the kid can work. You can tell he's green. Well, we'll get into it. But from the start, Roddy looks like he doesn't age. He's lost a little hair, as far as I can tell. He looks great physically. He's always in shape. You can't run this fucking guy down. He was the guy to always go to have a great world title match or a great main event match in Ring of Honor. He struggled badly with his promos then, and I haven't heard him talk live now, but the stuff in the package that he did, he got a pretty good game face there at the end when I left Ring of Honor, but his promos were still rough because he has a certain tonal quality that just doesn't give you the shivers, like if fucking Morgan Freeman was cussing you out, you motherfucker, Yeah. But on the package he sounded better there too. And that was really Roddy's only weakness in the wrestling business was his promos. Velveteen Dream's entrance, I hate to say it almost kind of moves into a guilty pleasure fucking area for me because it's a little much, but there's something.
Because it's Earth, Wind, and Fire and Princess enough.
Yeah,
you can like it. That's why it's your guilty pleasure.
Yeah. The match, they started with good, tight wrestling. Roddy is so smooth, and he was obviously leading this match. The Velveteen Dream you can tell he's green. I think they said he's 22 or 23, but he's got tremendous potential, and he's doing some good stuff. And this match, they gave some time. I don't know why they don't pitch to the fucking break. I think that's a Kevin Dunn thing, too. Or somebody in production up there, because they'll say this match continues or this match rages on, but then they'll just go to, what is the matter with saying, the champion is in jeopardy. Can fucking Velveteen Dream pull it or whatever the fuck? We'll be right back after this. Stay here for 2 minutes, whatever. Just pitch to the fucking break. We know it's coming. It's goofy. But they came back in a running spot. Glory, hallelujah. I explained that on the show here not long ago, didn't I?
Yeah.
Maybe they've been listening. For the new listeners, when you come back from a commercial break and the wrestlers are in the ring having the match and they're in a fucking hold and stationary, you're a fucking idiot if you come back there because it's boring. What I always did, any show I produced, whether it was OVW, Ring of Honor, whatever the fuck, or in TNA when I was producing a particular match, when we went to commercial break and we had our option of when to come up, if it wasn't live or even if it was live, the referees have IFBs. I would give the referee the Iggy to have them start a spot. Just punch the button, say, get them running. We're up in 5. And then you don't come up on a stationary hold. You come up when a guy is flying off the ropes and hits with a tackle and another one. And that way the announcer sometimes it was me as well, could be calling the match and then welcome people back. Shoulder tackle off the ropes, drop down to evade, hip toss by Roderick Strong, Velveteen Dream on the offensive here and now. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Whatever the fuck. I love that because it's more energy. So they came back in a running spot. I like that. I think Velveteen Dream needs higher waisted tights. He doesn't have to go all the way Bobo Brazil, but he needs to have his pants up higher, because his it wasn't that his ass was showing. It was that point where his tights and back were at the goofy looking area in between where they're supposed to be and where they'd show the crack of your ass. It just looked goofy. He needs to bring his pants up. Roddy got good heat on him. Those great chops. I don't know how Roddy gets that. His chops sound like Walter's, but his hands are half size. Roddy has more facials and more personality, that he's projecting more passion than he used to. He went for a surfboard at one time, and I think Dream kind of jerked his arm out because he didn't know where it was going, and he muffed it up, but he covered it up well. But they built this match. They started out with good tight wrestling and some holds and some counters, and then they built up to some running action. And then the heavier strikes came in. Velveteen Dream, his first comeback that he blew, it was a good comeback, but I thought Roddy, he was trying to feed the energy of the comeback, but if you go back and watch it, he bumped down and got back up so fast, it was too fast. It was like down, up, down, up, down, up, where he was trying to feed so fast that he was not selling or even really registering the bump that he had taken previously. I think, they could have slowed that down a little bit and he could have staggered a little bit more. It would have been even better. But Dream's got a nice super kick. They did some nice back and forth stuff. Everything made sense. Roddy hits some great forearm strikes. That thing he does where he hits the ropes and he's got the guy hanging on the ropes and he comes off and boom, pickles him with one arm and then hits the ropes on the other side and comes and pickles him with the other one. I like that shit. The best part of the match to me was right there when he'd hit Dream with the power bomb and turned him into the stronghold, the Boston Crab. And not only did Velveteen Dream have those facials where he was selling it and he was screaming, but he crawled in just enough time where it wasn't too long, wasn't too short, wasn't too hot, wasn't too cold. It was just right, and got that rope break, and the people went nuts on the rope break. Tell me one fucking garbage deathmatch wrestler that's ever had a crowd of people go nuts for a rope break. That's the way it's supposed to be done, boys.
They only go nuts for a rib break or a leg break.
Or when you slice several major nerves and have to have them grafted from other parts of your body, and it could take years to regrow the complete use if that happens. I bet that gets a nice little pop from the crowd. Anyway, so then right at that super rope break, but they're both selling now, and this is the perfect time for here comes Adam Cole and Kyle O'Reilly and Bobby Fish to come down ringside. And I'm a fan of Cole and O'Reilly, and actually Bobby Fish too. We got him in there right just before I was gone from Ring of Honor, but he's always been, he's a great technician, and he works good, I think, in this group because he's the oldest, but he hangs with them physically. Anyway, I was more than pleased to see that Velveteen Dream shot Roderick Strong off and backdropped him. I haven't seen a goddamn backdrop in a wrestling match so long. It used to be my favorite thing to see, the big backdrop. Nobody even knows how to do one anymore. Then the points are deducted because the referee, whoever he was, I didn't hear a name, horribly out of place for his bump. It was the deal where Roddy was down on his ass and Dream was closing in on him, and Roddy was going to fucking grab the Dream front of his tights and fall backwards and propel the Dream supposedly into the turnbuckles, but the referee was supposed to be there so he could get pancaked. Well, if it had been the other way around, I think they could have saved it because Roddy wouldn't have done this, but the referee was obviously not in the right place. Roddy had his back to the whole thing, so he is trusting the referee to have got it in there. When he grabs the tights and falls backwards, Velveteen Dream sees the referee's nowhere in front of him. So as he's going, he tries to stick his right arm out, like maybe the referee will walk in front of it, but the referee did not. So Dream goes past the referee with his arm outstretched, and then the referee phantom bumps. And the people started booing and grumbling.
Can't really blame him.
And here's the thing. That's the kind of, all these fans deducted a few stars because, oh gosh, he didn't hit him. But that's the kind of thing that in the old days would have hurt the town. If, at least it's not going to do that in this case. But, and people understand when I say hurt the town. They don't use that term anymore. If you did something to hurt the town at a live event, it meant that somebody went down from a phantom blow or something like this was obviously phony. And you could tell because the next few houses or several houses, the ticket sales would be down. If something like this happened in the Louisville Gardens in 1978, it would take 3-4 weeks, however long, depending on what the egregiousness was of the offense, before the taste was out of their mouth, and it would actually hurt the town when something obviously phony took place, which is why all these things became rules for a reason. Nobody in wrestling did things that were obviously phony, because every time they did, it hurt the ticket sales. You had a marker, you had a measuring stick, what you could quantify whether the town was doing good or not. And every time somebody would come back in the locker room and say, well, that may have killed a fucking town. If it was that bad, if they weren't just joking, if it was that bad, you could tell. It would hurt the town. Anyway, so the referee goes down from the invisible bump. And the people are grumbling, but that's when the heels could do their interference. And it was great that, once again, rather than just them just jumping in and doing something, the Dream nails them all off the apron or does whatever. But then Roddy comes back with the diversion and hits one of those big backbreakers. I don't know how he fucking does it, where he suplexes the guy up in the air and spins him around, and then the guy lands on his knees. And it was a false finish, but the fans went batshit for that one because they thought that was going to be the finish. That was a good one false finish to put in because they figured after the interference, that would be it. And then Dream goes the top and Cole super kicks him while the referee's distracted. And Roddy hits the same backbreaker again. And this time, boom, 1, 2, 3 gets it. And I thought that was a great match, especially for the one guy being a pro for a couple of years, however long.
I thought it was good. I was never a big Roderick Strong fan in Ring of Honor for no particular reason. I just thought he was bland, I guess, maybe. But
he wasn't. I mean, I like Roddy, but I mean, and I've come out and said almost as much. He was bland because he got the physical part very early, but it took a while for the personality to come out and for the facial expressions to come out, and also because he had such a baby face. And that's where the expression came from. Your smiling, young, good-looking baby face, right? But it was such a baby face. And and his promos he struggled with. So I can agree with you there. He looks like he's got some more oomph to him now that he's gotten older and roughed up around the edges.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think it's a good group, a good faction.
Yes, and they've got all the belts. So the undisputed era but anyway, so point is, I could have give a shit about the girls' match. I liked the, one move squash for what it was. And Roderick Strong and Velveteen Dream had a very good match. And I can see that Dream has some personality that people get into. Was the next Stone Cold Steve Austin on this program? No, he was not. However, they didn't do anything stupid. They didn't do anything mocking the business. They didn't do anything ridiculous or silly. Everybody worked hard. It was professionally done on everybody's parts. The announcing was not amateurish. They didn't have any cringes in there. Nobody stuck his hands in his pockets and tried to wrestle. So hopefully All Elite Wrestling has got it out of their fucking system with these big shows that they've done primarily for their core audience, because if they put that shit on television opposite a professional production with professional announcers and quality talent that don't make fun of anything, and they're trying to get you invested emotionally in these people, they're going to get their ass kicked. I don't see any other way to put it.
Was there anything you saw that AEW did better?
Well, I mean, obviously, there wasn't a Cody Rhodes versus Dustin Rhodes match here. There wasn't even a Chris Jericho versus an Adam Page match. There's, just because I like Roderick Strong and Velveteen Dream doesn't mean I think either one of them, realistically, and I'm personal friends with one, are going to be as big a star as Chris Jericho. Maybe Dream will, maybe he won't. But, I mean, as far as name value, and they've got Jim Ross on the program, All Elite's going to start out with some names that they know better. But then again, NXT works with a promotion that has some names that have had some television exposure. And if they start crossing over into NXT land, then that's going to take away another one of All Elite's advantages, is having bigger name stars to the general public. Because if they want to, they could just say, well, hey, Cena might show up. They've got a deep bench with the parent company. That's the thing is All Elite Wrestling, from what I've seen so far, they have one thing each show is better than most anything else that you see in other wrestling promotions, and a lot of other stuff makes you cringe, and they're not ready for primetime players. And then there's some guys that are good that they can work into good spots if they know what they're doing, and they'll probably get over. But the NXT show is up and down. There's nothing to be embarrassed of. And occasionally you'll see some of these guys are really fucking good. And the TV show is together, and they've got a tremendous, yes, they're getting great marketing with, TNT and Turner Broadcasting, etc. But the WWE is a marketing machine. So they're going to get the word out about this program. So I'm just saying, if All Elite Wrestling would sign quality athletes instead of goofy indie darlings, they could very well compete. But the more of this silliness that they sign with the guys that stick their thumbs in their ass and wrestle the Invisible Man, they're wasting spots on the roster, they're wasting resources, and they're going to be wasting airtime trying to get the guy with his hands in his pockets over. My Little Dog Pockets is not going to be a star to the average audience on TNT.
You don't think he's going to be on the cover of TV Guide when they do the big AEW multi-cover special?
Well, if he is, then he'll also be on the cover of the Rise and Fall of AEW when WWE puts it out. They need to hide that shit and some more of that. At least the guy with no legs hadn't been back. They don't need to be that inclusive. As I mentioned on the program a few weeks ago, the Dallas Cowboys don't need to put the guy with no legs in the lineup just because it's always been his dream to play football. I've had a lot of dreams. Some of them involved spicy food beforehand, but I didn't want to actually fulfill all of them.
Did you hear what it says at the bottom of the AEW contract?
What's that?
Gobble, gobble, we accept you. We accept you.
Yeah, somebody was watching TCM last night.
Was it on last night? Actually was.
Well, actually, Stace had it recorded, so I'm not sure that. All right, should we talk about the Wednesday Night War? We quit flapping our gums and get to the meat of the matter here.
Yeah.
All right, here's what I did. Because I thought, I'm pretty sure that NXT and nobody on it is going to do anything really fucking stupid, silly, phony, bad like that I'm really going to fucking hate. But there is a possibility that pockets could be seen on national television. So out of morbid curiosity, I watched what I thought might be the train wreck first, right? All Elite Wrestling. What about you?
I decided to do AEW Live, switching back and forth a couple of times, and then I DVR'd NXT and I watched that about 2 hours after AEW ended.
Well, I split it up with a good night's sleep because I was tired. I came all the way back from Atlanta and sat there and watched AEW, so I had to go to sleep. But anyway, and you might be surprised at some of this, but I'm going to go chronologically with my notes that I was writing. Some of my opinions may have changed during the course of the broadcast. But did you know that, did you notice that in their nice animated open with all the action and everything, 3 different people went through tables in a 30-second open?
I hadn't noticed that, no.
I hate it now. Why the fuck are they mad at the furniture? Can we just not have so many fucking tables? I used to love it when Fargo would throw a table in the ring a couple times a year. Anyway, they had a big crowd. Jim Ross and Tony Schiavone both looked good. I thought they did good jobs. JR was really motivated. He was on top of it. You could hear the old JR. Tony, obviously, Tony has not watched wrestling in 20 fucking years almost. So he's not gonna, know the name of every hold and describe everybody's backstory, but he's good enough and smooth enough and done this enough that he can call wrestling and do just a nice job with it, right? God damn it, the fucking guy wore the mask on TNT. What the fuck?
You didn't really think he would unmask before they went to national TV after all.
I thought somebody would make him. And once again, they just it goes without saying, and here's Excalibur. No, I used to be a independent wrestler. No, I used to wrestle in front of 400 people in everybody's darling little promotion. No, I know the mass audience across the country thinks I'm an idiot because they've never heard of me. It's not like I'm Rey Mysterio standing here with no explanation, a suit and a mask. It's not Mil Mascaras. It's not El Santo. It's not even Mr. Wrestling 2. It's Excalibur. And whereas I've said that before, he knows all the backstories. He knows all the moves. He has a decent voice, a whole 9 yards, right? You could tell he was nervous here because he was green and awkward in a lot of spots, which is to be expected the first time you do TV of this level. But I can't root for him to get better because he looks like a fucking moron. So, and it's goofy where they don't need to have goofy. Anyway, the opening package for Cody and Sammy Guevara I liked it. It was sports-like. It was credible. They spent money on it. The shots they had of Guevara from the fucking helicopter or whatever. I mean, they spent money on this and it was produced very well, I thought.
Yeah, I thought it was an excellent package for the first match. Gave me some hope for the show. That it was no, seriously, that it was the first thing that we're going to see on that show. I thought the look was great. I really like how colorful the show was, and that really stood out, especially, there's 2 different experiences. The experience you had, where you watch one and then you watch the other, but I did flip back and forth a few times, and AEW, it stood out just how colorful it was in contrast to the darkness of NXT, to the point where if you flip back and forth, you want to stay with AEW. But if you started with NXT and you watched it all the way through, obviously you like it a lot better than if you're going from this colorful, exciting show to something where it's a little more subdued in terms of the loudness because it's a small room, and it looks like a small room.
Well, yeah, and, I didn't even mind the small crowd of the look of it because they shot it, it was a nice wrestling show, and we're getting ahead of ourselves, but it was a nice wrestling show in a small building. But you're right, AEW did have the fucking advantage of it was just brighter and lighter and more color. And
I've never seen that much color. Like, I know it sounds like a silly comment. Everyone uses color for everything and there's strobe lights and explosions and shit. But it was filled with color. I mean, that's the only word I could use it. Just, they had those little explosions with the colors. It felt lively. There was something that did feel a little different and lively about it. I thought that was really good. And back to what you asked me, the promo video, I thought it was excellent. That's the way you want to start that show, is the first thing you see is a serious package building up a match with what are 2 serious contenders for the AEW title. Good job.
And also one more thing, on NXT, the introduction lighting where it's just the white spot over their head and dark. I get what they're going for, but when they're already in the smaller building and they already got the, fucking 60s Batman TV series color on the other show, bright, especially when the guys step out of their fucking mark and then they're just dark, right? So I'd brighten it up a little bit. But anyway, with Cody and Guevara, and I hate the fucking panda head. What is the panda head about? What's going on with that?
I don't know. The panda and the worst nickname. What's his nickname? The best ever. Which, I don't know, it seems silly when the guy's like, whatever, 19 or 20 years old and he has a name that's as preposterous as that. But other than that, I thought that the panda head is pretty silly. I don't get it.
They spent money on Cody's entrance. He looks great physically. The people were fucking just batshit over him. Brandy looks good with him. She's a nice part of the package. But here was my thing. They are treating Sammy Guevara like he's a star already. Sammy Guevara, he was announced at 184 pounds. He is pale white. He's, I guess, early 20s, and he looks like he's about 17. And he's very talented. But I don't know. Automatically, people were just not going to buy him against Cody. And I know that's what Cody had a great match with him to elevate him for. But give this guy the underdog treatment. Give him fucking a few months of television before you put him in this fucking spot. And later on, he gets in a bigger spot by the end of the show. But he just looks so young and so small and so pale. You need to give these guys a chance to get over with people rather than expecting an audience who's never seen this guy before and just looks at his appearance to take him like a main eventer instantly because he can work, but he still looks like that. What do you think?
I don't know. I'm not as critical of it as you are. I think the match itself, the match went a couple of minutes too long. I know they were going from one near fall to another, but there were a couple where I was like, that should be the finish. And then they kept going. And the crowd was still into it. So look, what the fuck do I know? I'm just a wrestling fan.
Well, now that crowd was going to, if they sodomized Bambi's mother with a fishing knife, the crowd would have cheered it. I
don't know if they did, but if Cody did, they would certainly cheer it. But I think Sammy's good. And I think he has something. I think he has an interesting look beyond the panda shit. But just in the ring, he looks like the kind of guy you may want to slap, you may want to punch, you may want to see him get his ass kicked. He's a little flashy. It elevated him, and it made a lot more sense considering what happens later in the show. I didn't have a tremendous problem with this other than I thought it went a little too long.
Well, here's my notes. Cody worked this like an old-time main event guy against middle babyface type of thing. Everything where Cody obviously was the guy that kept the attention on him, but he gave the guy a bunch. Everything made sense and looked good, except the dive spot with Brandy, I thought once again was too much for now. If he's going to wipe his own wife out, it should have been saved, I think, for a match with bigger stakes. But
not the first match on national television?
Yeah, no. Not the very first one. I'm surprised they didn't do it in the cold open. But Brandy's shot with the shoe on Guevara and then Cody's drop kick should have been the fucking finish. They had him, and the people thought it was the finish, and it would have been fucking. They would have been over the top. That's the one thing that even Cody's, the all elite wrestling matches, invariably hit a big false finish where the people are ready and the place would blow, and then it's a 2 count, and they kick out, and then they go and they don't never get them back to that point again. Because then here, after that huge false finish, then they did a reverse superplex off the top and got a 2 count. And then Sammy Guevara does a big flip fly off the top for a 2 count. I wrote, I'm starting to hate this now.
Yeah.
And then the shooting star into Cody's knees, 1, 2, 3, thank God. They're always 2 or 3 false finishes past wow and into thank God with almost everything they do. And I thought what's it going to take for Chris Jericho to beat Cody? If Sammy Guevara at this point in his life and I'm not even talking about the fact that the guy's not talented. He is. But you have to tell the people that have never seen him before that he's this talented for a while before they see some fucking 20-year-old kid taking the main event star, one of them, to the goddamn limit, and him having to use an atomic bomb to beat him. Referee Aubrey is great. I love her.
She's the best referee in wrestling right now, I think. She's fantastic.
And she's so official looking, and she has the body language and everything, and she's got that game face like, don't fuck with me. I like it.
She's tremendous. Tremendous, yeah.
I love that Tony Schiavone hugged Cody. And that was a nice nod to the past with the Dream and World Championship Wrestling and everything. And then he shakes hands, and then here comes Jericho. Now we're cooking. And this is another reason why that it should have been Brandy pops this kid with the shoe and fucking, because especially they're going to do another angle later on where Sammy Guevara is going to get over. So pop him with the shoe, hit him with that drop kick and beat him, shake his fucking hand, and then here comes Jericho. But instead, the kid survives everything, and it takes anyway. What does he call it? The code breaker he hit him with first?
Yeah, I think so.
But here's where, and I realized what they were doing after a second because I was sleepy. But he attacks Cody and fucking hits him with the shit. And then they kept the live shot at picture in picture while they went to commercial, so nobody would switch. And I've got to give it to him, because I'm going to hate this picture in picture by the end of the show, but Jericho kept it fucking fresh. He went over, he cued Ref Aubrey to tell Cody to feed up for the second one. Then the belt shot. Then he went out and got a camera and took pictures. Then he hit him with a chair on the floor. So you wanted to see that because you couldn't figure out, when's it going to be over? When's it going to end? So even if I'm watching on a fucking small screen and it's like a goddamn inch square, I'm trying to see what Chris Jericho's doing. Okay, that worked. Later on, it would quit working. But that was a great angle with Jericho and Cody, who should have had a more convincing win, especially with the angle they were going to do it afterwards. It's not like Sammy Guevara was going to be consigned to the scrap heap. Brandon Cutler at MJF. Can you believe they actually said, even if it's true, why do you give the guy this story? Yeah, he was a grade school friend of the Young Bucks, so they got him a job, is basically what they came out and said.
I couldn't believe that they said it the way they did on the. I'm just thinking, are they trolling Jim when they say that they're hiring their friends?
And Excalibur managed to say, and that's all night everybody was saying the wrestling business instead of the sport of wrestling, or even the industry, as JR used to say. Excalibur said wrestling business 3 times in one sentence. Because he talks like a mark, because all the indie outlaw fucking announcers and all the indie outlaw fans, now all the indie outlaw wrestlers never learned how not to talk smart to people, because they talk smart to everybody, to each other openly all the time. So they never learned the words and the terminology that professional announcers of our era, such as mine and Jim Ross's and even Tony Schiavone's, learned, which is, God damn it, work with. I hate they actually say that. He's worked with so-and-so. But anyway.
But to that extent, though, I think that's really valid. Has he had an opportunity? I mean, is this the first opportunity he would really have to be taught to not do those things? I mean, what chance did he have? Why
would you never not know to not do those things?
I agree.
If you had any fucking sense.
I agree with you on that. However,
no, that's nothing. He never came to Ohio Valley Wrestling, so if you didn't train at OVW in the last fucking 20 years, nobody learned this shit anyway. But that's the fucking problem. Bunch of marks talking to each other. Marks in and out of the business talking to each other. That's why they all sound that way. But anyway. Apparently, I wrote this down. Apparently, Brandon Cutler is another video game fuck.
I thought it was that guy from the Dark Order at first when he came out.
No, but anyway, MJF comes out and does a brilliant promo, gets over as a heel, and it was a great match to get MJF over. It was a heel working with a babyface. They didn't do too much. It didn't go too long. There was a nice little misdirection on the finish where the babyface had an out, but MJF still got over strong and won his fucking match. This was a fine segment. There was absolutely nothing wrong with that, besides the announcer stooging that the Young Bucks got their childhood friend a fucking job. I mean, and they said he left the business and the business. And then came back. They could have said he left the sport and then came back.
He left the business and then he got the itch when he heard that his childhood friends found the son of a billionaire.
Yeah, but they could have easily said Brandon Cutler had given up on his wrestling career as a professional athlete, but he decided to give it one more shot and live his dream. They didn't need to tell everybody he was the Young Bucks' childhood fucking friend. Anyway, Chris Van Vliet then was at ringside with Kevin Smith and Jason Mewes. And I've met Jason Mewes, and he's a nice guy. And he likes wrestling. I didn't know that Kevin Smith was that big of a wrestling fan, but what the fuck happened?
He isn't. Now I know he isn't because he was like amazed years ago. He did an interview about his website. He's like, yeah, we have all these great things that are doing good. We even have a wrestling article called Kentucky Fried Wrestling. That's how Scott Bowden got his article started, was on Kevin Smith's website. He didn't know anything about wrestling.
Well, then he's plugging his fucking gimmicks or whatever, but what has happened to him? Back in the old days, they'd say he's got AIDS, but I guess that would be fucking rude at this point. But what the fuck? I know he was huge and should have lost weight, but has he gone the other way? Is he ill?
He had a big health scare. I don't know if it was a heart attack or what it was, maybe a year ago when he dropped a bunch of weight after that. He had a big health scare.
Whew. Anyway, out comes Jack Evans. Jack Evans and Angelico. I can't pronounce the Angelico, and then Private Party comes out. And I'm not trying to knock poor Jack Evans because he did tweet. He said, I like Cornette. I know he'll never like my style, but he acts like every time I meet him, he acts like it's the first time.
Do you remember meeting him?
But yeah, but no, I just always say the same thing. Good to see you. Whatever. I don't know. Anyway, I remember me. But this whole interaction was awkward and stagey, in my opinion.
Yeah, it was.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Then they have a VTR of SCU in Washington in front of the White House with Scorpio Sky doing a Barack Obama and Daniels and Kazarian as Secret Service. And that was a nice vignette. I didn't have any problem with that. Okay, it's cool. They're in Washington. Do it, right? I mean, it ain't earth shaking, but they did it well. But then they come back for the live interview with Tony Schiavone, and here comes the Lucha Brothers, and fight and pull apart. It was almost like and I like those guys. I've said, especially Daniels, I've known forever, but this was so staged and by the numbers, and it was a standard thing. It was almost like it should have had the NWO out there going, okay, you guys have interrupted us. Now this is where we get in the pull apart. It was stagey, rehearsed sounding. It was all catchphrases. Nobody was actually mad and arguing with each other. And they did what the cliche wrestling fucking angle looks like. I mean, what did you think?
I recognize them to be talented workers, but I have to admit, I think SCU is so lame. It has go-away heat with me. It's just their promos are awful. To me, to what I like for a wrestling promo, their promos are awful. And I don't want to hear their clearly rehearsed, practice, fake-sounding promos. And I thought the whole segment just didn't do anything for me.
It was rehearsed.
Frankie Kazarian kind of looks like Barry Rose on steroids. You ever think of that? But anyway, but no, SCU, like I said, I know they're very talented in the ring, but on the mic, they're maybe my least favorite people in the business right now.
Do you think Sky may have been the best? He did a good Obama, but do you think has Chris Daniels been mentally wounded because all those years assholes like Russo said he needs more personality because he was just a great talent, and so now he's tried to be too personality?
I don't know. I mean, you would know better than me because you were actually there for a lot of that. And
he was never a lighthearted fucking guy that would be assing off, in my opinion. I don't know. Anyway, but this whole it was a by the numbers standard promo, interrupt, fight, pull apart, and it didn't. Yeah, I need passion.
I do like the idea though that I guess similar to Nitro, even though it's similar to any kind of show, but just position-wise, where it was that they did that interview out in front of the crowd by like the set in the back, as opposed to something backstage or something in a.
Oh yeah, well, it's always better to do, as we'll get to in a minute, than to set up fake backstage areas. But Adam Page and Pac at the start of the match, I hate it once again when two guys just take turns hitting each other with shit back and forth, forearm, kick, like they're just letting them. Both those guys look great. Adam Page in his own way, he reminds me of an old-fashioned baby face. He's got a thick body, but not, ripped. But Pac looks like a dirty old bastard. He's ripped. They look good physically. They took it outside and they brawled grudge match style. I like Adam Page's work. He reminds me, and don't shoot me when I say this, because I will explain further. He reminds me a little bit of Barry Windham. Not because he has any kind of the natural flow that Barry had. Barry was at, 6'6" and 280 or whatever, and he was ballet, right? But Page, he does everything well. All his work is good and solid, but he moves for a guy that size very well, and I like his shit. I still have yet to hear him really come out, and that's another thing. At this point, I watched NXT, last week, right? Or week before last we reviewed it. I've watched this show. I've seen some packages, and I've seen the one stagey promo where everybody does their catchphrases at each other and jumps each other. Does anybody come out and just cut a promo to get over and then not get in a fight? I want to hear Adam Page talk. I want to hear Pac. Somebody on the show said Pac. But I want to hear these guys talk and raise some shit. It's like the NWA shows were more talking than wrestling, and these shows are all wrestling and no talking. Can we all just get along? But their match was good athletic shit that looked good, and they didn't rush it. They did that picture-in-picture thing during the break, which I was tiring of because it's so fucking tiny. I got a 72-inch screen. It's tiny compared to the commercial. But when they came back, two things that Page did bothered me. His snap spine buster, instead of the Arn style, he picked him up and straight fucking down without going to his knees. Pac landed mostly on the back of his head. And then they immediately went and did a pop-up power bomb, and he dropped him. That's so much impact. And it's harder to work that snap spine buster and that pop-up power bomb than it is regular ones. And there's no reason to just do that and pound the fucking guy over and over. Page did the moonsault outside to the floor, but then at least threw him right in and tried to cover him. And then they did that real good timing-wise referee distraction, low blow mule kick spot. And then the fucking nice flip splash off the top that Pac did on the Page, and that submission. It was a good little fuck finish. And it was nice. I liked that match mostly. But I still want to, I haven't heard from these guys. From the not rehearsed shit or packaged stuff, but just come out and fucking argue with each other. Somebody need the Jimmy Valiant, Jerry Lawler argument from Memphis TV that's on YouTube. That was an argument completely off the fucking cuff. Nobody can do that shit anymore. What'd you think? I know you're not strong on Adam Page.
No, I like the finish. Let me start with that. I liked it when they did it to Omega. I like it here. It puts Pac over strong. He has a good look. I'd like to hear some promos. I'd like to see him destroy some more guys. They're doing something with him. I'm interested. I don't get Page to the point where I hated this match. It took me out of the show. I feel bad saying this because I know what you think of him, and I feel like I'm maybe missing something, but there's like an inherent blandness.
Well, okay.
And
I've got it. You said that, and I've got it. What we're not looking at, the difference in what we're looking at. I'm looking at what Page can do and what I could do with him or what somebody else could do with him, and you're just looking at what they're doing with him.
Well, I'm trying to get in. Sometimes you watch a guy and you hear enough about him, and people are like, oh, this guy's a great wrestler, that you watch him and you're like, I want to like him. I want to like this match. I want to get into it. And I've kind of had that attitude with each Adam Page match. And each time I have felt disappointed. I think other than the promo where he ripped the stitches out, there's been nothing I have liked yet. And, right now.
That's right. And he did that promo where he ripped the stitches out, but that was in a package. Yeah. I'd like to see him out in the middle of the ring in front of the people for an extended period of time, showing some fucking balls and some fire and talking and swearing some mayhem.
Love the finish. Match took me out of the show completely to the point where I was like, is this the time where I should go downstairs and get something to eat? Should I take a bathroom break? Like, it really took me out of it.
No, that was the next segment. Fucking hell. I've said enough good shit for a little while. I'm gonna go back the other direction. And even the criticism of the spine busters and etc. That wasn't bad. I just hate to see guys get brain damage. Next match was Nyla Rose, the Beast, and Riho. Did you see the South Park episode where they got Wing, the fucking America's Got Talent or fucking American Idol woman or whatever, to do a special guest? She talked like it, sang like that or whatever.
Susan Boyle?
No, Wing.
Wing.
It's a South Park episode. This Asian woman.
Oh.
Look it up whenever you get a chance. But anyway, fuck. She's a 98-pound Japanese schoolgirl. And she's against a 200-pound self-proclaimed Native American beast. As soon as Jim Ross had to acknowledge that they had just said that Riho had been a pro for 13 years, therefore she had turned a professional wrestler at age of 9, when that had to come out of his mouth, this whole thing became hot garbage to me. It is destroying Nyla Rose that she is selling for this fucking Japanese schoolgirl. I'm sorry if I'm offending anyone. Britt Baker is doing color, which she was not suited for and did not have a very good fucking delivery of because she was fucking flustered and I guess didn't know what to say, had no personality whatsoever. But she's doing color and Riho is going for the fucking women's title. What the, and even worse here in a second, but here's what I did. I fucking paused it and went in the fucking kitchen and I made me some New York strawberry cheesecake ice cream with fucking marshmallows and whipped cream on top and came back and it was still going. So I kept it on pause and fucking waited a little while longer while I ate my ice cream and then fast forwarded it. This went 14 fucking minutes. It went through at least one break. I didn't watch any regular speed, but I could tell by the gist of it that Riho was bumping Nyla Rose around like she was Chris Colt. And then Riho wins the match and is the women's champion. She is as big as a 9-year-old girl, which apparently I found out something else here in a minute. Because they bring out Michael knock it the fuck off and get the fuck off my television to interview her. And Nyla Rose attacks her, Nakamura.
Nakazawa,
Nakamura, the Nakamura Corporation. They're terrorists. She lost him on a power bomb, but then got it back, and then is going to fucking attack Riho. And here comes Kenny Olivier to save Riho. Now it made sense. This is the goddamn 9-year-old girl that this fucking twit. And he has got a Japanese schoolgirl fetish, and there is something going on between Riho and Kenny Omega, a relationship, as they used to say, which is why he has nepotismed her into the women's championship with his buddy, the billionaire, because he's one of the executive vice presidents. How else can you explain...
Son of a billionaire.
Son of a billionaire. How else can you explain having a 98-pound Japanese schoolgirl on your television beating your 200-pound monster while your fucking marketable babyface does color, and you've made your fucking legendary expensive announcer Jim Ross tell people on national television that this woman was a professional wrestler when she was 9 years old? Everybody's credibility went straight down the porcelain throne in one fucking segment. He's fucking her. He's got to be.
Well, I don't know about that.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Or why? Why would you do something like that? He's nepotismed his way into another one there. The wives, the girlfriends, the school friends, the fucking boyfriends, the goddamn cousins, the fucking uncles. I don't know who. Everybody's going to be related. It's going to be like a Fuller family reunion. And, and here's the thing. I'm not saying that Nyla Rose has to beat every girl in the world because she's bigger than all of them. The best women's matches that I ever saw that were the monster heel versus, underdog babyface, and some of the best women's matches I ever saw of any kind, period, were Gail Kim and Awesome Kong. And they got it. And it's not that much difference, you might say, Cornette. Well, here's an Asian babyface girl and a fucking big monster. The difference is Gail Kim, besides the fact she was smoking fucking hot, besides the fact she looked like an athlete, she was in shape, she knew how to fucking work. She didn't do all that. She flew and did exciting babyface shit, but she wasn't a goddamn acrobat. She was still somewhat of a professional wrestler, and she was tough, and she didn't flip and flop Kong around. Kong took judicious bumps, sometimes of her own momentum or making. It made sense. I saw Kong beat the fuck out of Gail. I think she got hard weight at least once, and it added to the sympathy. And she was constantly trying to climb this big monster. It wasn't just a back and forth where they're obviously choreographed and working with each other, that this girl is a 200-pound woman is just flying around for this fucking kid. And Gail Kim and Kong did some of the highest numbers, ratings of the TNA Impact on Spike era, because Dutch Mantel had them basically it was wrestling instead of that fucking horse shit that the other guy did. So it's not that I hate women's matches or I hate big girls against little girls. It's that I hated this one because it didn't make any sense and it's fucking stupid. And Gail Kim wasn't involved because did I mention she was smoking fucking hot? Naturally. Didn't even have to wear makeup. Completely different than all the other girls. Should have been one of the biggest female stars in the business. Anyway, so that I'd saved some time, right? So I'm thinking, okay, they ran long, right? 2:15. Well, wait a minute. I didn't ask you what you thought of this fucking fiasco.
Well, remember when I said the Pac versus Paige match took me out of the show?
Yes.
It literally did. I walked out of the office. I decided to do a couple things in the house, say hello to Suzanne and the kids, and get something to eat. I came back up for the finish, and then the Kenny Olivier save, so I missed everything else. I didn't see it. And it's not a shot necessarily on the women's division or on Nyla Rose or Riho. Literally, it was just that last match took me out of it. I left, and I wasn't going to do what you did. I wasn't going to pause anything. I decided I wanted to treat it like the old days where it aired live. If I cared enough, I would sit down. If it made me want to leave the room, I wasn't going to pause or fast forward. I was going to leave the room and see what I came back on. And I came back on the finish. So I didn't see the match. I can't really judge it.
Well, there you go. But anyway, Kenny Olivier is if you see Japanese schoolgirls beating top quality female wrestlers, it's Kenny Olivier's fault. And the next match, coincidentally enough, the Young Bucks and Kenny Olivier against LAX and Chris Jericho. Did you notice anything from the entrances? Bucks and Omega came out together, LAX came out, then Jericho came out last. Did you notice anything from the entrances?
I actually missed the Bucks and Omega's entrance. I only saw Jericho come out.
Okay, that he's the only one that looked like a fucking star. Here comes the Young Bucks and Kenny Omega with a confetti fucking pyro cannon and, paper flying in the air. But the Young Bucks, they're fucking grade school children in flouncy, frilly outfits, and Kenny Omega looks like Kenny Omega coming down a fucking ramp.
Can I say something to you? Not too many people out there are going to understand this. There's like 8 people who may find it funny, but I thought it last night. I have to say it to you. The 2 Bucks. The one who's losing his hair, which one is that? The blonde.
Blonde is Nick.
Nick. He's a good wrestler. If he did things a little different, he's really, really good. The other one, if you look at him, and obviously it's a little more hair, there's no gut, but he always I don't know if it's his gimmick or what, he always has that dull look on his face. Like, he looks like fucking Marty Gorman.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Next time you see him, tell me you don't see Marty Gorman.
And he's getting even cheekier. His face is getting wider, right? Yeah. Yeah, you're right. 8 people will get that one. But anyway, they start the match. I'm going to get this out of the way. I'm sorry if everybody has a problem with this, but I fucking hate Kenny Olivier's stagey, dramatic, jazz hands, pointing, gestures, Nureyev-like spinning and pointing and prancing and prissing and fucking waving and goofy facials. And it just, what the fuck? It's not a guy having a fight or a wrestling match or a contest. It's a high cliff diver making a graceful performance, or a fucking ballet dancer or whatever. And it just, yes, he's fast and yes, he's athletic, but I hate his fucking wrestling because it all looks so fucking, it's not even like, people sometimes said Ricky Steamboat sold so ballet-like, but it still looked pain incredible, and it was body language, but now it's just, look at me, I'm waving my arms in the air because I'm fucking calling attention to myself and all my prancing around like you little tiptoeing fucking nerd-faced video game fuckwit.
You know what? Because of you, I enjoyed this match far more than I probably would have normally, because as soon as Omega started doing his shit, I laughed at myself, and I just say jazz hands. I ended up tweeting it out because I laughed so much. But then he kept going, and it wasn't like the fans were screaming or really getting into the energy of it. At least it didn't seem that way. Someone's going to say the audience was flipping out the whole time. It didn't come across that way at this point in the match on TV. And he's doing all this pointing at his faces, and I started losing it. It was so funny. It almost felt like he was doing it just for us.
Yes.
It was
it's a rib now. It's a rib now.
I can't not see it. As soon as he starts doing it, it's nonstop. It doesn't stop. And it gets sillier and sillier. And if you focus on just that, it makes him really enjoyable, not necessarily as a wrestler, but as some sort of weird, like, what the fuck is he doing? I ended up really enjoying watching him until he got beaten up because of that. It was hysterical.
Well, and you know what? And this will probably, more people will know this than the Marty Gorman reference, but I thought at one point during his fucking ballet performance, Kenny Omega wrestles and acts like Joel Grey on steroids starring in a Bob Fosse Broadway musical. Now, if y'all Google that, it's fucking hilarious. Google it. It's fucking hilarious. With a little bit of Harpo Marx in the Coconuts that was on Broadway.
Wow, very impressive, Jim.
Irving Thalberg. He was a genius, but the boy wonder. Anyway.
Bob Fosse.
Who gave you your finish, Kenny? Bob Fosse. Gregory Holder helped me work out my moves.
See, I see a little Esther Williams in here, actually.
Well, no, you know what? Tony Khan is going to sell the fucking All Elite Wrestling to Busby Berkeley. All right. So for the movie buffs in the audience, you guys have a Woody right now. Anyway, so here's what happens. They're having this match, and then suddenly Kenny Olivier is in the ring, and suddenly John Moxley appears behind him. He acts like he doesn't know what's going on behind him. Then he turns around and they get in a fucking fight.
Well, hold on, I got to stop you there because his reaction to something happening behind him was interesting.
To not turn around.
Because the announcers made it sound like he senses something, like he had supernatural skills to know that someone was near him.
Well, no, the people are yelling that they're popping, obviously, so you'd be an idiot, which he is, but you'd look like an idiot, which he did, if you don't recognize that something's happened in the sight line of the entire arena, and since there's nothing going on in front of you, the only choice is behind you. So he gets on his face, something's going on behind me, but he doesn't turn around to figure out what it is. And then he does, and he gets pickled. But then here... Did you see who else was in the ring?
What do you mean?
Did you see who else was in the ring when John Moxley, who's not in this match, attacked one of the participants in the match?
The referee.
Of course, standing there looking at it.
That's right. DQs will matter in AEW.
Sports-based present, they could have gotten the referee out of the way. All the wild shit these guys do and are going to do. You mean the referee can't bail out on the floor to see if somebody hadn't fucking busted his ass and broke his neck, or can't be distracted or whatever, to where Moxley can come in because he wasn't laying Olivier out to get beat. They get in a fight and immediately leave the ring. if the referee's attention had been diverted for 10 seconds, you'd have never seen Jon Moxley in the ring, and then they're away from ringside, and the referee could have turned around and, well, where the fuck did Omega go? But then, while the match is continuing in the arena, but we don't see it, now they could have done picture-in-picture, but they didn't. Moxley and Olivier go to the back of the arena. They do a bunch of stagey, standard, outlaw, indie mud show back of the arena fighting that everybody does. And then Moxley they go to a fake VIP area that's obviously set. It's just, why is the VIP area that is adjacent to the arena lit for television? Why is the VIP area that is not even curtained off from the arena? You can see the arena over their shoulder. They just we're going to set up a VIP area. There's going to be a bunch of people in T-shirts standing behind the VIP area, but nobody actually sitting in the VIP couches, so that here comes, and it's lit for television, so that Moxley can DDT Kenny Olivier through a obviously sugar glass coffee table, where then they go to break. Chris Jericho surprise attacked Cody earlier in the program. They do it the exact same thing twice in the same show.
Well, first of all, they go to the break. You don't even know if the match is still going, because they didn't do the picture-in-picture. They go to the back.
Right. Yeah. So you know the match is still going because the match never ended, but you never see it going.
Right. You just figure, is that it? Are they going to cut away from the match? Are they going to come back to the match? They go to the break and they don't tell you what's going on.
Then they come back for the match part 2, where they do their endless flips and flops. And since the heels still have all 3 members and Olivier is gone, Jericho, being the smart one, stayed out of the whole fucking thing, except for he pitched in a couple of key spots, didn't get any on him. Then LAX sets up the fucking Young Bucks, and Jericho pins Nick. The finish was perfect. That's exactly what they needed to do. And I'm not against LAX either. They do some good shit, but it was just, they'd already made the match stupid because there was not a DQ when the referee was standing there. Then they do all their flips and flops, which I've, actually zipped through a bit of. And then that was the perfect finish. But then Cody makes the big save when they're getting the heat on fucking the Bucks. Then here comes Guevara back in and kicks Cody in the balls, which was great. Then here comes Dustin, and he makes a save. Then here comes Jake Hager, and he hits and lays everybody out. Everybody out. I didn't give a shit about the match. The finish of the match and the angle afterwards was fucking great. And the heels getting lengthy heat was great. And Jake Hager being a 6'5", 260-pound grown man, legitimate athlete, that was great.
Street clothes, that was great.
Yes, in street clothes, because why would he be dressed to wrestle when he didn't wrestle? Nobody runs out in their street clothes anymore. They got heat. It was like going off the air on Mid-South Wrestling. The heels are kicking the shit out of, the baby faces. And Guevara, that's another reason with what they did with him here. It's another reason he didn't need the last 2 fucking false finishes with Cody, because he comes back and gets his heat right back as he switches and becomes this evil minion in the fucking, little group they got going there. So a lot of times, this show was more good than bad.
Yeah.
But, truthfully, a lot of it was good. But All Elite's problem is one that NXT has even more of, is that they think every match has to be the fucking main event at WrestleMania.
I remember going to shows where every match didn't have near falls, where you were lucky if one match had near falls or a near fall. And now it's every match.
The Midnight and Rock and Roll usually had 1 or 2 false finishes. Usually the first false finish would bring the heel in for a save and bring the other babyface in for the 4-way. I remember when we got really fancy in the 80s, or in the, in the 80s and on pay-per-view, and in 90 with the Southern Boys, we had like 4 false finishes. My God, that was unheard of. But it just go out, have a match, and do the finish and the angle. The point is more important. The point you want to get across, and the finish and the angle and the way you want to leave them. their thought process is more important than the fucking match in a lot of these cases, and save the classic matches for your big shows where they should expect classic matches and make them pay for it. But anyway, All Elite Wrestling was a good television show with certain problems that we have mentioned. But you know what they didn't have?
Luchasaurus and Jungle Boy.
Well, actually, I would have liked to have seen them, but I'd had to have seen Marco Stunt with them, apparently, so that would have killed that. So thankfully, they weren't on television.
Waldorf.
Well, hold on. If they'd get rid of the fucking small child and not bury probably what's going to be their most popular tag team, it'd be great to see Luchasaurus and Jungle Boy. And we didn't see Waldorf. But you know what else we didn't see? We didn't see My Little Dog Pockets.
Not yet.
We didn't see Jelly Janela.
Not yet.
We didn't see Jimmy Havoc. Junkie Jimmy Havoc. It looks like he went to give blood and forgot to say when. We didn't see Marco Stunt. We didn't see any Baby Oil. We didn't see Sonny Kiss. We didn't see anybody super kicking the goddamn, production assistants. We didn't see the Legless Man.
Librarian.
The librarians. You think they're listening to this program? Everything that we've said shouldn't be on a fucking show. Guess what? It wasn't on a fucking show. Maybe somebody stepped in and said, "What the fuck are you doing?" We shall see. But anyway.
Wait, let me stop you right now, just to wrap up the AEW show. Who would you say was, I hate to use the word performer, because I know you hate that word, but who is the MVP for the AEW show? And who is the least valuable player? And how would you rank the show on a scale of 1 to 10 or on a
I ain't
thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs in the middle? Like, how would you?
No, I ain't going to numerically rate it. It was a good show. It was better than I expected it was going to be. I think Cody was the fucking star. Because everything was revolving around him. The beginning match, beginning package, the ending fucking angle. He was prominently featured. He did the best. Cody's was the best standard pro wrestling performance. The only thing is he gave the guy he's working with too much, which is not the worst thing that anybody's ever fucking done. But he was trying to get him over.
What do you think of guys working with weight belts on?
I've never got that. I don't really get that. I know it's his gimmick, and I don't know where it came from, but, I don't really get the weight belt thing, except in a bunkhouse match. Well, you know what? There you go. He wears a weight belt because that's what they used to wear in the bunkhouse matches. There you go. So now I kind of like it. A subtle nod, very subtle. I didn't even get it. But, Cody, and then I really liked Pac. And like I said, that fucking the finish and the angle afterwards and the 6-man was great, but it just the only silly phony shit. I mean, even SCU and the Lucha Brothers, they weren't winking at anything. It was just they were doing shit by the standard pro wrestling angle, by the numbers, modern pro wrestling angle with catchphrases. But the stupidity with Olivier and fucking Moxley in the fake VIP area, they could have hurt Kenny Omega without going to that much trouble and it obviously being see-through. But it was a good show.
Someone make a GIF if you can of like the minute of Omega right before he got attacked, of all the pointing and everything. It was so funny.
Yes.
It was over the top. And I thought, all right, he's doing it for a second. And then 1 second turned into 2, turned into 10, turned into 15. And he kept pointing and it's like he's twitching, and I don't know what the fuck is going on with the guy. You said it before. It's like the Ultimate Warrior at times. And please, someone make a GIF, please.
Anyway, it'd be a gift if you'd make a GIF. All right. Did you finish your final thoughts there?
I thought it was a good show. Looking forward to next week. Like I said, I love the look of it. I thought it was very colorful. I liked the commentary. I thought that I'm not one who subscribes to what I think is revisionist history, that Schiavone had a good decade of the 90s. I thought I didn't think Tony Schiavone brought much to the table after 1992. With that said, I think this is exactly how you use him. You use him more in line to how he was used with Crockett Promotions. He's a sports guy. Let him work like that. Don't make him the lead commentator. I don't see Tony Schiavone as a lead commentator type. He was perfect, though, for the way they used him. I thought he was great. I thought Jim Ross had a good night. I didn't mind Excalibur, although I thought he looked ridiculous, obviously, when they showed him on camera. Good night. I'm looking forward to next week's AEW show. And There's a lot of guys that we know they have.
Holy boy, howdy, did you ever think we'd say that on the program?
No, but, and you know, here's where it may go awry. There's a lot of guys we just talked about that we know they have on the roster that weren't on this show. And are they just going to throw them all out for week 2? Or how's it going to be rolled out? But that's going to be where it gets interesting. When they start rolling out the pockets. And see, Joey Janela, at least you can kind of do something with him. He could be like a heel that you just want to see get his ass kicked. But we'll see. We'll see how they roll everything out. But good week 1. I got to give it nothing but a positive.
NXT. I thought they had a good cold open, which they're going to be difficult to beat on the production edge. It was the voiceover, the editing. Even though All Elite spending some money and Keith Mitchell, those guys, they do a good job. You know, this is a fucking you're fighting a network television facility when you're fighting the WWF. Okay, will this be controversial? And bearing in mind that I've known Jim Ross for 35 years, he's an excellent friend of mine. Mauro Ranallo was the best announcer of the night. JR has the voice and JR has the gravitas, and when you hear JR, you have the memories, and he knows how to do television, and he knows how to make things sound big, and he knows when try not to get any on him. But, once again, Mauro just has that energy, and he knows everything, and he says everything, and he's a whirlwind. I thought he was the better announcer of the night, and I thought Nigel was better than either Tony or Excalibur.
I've said it before. Nigel's excellent, and Mauro has been the best commentator in wrestling for several years. I mean, at least since his New Japan run. Great, they're a great team, and Beth Phoenix I thought did really good too.
Yeah, and Beth is better than Excalibur because at least she doesn't look stupid. So the first match being the NXT title match, and they did the commercial-free thing because they're going to keep people in the first half hour and watching, a match they want to see to try to keep them away from AEW. We know that. We talked about the thoughts. It's a smaller arena. It looks good, except like you said, it seemed darker, and they would darken it on purpose with the effects and everything.
And if you went back and forth, like I said, if you were flipping channels, if you're going back and forth, and for me, it was channel 551 and 552, so I could just go up and down.
Oh my God.
That's when the difference in the two shows really stood out. And like I said earlier, if you started with NXT and just watched it all the way through, you got one experience. But if you went back and forth, it was like the tale of two shows.
Yeah. But anyway, I have no problem with a smaller building. It's the OVW Davis Arena concept. And I have no problem with that. And if they keep giving them good shows, they'll keep the people. This was the first full Matt Riddle match that I have seen. I've heard about him. We haven't sought it out, right? And he hadn't been on, as I recall, any of the other NXT shows that we have reviewed, was he?
I don't believe you've ever reviewed one of his matches from NXT, no.
Well, okay. This was the match of the night of both shows to me.
Easily.
This was the best modern style wrestling, incredible stuff that looked good and still made sense. They had a pace that was quick, but they still sold shit. You can tell that these guys have had high-level training. They didn't do any indie bullshit. Great strikes, great wrestling. They had nice false finishes, athletic, the whole, and everybody knows I'm an Adam Cole fan, but Matt Riddle, carried it too here. And finally, Adam Cole wins. I am so happy for him that he has always worked so hard and been so serious about this. And, and he's in this position now. So this was the match of the night. And then here comes fucking Finn Balor. What did we say last week? If NXT even starts losing the ratings race, they can just say, guess who's going to be here next week? John Cena, The Rock. They can do anything they fucking want, right? So it's going to be interesting. See how many people they bring over. But yeah, that was the match of the night.
On the same wavelength as Adam Page, I don't get Finn Balor at all, or Prince Devitt, whatever he was. I mean, I've seen him in some good matches, especially when it was a big guy against him, but he's another guy I just don't get the wild acclaim for.
Well, and I was a fan when he was Prince Devitt. I wanted to bring him to Ring of Honor, but obviously we were going to get Sinclair to spring for fucking international plane tickets and paperwork. However,
really?
He's perfect for this audience. I see what you mean, but this audience wants all the young guys that are going to do the, all the shit that they want them to see him do, right? They don't want the fucking, the Trevor Murdoch, not this audience. So I can see why that he would be, and also he's somebody, let's face it, that they can move off the main roster and not hurt themselves.
Yeah.
But he might even be more important to this group than to the main roster. They did the package on Shayna Baszler and Candice LeRae. More on that later. The Velveteen Dream. Remember, I liked the match, and I was kind of okay with the gimmick. It was a guilty pleasure.
Yeah.
I liked his match better than this.
No, this was awful, I thought.
You couldn't almost see anybody. Fog, blue lights, a couch with girls, and stagey, Vegas-y, couldn't work up hatred for it necessarily, but what the fuck? It just, I
agree.
Well, there you go.
And by the way, on the topic of the Adam Cole Matt Riddle match, that's 2 matches within a month, 6 weeks. Whenever we saw the Walter match, 2 NXT matches that I've seen recently that were phenomenal. 2 of the best matches I've seen in a while. So
and completely different. Completely different,
yeah.
Which is going to be important, as we'll talk about in a minute. The Leo Rush package against Drew Gulak. We know Leo Rush apparently is mentally incompetent because he's always getting heat on himself. He can talk his ass off. He's a fucking midget, and he should be a manager. We ran through that a while back. But on the other hand, he has personality and shit, whereas Drew Gulak, I thought he kind of stone-faced and monotonistic. Anyway, that was just a package. So how do you pronounce Shirai's Io?
Io, yes.
Io Shirai and Mia Yim.
Yes.
Okay. I know Mia Yim. She looks good in that gimmick she comes out with. I like her. I've seen a lot of fucking girl wrestling lately, and this was long, and I fast-forwarded. And then there was Nash and Hall at ringside. What do you think? So did you see this one, or did you go back to the fucking family?
I watched it. I had it on, but that was kind of one of those matches where I got distracted. I ended up on my computer. I ended up looking at tweets, different things. So had it on in the background, nothing personally against it, but it didn't capture me. Especially, I mean, look, the other tough thing is if you start the show off with one of the best matches I've seen all year, it's hard to it's going to take a little while to get me back into the show at that level.
Yeah, yeah. And also, and it's not going to be popular, but let's face it, folks, you don't need to have, and nobody wants to see as many women's matches as men's. It doesn't have to be equal. Because still, right?
Yeah.
Let's fucking let's keep some perspective here. Nash and Hall were at ringside, poisoning a new generation of minds. The Tegan Knox package. This was my favorite package. And it was one of the girls. But it was real. She's hurt. She was crying. They talk about it. They showed carrying her out. The will to come back and rehab the knee, the whole 9 yards. I love shit like that. So it was a great injury package. They should do that when the guys get hurt. They should do some shit like that.
Yeah, great package. It was really something when I never saw the match where she got hurt, but when they show her on the mat and she's kind of doing the X herself, but
yeah,
she's in so much pain she can barely do it. That was like, wow. I mean, that was a great package. Great package.
And it gets people's emotion. Then they can tell, even if they know wrestling's a work, that, okay, she was really fucked up. That poor girl. It gets sympathy, whatever. Yeah. Johnny Gargano versus Shane Thorne. Mauro Ranallo cracks me up, and especially he's loyal to the soil. He's NXT won the announcer battle. And I can't believe I'm saying that. Their girl referee is not as good as Girl Hebner. Here's where we started going south.
But nobody is, to be fair.
Well, okay. Here's where we started going south, because that 30 minutes they got commercial free at the beginning, they're making it up at the end.
That's right.
And they go to break in this match, and they've got the picture-in-picture, but it's so small, and the guys are so small. I fast-forwarded through the fucking break. What this was a wrestling school training match at a high level. They did moves, they rolled around, they did mat wrestling. There was no facials. There was no emotion. There was a concentration on the performance. It was two guys that I've never heard talk. Again, don't care about. Two small guys that are good athletes. I don't care. It was kids wrestling, high-level indie stuff that would be like their ultimate tryout match that they think would try to get them a job. They did too much, which left less for the stars to do because neither one of these guys is going to sell you any tickets in the immediate future. I know Johnny Gargano is popular with that crowd. We've mentioned his monotone of face and lack of any kind of fucking emotion before. I would have loved all they did everything they could do back and forth to each other. Nobody healed. They took one bump after another, dozens of head kicks, the same old shit. I would have loved to see a body slam, a backdrop, a hip toss, just a regular vertical suplex. How about a fucking hold for more than 7 seconds? This was high level indie shit. What do you think?
It was an okay match. It didn't really stand out. It didn't do much for me. I think Gargano has really good big matches, although, again, those, and there's going to be people who hate me saying this. To me, sometimes those go a little long and have way too many false finishes and then get have some hardcore moments in the middle of it and then get back to the match. He's good, but, this is just a match. I don't know if this was supposed to mean more. I guess, they're trying to do something with Shane Thorne. He looked all right, but didn't really stand out much to me.
A little pitchy for me, dog. All right. The women's title. Candice LeRae versus Shayna Baszler. I'm conflicted. As I've said, I've seen a lot of girl wrestling lately, and here comes more girl wrestling. Some of it's been good, some of it's been bad. I don't care about Candice LeRae because of her previous associations, as we have mentioned. She teamed up with the Dick guy. She did spots in bars. I don't know really what she's done because I've never watched her on purpose, but I know if I say anything good about her, she does have a cute smile. But if I say anything good about her, somebody's going to send the fucking tape of her sticking her thumb up somebody's ass or fucking an invisible something or whatever the fuck. So I'm not going to ever praise her because of the people that she used to hang around with.
But to be fair, though, and unfortunately I'm realizing this, the list of people who aren't on videos like that is getting smaller by the day. Even guys from the 90s or guys who are still around from a previous era, more and more guys are doing it to the point where it becomes harder to just dismiss everyone just because everyone is doing it. I'm not saying I agree with that, but
yeah. Well, this one was in on the ground floor. But here's the thing. I wanted to see Shayna Baszler because she's real and she's legitimate. And I haven't seen her, in a regular full-length match yet. So I was trying to watch, right? But then they start, and then they go into a long break and only part of the break was picture-in-picture. Sometimes it would be, sometimes it wouldn't be. I see enough to see that Shayna Baszler is a good heel. She's mean and aggressive. I wrote down a question. Why don't any of the heels pull hair and rake eyes anymore? Choke behind the referee's back. That'd be nice. But then they came back in the second segment, and Shayna Baszler hits this girl with a side salto off the second rope as a break spot. So already, this MMA specialist that's fought at a high level in mixed martial arts has gone through 2 segments with this little blonde girl that you could tell legitimately couldn't fight her way out of a paper bag. Then they go to another picture-in-picture break. This could have been a decent match in 6 minutes. But they went 3 fucking different segments broken up with 2 breaks. Finally, Shayna Baszler won, and it was way too fucking long. Now the girls have to go forever. Now, with your women's division, as I said, I'm sorry, this is just facts. There shouldn't be equal number of women's matches as there are men's because the men are still your steak and the women are your potato. With the women's division, pick a few stars and smash them over the other girls because there are also not as many convincing, believable athletic workers in the women's division anywhere as there are the men's because there's more men to begin with. But pick a few stars and on TV, smash them over the other girls and have the long classics with the top girls against each other on pay-per-view. It is not doing you any good having middle card ladies matches or middle card ladies in a match going 15 minutes. A little bit of a package of Walter and Imperium. At this point, I wrote down, can we please have a live or VTR just promo, not a package? Can any of these guys talk for a minute straight? The Velveteen Dream was the only promo, and that was pretty fucking sad. Yeah. Pete Dunne wrestles Danny Burch. I've currently realized now that I can't tell who they're pushing because all the matches are so competitive, you can't tell who the fucking stars are. They go to another break with picture-in-picture.
Pete Dunne kind of looks like Becky Lynch without a shave.
I like Pete Dunne and the Bruiserweight thing, whatever, but here's my problem now. Here's what I'm starting to realize. In the AEW NXT contrast, at least AEW, the matches were mostly different, or where they weren't, we called them out. But the NXT matches are all looking similar. And they're Dunn and Birch, they're doing it good. But I was tired of the nonstop, constant bumping off of some kind of shit over and over, where there's not at least a decent lengthy set of heat and then a big babyface comeback. It's just back and forth over and over. Finally, Pete Dunne wins. They have a blackout. Then here comes Damian Priest and lays out Pete Dunne. And still doesn't say anything. And if I'm a new viewer, I don't know why that happened. What do you think of these guys? Or can you even remember the difference now?
I mean, I think Pete Dunne's all right. Obviously, I've seen a bunch of him. I hadn't seen the guy who did the run-in or the guy that Pete Dunne wrestled. I don't think I've seen before. But, you know, this is the like you said, the difference between the two shows. AEW, it felt like more, I didn't want to miss anything. I didn't know who was going to come in. I didn't know who was going to run in. It was bright. It was fun to watch. There were matches on the NXT show I just didn't care about at all. I was completely tuned out about it. And unfortunately, this was one of them.
I'll tell you, I thought the same thing, but the opposite in some cases. And I'll tell you why. I thought that the better show overall was All Elite Wrestling, but I thought that NXT had the two high points.
Yeah.
And we're coming up on it. Street Profits and Fish and O'Reilly. To quote Charles Dickens, it was the best of times, it was the worst of times. They came as Street Profits, the entrance Whale, although they called him Wally. I thought that was the one Court Bauer kept promoting, Whale Mania, right? Who's Whale? But he's Wally. Wally wrapped Street Profits to the ring. I fucking hated it. It was fucking horrible. It's fucking rap. I don't know why the red plastic cups are a deal. I despised all of this, right?
Rap's okay, but that did kind of suck.
And what's the red plastic cup got to do with anything?
Oh, well, you see, it's popular with the kids. They put codeine in those cups, and then they drink it and they get really high and they have seizures.
Okay, so we're glorifying children abusing over-the-counter drugs so that when I get fucking sick and have a goddamn cold, I've got to goddamn have an axe to get into the fucking case that contains the cold medicine.
Scissor, I believe they call it.
All right. Here comes O'Reilly and Fish. I love both these guys, especially Kyle O'Reilly, and Kyle has grown up. In Ring of Honor, we always knew he had it, right? But he was so painfully thin, red-headed, freckled, fishy white. You know, he was a kid. But now he's grown up, and he matches his work now. His work was always great. He just looked too young. I made this note. Street Profits did a backslap tag, so I'm pissed already. Then later on, fucking Fish and O'Reilly did the same thing. I got pissed at them too. But anyway, they started the match. Then they did another picture-in-picture break. Then they come back. I like that O'Reilly works a different style than everybody else. He's got the MMA influence, but that cartwheel butterfly suplex thing that he does, and he just works differently, and it works for him.
That's one of the reasons I like Matt Riddle so much earlier in the show. He works different than everyone else.
Yes. And he's an MMA influence also, but it's completely different. So they weren't just trained by the same people and do the same thing. Anyway, the Street Profits are a decent babyface team. I think O'Reilly and Fish are a really good heel team. They had nice teamwork and tags, except for the back slap tag. And Kyle, I'm disappointed in you because I think we've had that fucking seminar. Fish is aggressive and mean looking. They did do one awkward spot where the two heels kept having to beat fucking Montez Ford up right in the middle of the ring and burying Dawkins on the apron because I think they were trying to remind Ford what was next because they were calling it. Then they do another break. So they've had match break. And I wrote, I've about given up on this fucking match because of the breaks. You couldn't follow it. And then they announce at 10 p.m., we will continue till the match is over, right? Which would have been great, except that on my DVR, when I set the recording, it said it was going to go to 10:15. Yeah. So, but this is the other half of the dueling high points. If it had just been this segment of this match, this was my second favorite match of the night behind Riddle and Cole. If it had just been this segment.
And if I could just interrupt you real quick, this is when I originally tuned in. I watched the show later on DVR, but after All Elite ended, I was actually in the mood to watch more wrestling at that moment, and luckily I had that overrun, so I got to see the end of the match and then watch the whole thing after the fact. Okay, so when you had just seen this was a hell of a match till you saw the first half, right? It was fantastic. Like you said, the breaks, it killed a lot of matches, but it really hurt this match. Yeah.
Plus, they did too much shit, and it was one of those deals where, remember when Michael Elgin and Davey Richards had a match WrestleMania weekend 2012 in Fort Lauderdale where people said it was a 5-star match and Michael Elgin should be the next champion?
Yeah.
Everybody was raving about it, right? And I, at the time, was dealing with all of our technical issues, so I heard the people live going ballistic and watched the last bit of it, but I hadn't been able to see the whole thing. When I went back and watched it, it was the best of times, it was the worst of times. That was one of these matches that was either not very good at all or just pedestrian at best until something happened at about the halfway mark that not only woke the crowd up, but woke the wrestlers up. Which in that case with Elgin and Davey Richards was they tried to do some kind of belly-to-belly suplex off the top rope, and both of them almost fell right on top of their fucking heads and broke their necks, right? And the people went whoosh, and the guys got up, and sometimes when something like that happens, you get up and start swinging harder because you're like, I'm okay. And that turned into a classic. The overall match was not even really good, but the last half of it was fucking incredible. This was the same thing. Fish takes a big backdrop over to the top to the floor. They do nice double team shit. They worked on Montez Ford, slowed it down after they blocked the hot tag by jerking Dawkins off the apron, the old heel tactic. Then they got an actual set of heel tag team heat on Montez Ford. Then they did a nice hot tag and had a big comeback by Dawkins or Dawson or Dawkins.
I'm not sure. The big guy. You're talking about the big guy.
The big guy.
He was good. I liked him.
Yeah. The big comeback, it was a little choreographed. They got in a couple of positions where they had to, it was a little, but still it had passion and emotion.
Yeah.
And then they went into an extended finish sequence that I wrote down. This was nice and Eddie Grahamish. They had twists. It was a convoluted finish. Guys were up and back and forth, and they did a good job on it, and they nailed it. And the false finishes had them. So that was that segment, not even the entire match, but just that last segment was the best tag team stuff that I've seen in ages anywhere. The previous segments were all broken up, but that last bit that they did was fucking excellent. It was revival worthy, I thought.
I have to tell you, too, I love this faction of Fish, O'Reilly, Roddy Strong, and Adam Cole. They're great together.
Well, and they should have called them Ring of Honor. Boy, I wonder what talented genius was able to recognize that all four of those guys were great and push them as big. But anyway, so that was good. And then Adam Cole comes out to luxuriate and is confronted by Tommaso Ciampa. And Tommaso has a great look. The beard, the bald head. He was going so good as a heel. And he's had so many injuries. It's a shame because he had injuries before he even got to Ring of Honor back in 2011 or whatever. Had a serious knee, I think, an ACL reattachment. And he's had another one, I think, and he's had the neck thing. But you can look at it like it's a shame he's had so many injuries because he would, and he knows this, unfortunately, he would be so much farther along if he hadn't had. But also, this fucking freak keeps recovering. And the rehab he does is intense, and the fucking determination that he's got. He has come back from some serious fucking injuries and continues to do freaky shit. And he's freaky strong. And it just, so I hate that he's been hurt so much, but goddamn, I've never seen anybody come back regularly so quick and so strong and so in shape from serious shit like this. So you got to give him that. But anyway, that last segment, All Elite Wrestling was a better show, and the start and finish of NXT was the best thing of the night. That's what we've got. So we said we wanted them to make it a dogfight, and they're trying. There was good and bad, and they attempted as best they could to keep our attention, I guess.
For me, the guy I enjoyed the most the whole night, the MVP, was Adam Cole for both shows.
Yeah, I can see that.
I was going to ask you who you would pick for both shows. You said Cody for AEW before, but if you were going to look at both shows and say, well, for the overall night, who was the MVP, who would you pick?
Yeah, I think, well, also because Adam had that nice promo. Did we even skip over that in the notes where they talked and we finally got a promo? He talked right after I was saying, did we get any promos? He did an excellent job with that, firing up the Undisputed Era. He had a great match and did a great deal at the end. So, yeah, he may have been... It'd be Cole or Cody. For Cole for the NXT, Cody for All Elite, and one of the two of them for the night, in my opinion.
AEW, you said you picked for the better overall show for the night.
AEW start to finish was the better overall show because NXT, the matches started just, especially toward the end when they were being broken up with the breaks, but also high speed bumping back and forth. You know, the reason why I liked Cole and Riddle was because they did all the big bumps, but they actually sold and registered realistically what they were doing. And the end was a great Eddie Graham type finish with twists and turns and a little angle. And in the middle was a lot of matches where they did moves to each other back and forth over and over and over again. To me. Anyway, so next week, are we going to do this again, I guess?
We've committed for, at a minimum, the month of October.
Oh, boy. Well, we shall see. Although if Jelly Janela or my little dog Pocket shows up, we may cut that time. But so far, they're doing the best they can on both sides to make this interesting. So we're going to keep it up. And now, do you think 17 people are going to listen to this show? Because I didn't really just tell anybody they should be boiled in fucking oil. So do you think anybody's going to get the fact that I actually like something when worth liking?
No. I think the headlines will be Jim Cornette hates female wrestling. Jim Cornette hates Japanese women. Let me think. What else would people... Jim Cornette hates jazz hands.
Yes. Hashtag JC hates jazz hands. I want that trending. All right. Good Lord, it's a long slog on Wednesdays now. They want you to only watch one instead of both. Each side wants that, and they're doing as much as they can to make you not want to watch anymore. No, there was good and bad again this week, so I figured we should go over it in order. And once again, I watched All Elite live again because there's more chance of a train wreck. NXT, there's going to be nothing majorly embarrassing or fucked up, right? So I'm going to watch All Elite live. What about you?
I did the same thing, but it's even bigger than that. I'm okay with DVRing NXT and watching it either later or this time I watched most of it the next day. AEW does feel like the more urgent show, the one I do want to see live. I do want to see what's going to happen live as it happens.
Yeah, well, for various reasons, everybody wants to see what's going to happen with them, whereas everybody knows that NXT's success or failure does not mean the success or failure of the entire WWE.
Yeah.
But for the other side, is, I've got this before we go into it. Remember I said, I think it was last week it was on the Drive-Thru. Everyone knows it's corny. I said the battle has been won already on who's going to produce, from a technical standpoint, the highest quality television program, because SmackDown is on Fox. And that was network television, and ain't nobody going to come close to it, I believe was my words, right? And I especially pointed out the opening graphics, where I said there was some Pixar shit, right? They got some fucking graphics genius. It would just as good as the National Football League or any of the Super Bowl or whatever the fuck. You remember I said that?
Yeah.
Well, I don't mean to mock, but this is kind of an issue of what kind of fight that everybody is in. Fox on SmackDown had graphics that looked like they belonged on the Super Bowl, and I know a little bit about television. I also know a few people in the television industry who, one of them emailed me and said, guess what? And he sent me to prove it. He sent me a link. All Elite Wrestling on their show used a $19 editing template for their color burst effect when they were doing the fucking match billboards or whatever, and it's bursting into different colors. He sent me the link. You can go on one of the websites they have for editing, and download this for $19 and you can do this with it. It's the same fucking thing. There can be great wrestling programs from any company, but there's not going to be a duel at the end of this thing over who's going to do the best quality television production. Having said that, we will start with All Elite Wrestling, where the mighty Excalibur still has his mask and cannot pronounce Gaijin. Did you notice that?
No, what did he say?
He was obviously reading notes, because he said somebody, go back, and anybody that wants to know this badly, if you think I'm lying, then if I'm lying, I'm flying and my feet ain't left the ground. Go back and watch the show again. He said Gaijin. He didn't say Gaijin. Gaijin is the Japanese term for one of us stupid fucking Americans. The Gaijins. But he said Gaijin or whatever. He's reading off notes. I had written here, because I watched this show first, that it was a nice high energy open with the announcers all up and they billboarded the matches. But then afterwards I watched NXT's, and theirs was shorter and more effective, really. It had even more energy to it. They just didn't go as deep on the matches. But nevertheless, they started right off.
But do you think it's important, though, to have them on screen more? I mean, if you're trying to get a new audience and you want to show the Jim Ross and Tony Schiavone there.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm not saying they should. No, I always scream for announcer on cameras at the start so you can put a face to the voice. But whereas the announcers on All Elite spent about a minute and a half going 4 or 5 matches deep on what they were going to see, the NXT show that Morrow was on did his little open. Then, boom, you go to them. They billboard a couple matches and they're out. It was higher energy. The announcers had energy on All Elite, but it was a faster pace on NXT, which I think is what they're going for.
Well, Morrow's on a different level when it comes to that kind of energy. It's hard to compare anyone fairly to that.
Well, and that's what we said last week, is that I would have never thought, but NXT is winning the announcer battle, because for their product and the energy level of today, Morrow is fantastic, plus Nigel is incredible, and Beth is hanging in there. Even though I could tell she was trying to shoehorn in some notes instead of being a little conversational in a couple of spots, there's not a crowded field of accomplished female commentators, and she's one of them. Once again, Excalibur notes off for not only at this point the mask, but also stagey, Mark-like sounding. He sounds like a smart Mark talking, doing commentary on a VHS in a friend's house.
I'll tell you, one thing I got to say.
You've heard those, right?
I have heard those, but I haven't been as critical of his performance as you. I think the mask is stupid. And for everyone who got, so many people, Jim, when I did last week's Mid-South show, because the clip I used was Boyd Pierce sitting next to Mr. Wrestling 2 on commentary, like, look, it's a masked guy on commentary, completely missing the fucking point.
Yeah.
But anyway, if you don't
what the point is, folks, is the masked guy was one of the biggest stars on the roster and either challenging for or holding the title at the time. That's why he was on TV with a mask.
But if you don't like him there, that AEW Dark thing with just him and Jim Ross, I found that excruciating. That's the one note I'll tell you about that. Just the commentary, I really didn't like. It just...
Well, and I said he's got potential. He has no real television experience at any level besides local, if that, right? And so he's going to get better in that respect. He knows all the shit. He just needs to work on his delivery. But to Mask is doom because he wasn't anybody. I don't care whether all the high school friends of the Young Bucks think it was great that he wore a mask in one promotion in Southern California or whatever the fuck.
Plus, it's an ugly mask.
That they haven't even said.
Plus, it's an ugly mask.
We have just on face value been introduced to the color guy Excalibur, who nobody has ever fucking heard of before, and it's not even explained that he was a wrestler or that he would have any knowledge of same. Because they can't. What are they going to say? Well, if they say he's a wrestler, a former wrestler, then people are going to say, where? Well, PWG. What's that? Because we all live in the real world.
Can I ask you a serious question?
Network television. Go ahead.
Let me ask you a serious question. I don't think I've ever seen him wrestle. I don't know how long he's been retired, but I don't recall ever seeing him. Have you ever seen him wrestle?
I don't think so.
Like, was he considered really good for that PWG? Like, was he one of the top guys in terms of work rate?
I don't. He may have been one. He may have been one. Yeah, he may have been one of the guys that started the fucking company. I don't fucking know. Who knows? Let's somebody get with us on that. If they won't tell us who the fuck he is, and some of you guys do the homework.
Yeah.
So they do a good package with the Young Bucks and Private Party. Their packages are good, and there's the sit downs and they're sports like, and I have no problem with the presentation of those. I did note that the Bucks have incredibly slappable faces, just smirky, and that Private Party apparently could not say suey if the hogs had them, because this was a pre-taped package edited together, and I still got no fucking verbal charisma from either one of them. But they start with this fucking match. Should I go through the notes and what I thought was going to be really good before I got really disappointed with it right at the end?
Yes, but can I ask you a question? Because I watched a match, and I'm going to guess I had very different thoughts than you about the match. But was that moment you talked about where, everything changed for you, was it after the 450 splash?
Boom goes the dynamite.
Okay.
And I'm going to tell everybody why. I don't know whether the Young Bucks are just really dumb or whether they're really smart and they did this on purpose. It could go either way. They could have done this by accident or they could have done it on purpose. I'll explain why. The match. Private Party has energy. The outfits are fucking terrible. It's the first part of the match. They started wrestling. They broke into some video game shit. Then they slowed it down again. Then Mark Queen did 18 different dives in a row from one side of the ring to the other in a great 450 splash, which was fucking, incredible. But it just so much from one side to the other and back and forth. It just makes it so. In the first match of the show, everybody's going to fucking dive. We've established that. So he did it better than everybody's going to in the first match. Anyway. I wrote, this guy is special. If you put him in a developmental program like NXT or especially like an OVW and then brought him in with a cool gimmick instead of what's supposed to be a hip gimmick, and if he was the only one being allowed to do this shit, a la Tiger Mask or his opponents in early 80s New Japan, you could make him one of the biggest stars in the business, even if he never spoke. But he's still standing out, but I'll explain more about why he's getting lost. The Bucks are working as heels, but the people are cheering their shit. That's another problem we've got, is that people are going to cheer whoever they like, regardless of whether they're heels or baby faces. And then, of course, these balding, flabby, smart-ass midgets are going to try to work like heels, but then do a bunch of cool shit that gets cheered. It's the fucking psychology. They powerbomb Cassidy, a member of Private Party, on the ramp, and then they get a set of heat on Mark Quinn, and they kept him from tagging for a while, and they built it well. They did do that. It was a horrible hot tag because where they set him up, he was right in front of fucking Mark Quinn. There was no way he could have missed it. It wasn't a big surprise tag. They didn't know how to set that up. Didn't put him in the right place. But because they had gotten at least a set of heat for once in a match, you don't see this where you just get a set of heat on the babyface and build for the tag. Even though it was a bad hot tag, it worked. The comeback of Mark, I didn't like because, or the comeback of Cassidy. Did you notice he was stagey selling his back, almost like he was doing the walk down the runway where you got your hands on your hip, right? Or your hand on your hip and you're doing the sachet. He's fucking selling where he got power bombed on his back on the ramp. I understand that, but while he is shooting guys off with one arm and doing fucking all these other moves, it looked stagey and it hurt the comeback. What do you think?
It didn't hurt it that much with me. I mean, it looks stagey, but there's stuff that I'm at this point where I just have to accept that shit's going to look stagey.
Well,
it's like, I just have to accept it and try to get past it. But, I'd be shocked and really pleased if it didn't, but it's just, unfortunately, it's the coin of the realm. No.
So anyway, here comes Bad Back with a comeback. And then suddenly Matt Jackson, one of the heels allegedly in the match, then traps and double suplexes and Northern Lights and a fucking whatever the fuck, both private parties at the same time. So that's a real babyface move to double suplex your opponents. The Young Bucks,
what amazing strength on that young man.
Well, none of them weighs 200 fucking pounds. Fucking hell!
That looked ridiculous to me.
I used to suplex Brandon Baxter in Memphis all the fucking time. He was 160 pounds. So then the Young Bucks did all their flips and all their flops and all their stuff, but they're trying to make Isaiah Cassidy tap with the thing he won't tap. But then here, Private Party makes a blind tag to the guy's ass. One partner tagged the other partner's fucking ass when he was up over the Buck's shoulder. I've never seen a tag to an ass before. And the referee had to fucking allow that. And the announcers had to say, well, there was a blind tag. They didn't say to his ass. Tag got my ass. South Park. Thank you very much. So basically, here's what they did. Here's the bottom line of this whole thing. Some people are going to say, oh, how great it was for the Young Bucks to put over this young team and give them the win and help them become stars. And what they did was actually the reverse. They hindered them, whether they meant to or not. That's why I say it's 50-50 either way, whether they just did this because they were stupid or whether they did it on purpose. And you don't know where I'm going with this, but I invite you, Brian Last, along with all the other fans, go back and watch that match with this in mind. After all that stuff they had done, then suddenly the Bucks are going to set something up, but Private Party comes out and they do that double team to fucking Nick, where Quinn jumps up to the top and Hurricane Rana's Nick Jackson off the top rope. And he flies right into a flying diamond cutter RKO, whatever they're calling it this year, by Cassidy and planted, and it looked fantastic, and planted Nick Jackson, and he rolled out to the floor. And then Mark Quinn goes and does a shooting star press off the other turnbuckle onto Matt Jackson that gets 3 feet higher than anybody doing that, and just has the grace, because he's got the special athleticism, this guy, to where he gets a foot or two higher, or he gets a bit more second or two hang time, or he just looks more graceful. This is what separates a guy like this from everybody else just flipping. If you're going to flip, do it better than everybody, right? So he hits that fucking shooting star press, boom! And the people blow, and 1, 2, they're counting with it, and Matt Jackson kicks out. And then what happens? Well, then Mark Quinn pummels Matt Jackson about 15 times with punches to get him standing up in the right place and goes for a fucking move. But when he does, Matt Jackson ducks or whatever the fuck and spins Mark Quinn up in a tombstone position like for their Meltzer driver. So now he's picked the guy up and he's holding him upside down literally less than 15 seconds after he just got that fucking shooting star press landed on him. And Nick Jackson, who was rolled out of the ring from that double team move that he suffered, suddenly jumps back up on the apron to do the flip over the top so that they can do the Meltzer driver, when just in the nick of time, here comes Quinn's partner Cassidy off the floor long enough to fucking jerk Nick Jackson off the ring apron, which allows Mark Quinn to roll Matt Jackson up in the middle of the ring. 1, 2, 3. And that gets a big pop. But here's what they did. If they had ended with the Hurricane Rana into the RKO and the shooting star press, the babies would have gone in the air. The fucking place would have blown sky high. You would have had new stars in your tag team division. Private Party would have beaten the Young Bucks. It wouldn't have hurt the Young Bucks a bit, but it would have fucking got Private Party over. Because instead what they did, and that's why I say I don't know if the Bucks are this stupid or they did this on purpose, it's very Hogan-esque. They went from putting Private Party over and making a new tag team star to each of Private Party the Private Party gave their best 2 moves of the entire match to each of the Jacksons. The fucking Hurricane Rana RKO to Nick and the fucking incredible shooting star to Matt. Matt kicks out of the incredible shooting star and is back up and manhandling the guy that gave it to him 10 seconds later. Nick, after rolling out of the ring, after suffering that, is jumping back up on the apron, ready to do a front flip over the top rope less than 20 seconds later. And the way that Private Party wins is by a fluke when the partner of Private Party on the floor gets lucky enough to grab Nick Jackson's foot and jerk him off the apron so that Matt is distracted and Mark Quinn can roll him up. A fluke finish. We beat the Young Bucks, but we didn't beat them flat. We beat them because we got lucky. That's either very Hogan-esque or just stupid. But when I saw that Private Party was going to win the fucking match by pinfall anyway, and Dipshit kicked out of the fucking shooting star, I couldn't fucking believe it. And then I saw what they had done. I mean, did you take it that way?
Yes and no. I'm really trying to watch this stuff with an open mind. And I kind of had an epiphany during this match. There's 2 wrestlings. There's the wrestling I like, which is, basically in-ring storytelling. Work an arm. Make it make sense. Make me care that you're working an arm. Don't just work an arm, I'm going to care, but, make me care. Be over the end. Yeah. Whatever. There's that. And then there's whatever you want to call it, the video game pro wrestling guerrilla style. So I had the epiphany during this match. I enjoyed the match. I really enjoyed the match. And I think it was because I stopped giving a shit and I realized dives are like arm drags. And you know what? Dives mean nothing. Moves mean nothing. Everyone has unlimited power that comes back at any time. The move you win with may mean something. And then there may be little Easter eggs from other matches thrown in between. But it's all about the near fall. Hit everything nonstop, go crazy, but it's about the near fall. And I ended up enjoying it. It's not necessarily the kind of wrestling I enjoy the most, but I kind of just, rolled with it, and I enjoyed it, I have to say. I do agree, though. I thought, and again, you say shooting star. I haven't watched it a second time. I thought it was the 450 splash.
No, he did a 450 beforehand.
See, that was, I think, the spot where I saw that and I go, and the crowd got up on their feet for the near fall. I said, if he had won there, it would have been so quick into the match. Then you really make an impact. Like, oh shit, we're not even going to get a 5-star Young Bucks match.
No, they had another chance to get it right, and they blew that one too.
Yeah.
At the end was the shooting star. I could buy it up to the shooting star, but it just fuck. And it's not even a goddamn giant behemoth kicking out. It's little fucking pudgy Matt Jackson. Anyway, desperately we needed a star, and here came Chris Jericho. But I'm not sure about the picture of him with LAX, Guevara, and Sammy Hagar, as somebody tried to call him last night. Jake Hager.
I think him and Guevara, I'll just start with those. I think Guevara, other than the fact he needs to stop sticking his tongue out so much, so did the LAX guy, to be quite honest with you. Other than that, I think he's got something, because you want to talk about someone who looks slappable. He's got like that fucking young, arrogant Pete Davidson kind of fucking thing. And I think him with Jericho, it's kind of like, David Von Erich with Dory Funk Sr. Or Dory Funk Jr., excuse me. But,
in
that
Florida,
kind of thing. I actually, those two at least, I really like. The rest of it, up for debate.
No, Guevara is the hardest worker in the group, and I'm liking him. And he's got that personality. I'm just, the visual. And I don't know Sammy, Jake Hager, but is there a reason why he's stone-faced? I liked Jericho and Guevara playing off of each other. I'm not sure about the whole fucking group altogether. It just looks odd. And
I don't want to play too much a spoiler of later in the review, but, I saw Jake Hager come out with them, and again, he wore like a similar shirt to what he wore last week, so he's in street clothes. I figure, okay, LAX are the tag team, or whatever their current name is, as they currently are.
Yes.
You have Sammy Guevara as the young guy who could do, I guess, I shouldn't even say junior heavyweight match. All the junior heavyweights are heavyweights now. You have Jericho, who's the star, and then I figured Hagar is like the fucking muscle. He's the bodyguard.
No, I've got that.
And then he fucking runs away at the end of the fucking night.
Well, okay, I got that too. Yeah. But here's that you felt like you might see Tully and Arn and Flair and fucking Luger or Wyndham in a fucking limousine or at the table at fucking Malone's at the airport in Atlanta or whatever. These guys do not look like they're sitting around in any social situation. It's just an odd looking group to me.
However, I do think Jericho kind of pulls it off as the guy who can get this ragtag group together. Behind him, they believe in him. He's a maniac. I mean, I do kind of.
Well, they better hope. They better hope, because it's obviously his job to get the inner circle over, and he shut down the We the People stuff. But I just and why is Jake Hager so stone faced? Because he's not a stone face like Bubba Rogers, where you're like, what the fuck's going on with that guy? He looks like he could be a CPA, except he's a giant. He has his face is normal. He's a normal, nice-looking man.
But again, if you're trying to get him over as the big Bubba Rogers who doesn't move and doesn't run away and doesn't
and then he run away.
He fucking disappeared in the middle of the angle at the end of the show. He's gone. The big muscle for the fucking group. He's gone.
What if Dusty had hit Bubba with the chair and Bubba had taken a big bump just down?
Bubba goes right down.
All right, let's move ahead. Jericho did a great promo there, but he's not a magician. I don't know. I like him and Guevara together. Then you could tell he's keeping Guevara over his shoulder. He's feeding him shit. Anyway, the next match. Winner gets title match next week. Jimmy Havoc versus Darby Allin immediately upon the entrances. I knew that Darby Allin was winning this match because none of us within the sound of my voice right now live long enough to see Chris Jericho work with Jimmy Havoc. So I knew that he's okay. Darby Allin, he's an athlete. The people like him. I can get some stuff out of him. So they're just having this because Jericho's going to work with Darby Allin. I felt for JR having to hurt his credibility by calling a Jimmy Havoc match. There was a too long and very rotten inset promo by Jimmy Havoc, who looks like a fucking oaf. Just a fucking goof. I don't mean to have to say these things about this guy. He hasn't said anything done anything to me personally, but God damn it. The fucking mangy, goofy haircut and the fucking AIDS physique and the goddamn fishy white tail and the fucking scars. And the goddamn, and the no credibility as a professional athlete whatsoever, and whether they use the staple gun or not. Fucking hell, and he's trying to talk tough when he stands there 5'7" and $150, depending on when his last blood transfusion was.
An oaf.
An oaf. So anyway, Darby Allin is athletic, he's graceful, he's small, but his shit's impressive. He can sell. He'll get over the gimmick is goofy, but the kids will like it, as they say. And this wasn't a bad match if you could view Jimmy Havoc as a professional athlete, which is just visually ridiculous.
Gimmick is goofy, but he's committed to it.
Well, he makes Andy Kaufman look like fucking Lex Luger. It's just ridiculous. And then suddenly Darby Allin won with a coffin drop that missed most of Jimmy Havoc and was probably one of the weakest looking Impact moves that anybody took all night, and that was the finish.
That is an interesting move. He did that last time onto the apron, remember?
Well, yeah, and that was stupid. This looked phony, and that looked stupid. I'm sure that I would not be a person that would like Darby Allin personally, because he'd sit there and talk about all that, like getting sprayed in the face with mace on purpose and all that shit he did on his goof videos. But he's got some personal charisma. And a big, rough veteran could have gotten Darby Allin, the sympathetic underdog, over here. But the indie fucking style finger biting bullshit with an anorexic heel, not so much.
So how do you like the booking there, though? Like, Darby Allin he got close with Cody. He almost beat Cody. And then, obviously, this match, besides the fact it's Jimmy Havoc, it's another win, leading into a Jericho match. And then, of course, Jericho has the match coming up with Cody. How do you like the booking of Darby Allin into the match?
Well, yeah, I understand what they're doing, and they're doing the right things in principle with a lot of that stuff. It's just, they're using the right proportions in the recipe, but the wrong ingredients. A fucking quarter cup of fucking flour is different than a quarter cup of goddamn chili peppers. You have to use the right fucking ingredients. And I don't understand a lot of their fucking chemistry on their ingredients. Well, guess what came next? What I'd been waiting to see, a girls tag team match. B. Priestley and the Japanese legend Emi Sakura against Dr. Britt Baker and Riho. And did you love when JR said, well, Excalibur, tell us why that Emi Sakura is a Japanese legend? And he was totally unprepared to do that and said something, well, she trained Riho. Well, there you go.
Hey, Jim, did you know Dr. Britt Baker's a dentist?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
I know. They got to stop telling us it nonstop. I get that she's a dentist.
Well, now, wait a minute. Now, we say they don't tell us enough, and now you're saying they tell us too much. DMD, I get that part. B. Priestley is hotter than a blowtorch in a microwave. I like her look and Britt Baker's. I don't understand the Asian schoolgirl fetish with a 98-pound champion pro wrestler being ridiculous, and the legendary Emi Sakura, Dump Matsumoto, Chigusa Nagayo, and Emi Sakura. One of these things not like the other. She looked like Margaret Cho. What the fuck?
Oh.
No, seriously. Of all the Japanese women's wrestling legends that they come up with a fucking discount Margaret Cho that nobody's ever heard of, because she's a legend for training all these other girls that nobody's ever heard of except Kenny Olivier, who has an Asian schoolgirl fetish.
Well, some of the fans there probably have heard of her. I mean, that is the audience that would have heard of her. In the building, at least, I would think.
People got a lot of time on their hands. Well, there's a lot of things people will go to a building to see that doesn't draw a network television audience. I'm just saying.
That's true.
The Japanese girls were in for quite a while with no tags in and out. And finally, B gets in, tackles Britt Baker, and they fight on the floor while they're fighting on the floor, just breaking out into a bunkhouse style match. The Japanese girls are still in the ring. Then they all went to the floor. Then Riho did a dive, and like the moonsault. Moonsault was incredible when the great Muta was doing it on national TV, and nobody else had ever seen it or done it before in this country. And then suddenly, over the next few years, Vader did it. Now you got a 400-pound man can do it. Terry Funk did it. Now a 53-year-old man can do it. Then the girls start doing it. Now a girl can do it. Now a 98-pound fucking Japanese schoolgirl can do this stuff. So anyway, they buried referee Aubrey through the whole match with all that they were doing. Then Sakura got heat on Britt Baker way too long. Then suddenly there was a babyface comeback with no tag that I was able to determine. And then I wrote, Britt Baker beat Sakura. Thank fucking God, what a mess. Your thoughts?
We've talked a lot about women's wrestling lately here on the show, and of course on the Drive-Thru too, which we want to encourage everyone to check out. And
if that song didn't do it earlier, nothing will.
That's true. Like you, I'm a fan of I love Charlotte. I think Becky Lynch, Charlotte, Bayley. I guess it's kind of a cliche to go back to those four. Sasha Banks, Bayley. I'm not as big a Sasha Banks fan as some other people, but.
Well, I'd like to see some more old B. Priestley. At least, here's the thing. If you're going to try to draw money with women's wrestling, you're not going to automatically you're not going to draw money with Japanese women's wrestling over American women's wrestling.
Well, even the stuff I've seen so far, and we'll talk about it later, in NXT I've really liked. So far, there's nothing about the AEW women's division that has drawn me in. And that ends up being where I take a break in the show or lose my interest or check my emails. I'm giving it a chance. I'm hoping something wins me over, but there's nothing so far that I lose my interest right away.
I know there's an audience, but it's like when I first went back to Ring of Honor in 2009, Ross the Merchandise Weasel tells it because we're talking about what they're doing business on. And they not only sold the Ring of Honor DVDs, but they sold the PWG DVDs, which we shut that shit down when Sinclair took over the company. Because why is a brand new wrestling promotion with fucking television, broadcast television, selling other promotions DVDs? But also they sold what was the Shimmer Girls DVDs from Chicago? Dave Prazak.
Yeah, Dave Prazak. He's still in operation. I think he deserves a lot of credit, actually, for how popular women's wrestling has gotten.
And they've been in operation for quite a while. But here's the thing. Ross would tell me that the guys that would call up invariably ask, when's the new Shimmer DVD going on sale? Well, is it going to have Betty Smith on it? Does she wrestle Gladys Brown maybe in a 3-way? That type of thing.
However, that also basically sounds like Ross from what I remember.
Well, they had a good conversation with each other. But the point is, yes, there's Asian schoolgirl things, but it's not going to be widespread on national television. Put your American girls that look like stars and can talk when they need to in your fucking spots, please. All right, you know what next came up, don't you? See, now last week I was pulling for them, and they had a pretty good show. This week they're starting to piss me off. Guess who's next?
I don't remember what came up next.
Well,
was it Moxley?
No, well, hold on. Not quite next. If you didn't know any better, if you were just a new viewer on TNT instead of one of the bubble people that actually has been following all these Nimrods, it looked like the start of a gay porn shoot where two guys in denim were walking through the park and met and hugged each other. But it was just the entrance video for the best friends. Beretta and the fucking idiot that says he's from Kentucky that had the invisible hand grenade and it has that hatchet face and a horrible haircut and no expression and a rotten body. Chuck Taylor, that's his name. He not even the one that used to do the tennis shoes. The video comes up, they walking in the park in denim, then they hug on the screen, then the interviewer goes to them in their proper place behind the railing, sitting in the front row, like fans, which is where they should be, and tries to interview them and says basically, how are you doing? And they said, well, why don't you ask him? And they turn, and there in the front row sitting behind them is my little dog Pockets, who just sits there in the front row and doesn't say anything. And then all the lights go off. I figured that was whoever at Turner Broadcasting greenlighted this project, pulling the fucking plug as soon as Pockets showed up. But no. I wrote here, notes, blackout, thank God, but it was for Sean Spears' entrance.
And again, I said this last time where it looked like it may be just a one-time theatrical thing, but, we joke about Kenny Olivier being in Cabaret. I said to myself, that's a real cabaret, just him in the chair. Yeah. And then he does it again. He does this lame entrance a second time.
Actually, Joel Gray did do a dancing bit with a chair and top hat and tails with. Yeah. Well, but besides that, we buried what the fuck? Why were the two hatchet heads? And I've grouped Beretta in this because he's a good wrestler, but he won't get away from the idiot that he's partners with. why just show them there and have them be practically mute and just ask our friend? And once again, it was never even, I think JR said something about, oh, is that Orange Cassidy? Because it was just some fucking goof sitting there. Nobody understands this besides people that already know. And it just makes these people look stupid. Why would you get a chance to be interviewed as a tag team and not want to talk? Why would you point to your mute fucking idiot partner or friend sitting with his hands in his pockets on the front row and there's no explanation, and then suddenly it goes to the entrance of the next match. And here comes Shawn Spears, which it was stagey at this point. And then here comes Moxley. And they go and they did a break in there. Then they come back and Pac is on color. Pac wasn't even on black and white here. He either can't talk, he was unprepared, he was on Quaaludes. Do they still make those?
No.
He distracted from this instead of adding to it of any kind of tension every time he opened his mouth, because it was bleh, bleh. They had a wild fight. They did a jump start. They had a wild fight. It was stiff. I tuned all the announcers out because of Pac being boring. To me, the highlight of this match was Tully Blanchard begging off after he'd interfered the once and Moxley came at him. Shawn Spears takes a boring ass kicking. He took all the bumps and he took all the moves, but he needs facials. He needs body language. He needs hair. The haircut looks goofy. His facials are the same. He's taking bumps, but they're not hurting according to his body language because it's just all just by rote. Tully Blanchard got more heat. And then this match went through a break. And then as soon as we come back out, the heel in this match, Shawn Spears, does the dive. So the girls can do the dives. Guys can do the dives. Heels can do the dives. Babyface do the dives. And then Moxley turned around and did the exact same thing. And they sold it the exact same way. Spears runs at Moxley on the floor, dives through the ropes, hits him, his feet land underneath him, which actually, when you think about it, is amazing athletically that you can do that, right? With just a guy breaking your fall that much. But then they switch places and Moxley rolls in and does the exact same thing, the exact same way. They land the exact same way. So it must not be special because everybody can do it. And they don't ever fuck it up. They nail it every time. So that to me means that it ain't as hard as I think it is. And it went on too long. And then Moxley hit the DDT 1, 2, 3. Whew. That's what I wrote. Whew. 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 Did I miss something?
No. I didn't care one bit for that match. And, in baseball, Jim, when you're in the major leagues, you're in Major League Baseball. When you're a step below, you're in AAA. There's a different class system of minor league baseball. But sometimes there's a guy who is the best player in AAA, but for some reason just can't hang in the big leagues. They sometimes call him a quadruple A player. And unfortunately, I think Shawn Spears may be one of those guys because I know he's friends with Cody and I know that's why he got his gig. But they've given him a shot with that Cody angle, but his matches, this is the second time his matches just took me out of the show. Doesn't do anything for me. It feels like Tully's miscast as his manager as opposed to someone else's. I don't see this match. I don't get the chemistry. It's not Bruce Willis and fucking. No, it's nothing.
Who was that on Moonlighting? What's her name? Sybil Shepherd.
Yeah.
How could I forget Sybil? Well, and by the way, and then here comes fucking Kenny Olivier out with a fucking barbed wire bat and a barbed wire broom. Once again, because he's the cleaner, right? But it looks stupid that not only that he's standing there holding a broom and a bat wrapped in barbed wire for the national television audience who don't know who this fucking Harpo Marx juiced up on steroids is. But when he gives the other guy his choice, when he gives Moxley his pick, he throws Moxley the baseball bat and he keeps the broom. What kind of fucking moron? I wanted him to get fucking butchered at that point for being an idiot. You're going to have a fight with a guy, you keep the broom, you throw him the baseball bat.
I was so disappointed we didn't get to see him wrestle. I legitimately was excited about watching Omega wrestle and counting the points per minute. How many times does he point?
The PPM count.
Yeah, how many times does he point? How many times does he do a jump? Like just a jump to start running.
Yeah.
I was really actually looking forward after last week to see how ridiculous it was, and I'll have to wait another week, I guess.
And then, by the way, and then here comes Pac and hits Olivier from behind with a chair with the edge. They were doing this all night. They're grabbing it and hitting people in the head or in the back with the edge. It doesn't make any noise. You can't see any impact. It looks like shit. It's phony. A gut shot you can get away with. If you're going to whack somebody from behind with a chair, whack them with the fucking chair. It looked like a bunch of fucking, if you know it's a work, it looked like a bunch of pussies. If you don't know it's a work, it looked like a bunch of idiots. Because who's going to hit somebody like that with a fucking chair? You're not.
So what do you think of that, Jim, if I could stop you? What do you think of the heavyweight division booking? Because now Pac, not Pac apparently, but Pac has tapped out Omega. Pac, who did he tap out last time? I don't even remember. Last week on the show, he tapped out another guy. Hangman Adam Page, actually. That's who he tapped out.
Yes.
And now here he is in the mix with this Omega-Moxley feud. What do you think of this whole three-way dynamic here?
Well, if they get Omega out of it, it'd be I don't care. I don't really care. I'm not going to like Olivier no matter what. And also, once again, the gesticulating. But Pac had a chance to talk himself over to me, and he didn't. He talked himself under to me. And Moxley can work, and it has all the emotion and enthusiasm in the world. I'd like to see him fight some fucking stars. So there you go. The next tag match. Here's another thing. Dustin Rhodes and Adam Page versus Sammy Guevara and Chris Jericho with old big fearless Jake Hager. I know that Dustin, who, by the way, was the star of this match, Dustin is still trying to pay homage to Goldust, but with his own twist on it. This half and half thing. The natural would work. He's in his 50s. He's his father's son. Come back as the natural with the Dustin Rhodes cowboy boots and a fucking rougher Texas look. Don't be Goldust or whatever dust anymore. The natural, to me, a 50-something-year-old man going out there still performing at that high level, strip the gimmick off of it. And I love Dustin. That's what I would do. I'd ungimmick him and make him as real as possible because the people respond to him because they can tell he is real. It's just the outfit don't work. Adam Page, Tony Schiavone says, well, he reminds me of Barry Windham. What did we say last week? You scoffed at me. I said that. And once again, you're seeing what you're seeing. I'm seeing in Adam Page and a lot of these guys, when I critique it, I'm seeing what I could do with them, and you're seeing what they are doing with them.
Right, but that's all I can do.
I know.
Yeah.
Because I'm better than you are, and you know it. Actually, I'm not as good as MJF.
Trademark.
Yeah. Why did they announce Adam Page as 219 pounds? That's lunacy. He could get by with 228 because he looks thick.
Let me stop you there. The announcing bothered me all night. I think it was during the women's match. I saw the introductions of that match. No hometown, no weight. Just here's B. Priestley.
Yeah.
And here's this person. But come on, give me the hometowns, give me the weights.
Well,
and the fucking show.
I agree. And by the way, there was no weights and hometowns on the NWA program either. And I questioned that after the first night and was found out it's because Dave Marquez, the ring announcer's sheet, got completely destroyed in the first segment of the show, and he had to wing it from there. So we rectified that. And yes, we should. No, it just sounds game showish. But when you announce Adam Page as 219 pounds, when you can get by with 228 or even 230, and nobody's going to fucking laugh at you, it's insane. All these guys are small enough. Don't make the ones that look grown sound small. Guevara is working his ass off. Again, Chris Jericho and Dustin Rhodes had a quick brawl, but I thought it picked up when Paige got in a little bit there, but then they go through another break, and I'm not watching any of these picture-in-pictures. I'm just not. And when they came back in the second segment of that, I said to myself, I'm watching a WCW TV show with Chris Jericho on it. That's what it felt in terms of production and building. And there was Dustin, but just the announcing, I don't know if that's a good thing that I said that. I didn't say NWA or Mid-Atlantic or Crockett program. I said a WCW program. They're shooting it the same. It's dressed the same. Some of the people are the same.
I almost felt like this version of Jericho, too, is a natural extension, a natural end of the WCW version of Jericho.
Yeah.
But I agree. It looks like WCW. And I'm not, like you, I'm not necessarily, well, you didn't phrase it this way. I'm not necessarily saying that's a bad thing, but it definitely felt and looked like Nitro a few times.
Well, yeah, it feels like the part of WCW that you don't want to remember. Nitro and because the Monday Night Wars, when you go back and they actually do this on Figure 4 Weekly. Brian Alvarez does, I can't remember if he does the column or not, but they go back and look at a fucking retro Nitro or whatever, and you see just how awful those shows were. It was just because it was in the middle of the war. But, I mean, a lot of the Raw shows were completely fucking crap also, especially when Shitstain was writing them. But the WCW shows were a lot of shit, too. Anyway, we better pick this up. Cameron missed Page's moonsault off the top rope to the floor, and he lands on his feet. I don't know how he does it, but goddamn, can they not save that for a big angle or a pay-per-view match? Dustin had a great comeback. Hager interfered with the referee, only slightly distracted, and the people booed it.
Again. That happened last time, yeah.
I thought Dustin was the star of this match. And then afterwards, they started having a fun brawl. Then they have a blackout. Then there's Cody. But then the heels attack. Then here comes MJF to make a fucking save with a chair, where they thought he was going to turn on Cody, but he makes a save, and who knows where that's going. I'm still interested in that. But then Jericho laid him out. Then here come the fucking Young Bucks. Then you could tell, the last thing is, here comes G.G. Allen or Darby Allen down the fucking ramp behind Jericho on his skateboard and dives off and tackles him and gives him a million shitty fake punches that don't land anywhere because he doesn't know how to do a brawl because he's fucking as heavy as a goddamn moth and he's never been in this position before. And then apparently the action ended too soon because TV was still on the air, so Jericho got the mic and cut a promo. I was tired at this point. They were just stretching. You could tell they were just stretching. I don't know. I don't know whether I like this fucking really anything about this show or not, except what I've mentioned.
You know, it's almost like one of their matches, AEW, that angle at the end. Yeah. They ran through several weeks worth of shit.
Yeah.
Jake Hager got run off right away. You know how much I hate the fucking turn the lights out thing, and all of a sudden the guy's just standing there calm in the middle of the ring, and the guys in the ring didn't escape, or they're just waiting for someone to pop up. I hate that shit. And then it was just one thing.
They don't want to leave the ring in the dark. They're afraid they'll fall down.
I guess that's what it is. I like the Darby Allin spot with the skateboard. Well, at least where he rode down and then...
Well, the skateboard thing that everybody on Twitter said, oh, Cornette will hate that. That was actually cool. He rides down the skateboard and dives off, and then everything he does looks shitty and fake. Just those punches, those little rabbit punches.
How do you think...
Shane McMahon look like Mike Tyson.
Does this leave you wanting to see Darby Allin versus Jericho?
No, because I know it's a match where Jericho's going to try to elevate the kid and then get a good win.
Does this leave you wanting to see Cody versus Jericho?
I'm dying to see that versus what I've seen so far.
All right.
Anyway.
So how would you grade AEW? Good, bad, and who's the MVP for you? Jericho?
It wasn't as good as last week. Jericho is a star. Dustin was probably the best performer. And they could have made Private Party, but they didn't. And, you know, and Sean Spears needs some goddamn heroin. Oh, I can't say who that is. And there you go.
Well, Jim, before we get to NXT, you know, the big controversy over the weekend, and we heard from so many people saying, I hope Jim watches it, and I told everyone he's not watching it, was the Hell in the Cell, the finish to Hell in a Cell. Have you heard about all this?
I heard about the controversy, and I heard they DQ'd somebody in the fucking Hell in a Cell. So I haven't seen it, so I don't want to comment on it. But if you send it to me some way, I will attempt to decipher what they were trying to do.
You think we could do it maybe for the drive-thru?
Well, why not?
All right. Well, there we go.
Book it.
Well, now he's selling Mike Mills. That's his catchphrase. But we will see what we could do by getting it for the drive-thru.
He's not the first one that ever said book it.
I'm going to let you deal with him and his trademark attorney. I'm going to stay out of it.
I'll get Stephen P. New on him. I'll have his children trademarked before he knows it. Stephen P. New has anything to say about it. Anyway, should we go on?
He's a nice guy. Why would you?
I know I like Mike Mills. His children are a different story. But anyway, should we go on to NXT?
We must.
We must improve our bust. Right off, the show has more energy than AEW. We talked about the announcers and just the lights and the energy and etc. But once again, it's darker. They're making it dark on purpose. The entrance lighting makes everybody darker. That Velveteen Dream, I feel like I'm having a nightmare that I can't see. It's like I'm looking through a foggy fucking window.
See, I disagree with you. I thought the AEW show had more energy. I mean, besides the commentators, just the feeling.
Well, no, the AEW show, the people have more energy, but the fucking pace is quicker in the ring, and with everybody's more frantic on NXT to me. And they rushed. Speaking of rush, Leo Rush.
Yeah.
I get that's what I mean. Yeah, they've got many thousands more people for a while, for another few weeks at least, at the AEW show, but they at least have some room to breathe, whereas this thing just rushes and doesn't stop. I did notice the ring announcer is Pam Grier and Foxy Brown. Did you notice that on NXT?
Not exactly. Pam Grier is one of the most beautiful women of all time.
Well,
I wouldn't compare anyone to Pam Grier.
They took off at 100 miles an hour, and the crowd was reacting in a lot of cases with tennis applause, with Leo Rush and Drew Gulak for the Cruiserweight title, with tennis applause, is what I wrote here. What did I just say?
Tennis applause.
Tennis applause is what I wrote here. There was nothing wrong with this. It's just more little guys doing a lot of shit to each other. Leo Rush is very good athletically, and it means absolutely nothing. He's $1 million heel manager. As a wrestler, nobody's ever going to give a shit. He's 160 pounds. He will never. He could be in a main event at WrestleMania with his mouth and his attitude as a manager. He will never come near the top 6 matches at WrestleMania as a wrestler, and that's being generous. But they worked this thing like a Starrcade main event. It was all good stuff, just not the guys that needed to be doing it. And they just took a bunch of fucking bumps that somebody else could have took later on. Leo Rush hit a very nice frog splash, 1, 2, 3, and won the title. And it's small guys doing shit to each other. That was the first match.
I enjoyed it. I thought it was all right. You know, it was nice starting off the show that way. That's 2 weeks in a row they started off with something hot to get in terms of a match. And it's 2 weeks in a row where it felt like a lot of things were downhill from there in terms of the matches.
But visually, Leo Rush Grizzly Redwood looks as big as Leo Rush. Well, I liked Grizzly.
I see your point. However, there are more wrestlers his size now than ever before. And I'm not saying that's good or bad.
That's the problem.
But if he's in a division, if let's say you have a 175-pound division, you have him, you have whoever else, Jack Gallagher, I don't know how much he weighs, a few other guys, then it makes sense. And look, to your point, you're right. I never thought of it that way. He'll never get near the main event at WrestleMania like that. As a heel manager for a killer heel, he will.
Yeah.
But
I
enjoyed watching him wrestle. It's the first time I'd really watched an entire match of his. I enjoyed it. And again, I mean, him against a big guy is going to be an issue. But if there was a division of guys, and he's now the Cruiserweight champion, of cruiserweights, of lightweight guys.
There is, isn't there? 205 Live Cruiserweight division. Who's main eventing WrestleMania out of that bunch? It's just fucking filling up space. Take your Rey Mysterio because he's the only one. Or take your fucking Tiger Mask because he's the only one. Or take your whatever. It's not, you don't create an entire division of small children playing wrestler on television. You take the one small guy that does amazing shit and you put him in with the guys that draw money. Anyway, Finn Balor. Here was a Finn Balor package. He's exciting, and at least he looks like he can kick somebody's ass. He's a little bit bigger than Leo Rush. He's ripped, and he's a star in that world.
See, I'm a hypocrite in this way. I mean, as you're saying this, I look at him and I'm like, he's too small. He's too skinny. He looks scrawny. I've said before, I don't really get him, although he is one guy when I've seen him against a bigger guy, I've loved that match. But, you know, and again, I know I just said I enjoyed the Leo Rush thing. But it's almost the opposite with Finn Balor for me.
Oh, my God. All right. Well, anyway, let's get to the good stuff. Rhea Ripley versus Aaliyah.
Yeah.
With Vanessa Bourne, I'm told. Rhea Ripley is bigger than the fucking guys, and she looks great. She kicked the shit out of this girl. She got an incredible standing leg hold that I've never seen before, dropped her flat and tapped her out. She cut a promo that was a little rehearsed, but she's well-spoken. She's got attitude. Rhea Ripley looks like she's a girl who can kick some fucking ass, and she did. This was the only girls match I saw in the course of these programs that actually had a point to it and got somebody over.
And, you know, I said what I said earlier about the AEW women's division not really doing it for me. The NXT one is, because I really like this. It was the right length, got me interested in her. The promo, I agree with you, was a little stagey, but I'm very curious now. Her against Shayna Baszler. You know, what's going to happen there? I'm intrigued.
It's Rhea Ripley looks like she can take care of herself against a former mixed martial arts veteran. I can buy that whether they're women or men. There's no 98-pound schoolgirls. Good God, the Breezango. Do they have heat? Was somebody up there? The worst wrestling entrance ever. They're dressed up as construction workers from the Village People with a whole stage set and lighting with the fucking sawhorses, and Beth Phoenix had to do a bunch of bad dick jokes that somebody wrote for her. This was the worst segment of either show. Just for that fucking foolishness and nonsense. And somehow the Breezango is supposed to wrestle two schlubs, but here comes the Forgotten Sons dragging the opponents out, so we know they beat them up. And they take the match. And I don't know what Forgotten Sons' names were because they're all bland, made-up fake names, so you can't remember them. But anyway, after the entrances, this was okay. They actually did a hot tag. The Forgotten Sons are green, but at least they're grown men and they look badass. Everybody did a dive, and then the Forgotten Sons hit a sloppy finish, 1, 2, 3.
Did you get the feeling that Fandango and Tyler Breeze were working like the Young Bucks? There was one point where they started going for super kicks, and I'm looking at their pants, and I'm looking at what they're doing, and I'm like, are they copying are they doing like Young Bucks stuff? But you didn't see it. Maybe I'm just.
Well, I would hope not. If you're going to copy somebody,
what do you think of the look of that third guy? I don't know if he's their manager or if he's a wrestler, because that wasn't really firmly laid out. But the guy who actually dragged the two bodies out.
Yes, he was the impressive one of the bunch of them, and obviously they've got more plans for him because he didn't get as much of this on him as he could have. But I don't know. I don't know what the fuck. And then Keith Lee, who I've seen in the ring on some highlights, and I'm looking forward to seeing him work next week against Donovan Dijak, or whatever his name is now, Dijakovic. But his talking was phony, even in a package. I don't know why they let that get by. I didn't believe a word he said.
What do you think, though, about, like, in a week where you have Jericho doing interviews that clearly aren't scripted on AEW TV? There is a big contrast, or even the Nick Aldis interview on the NWA show. There is a big contrast between guys just either doing bullet point interviews or just flat out doing a speech that was written for them, and guys hearing the room, feeling the room, saying what's on their mind, getting their points across. When you start seeing it, and we're seeing it a little more now than we have in a very long time, it makes it the other side stand out how bad it is.
Well, yeah, does anybody in NXT talk, really? The packages, okay. The only person I believed Adam Cole. Adam Cole was the star of the show on the microphone and one of the two best promos of the night, along with Chris Jericho.
Yeah.
Because even if he's saying shit they told him to say, he sounds like he's coming up with it. But everybody else is that deer in headlights look. One more other different thing. Who says they don't have squash matches anymore? Cameron Grimes and whoever Boa was.
Oh my God, I did not expect that to go the way it did.
Yeah. But I like Cameron Grimes' look. He's different. He's got the fucking gimmick. I said he reminded me of Outlaw Billy Black at one point. But the double stomp and the pin, boom, 1, 2, 3, that was great. And then he dives out and Killian Dane comes out and beats up the job guy too. I wasn't sure what happened there. But yeah, that was good because I remember that. Boom. He did the same thing a couple weeks ago. And this Damian Priest, I can't wait to see him because he's a grown man. I like his voice. He actually has a deep voice. He sounds ominous. He looks good. I want to see what's going on there. Roderick Strong and Isaiah Swerve Scott. This may have been a swerve on Roddy. Okay, Roddy, take him out there for 3 fucking segments. What the I mean, Swerve is green, but Roddy ran this, and he got all he could out of him, and it was too long. They go to a break. They come back and have match part 2. Swerve did some nice stuff on his comeback. Athletically, in ring, I'm talking about wrestling, not gymnastics, but athletically, NXT is ahead of AEW. You can tell the guys are in better shape. They've had better training. They have better basics. They, in their own way, they try to sell things, even if it's for a millisecond. So in the ring, athletically, and as far as wrestling goes, I mean, I don't think there's any comparison. You can still tell a lot of the guys from All Elite have just stepped off of indie shows. It shows. Roddy got what he could out of that one, and it was just too long, but he won it. There wasn't anything matter with it. And I wrote, thank fuck, Adam Cole in-ring promo. And he was just getting going, and Velveteen Dream interrupts, and I can't see a goddamn thing. And I said I kind of sort of got tickled by Velveteen Dream, but he just said nothing. I'm wanting, with all of that stage managed entrance and bullshit and lights and girls and props, I'm wanting his promos to be better than they're turning out to be.
Yeah, I didn't like this at all. I mean, shouldn't say that. I liked the reaction and everything from Adam Cole and them, but the whole idea of putting the pictures on the screen, to me, that's just stupid.
Well, also, and for the people who didn't see it, they put up a picture on a screen of Roderick Strong, with the belt over his dick, naked, supposedly laying on a couch. But if Dream cuts I wrote stagey, rehearsed promo and did a little dick joke with the picture where they removed the belt and put like a little tiny X, and that was supposed to have covered all of fucking the goods there. So that's the second segment they've been doing dick jokes after that fucking ridiculous Fandango, Breezango, Fandingo, whatever the fuck of entrance. They're doing more dick jokes. And then they come from comedy and dick joke to here comes Tommaso Ciampa, the biggest star apparently they probably got. The people want to see come back. He's been off 8 months with the injury or whatever. He looks great. He comes down. The Undisputed Era bails O'Reilly, Fish, Roddy, and Adam Cole, and they go to the ramp, and then Ciampa sits down in the chair that he's brought with him and says, "Daddy's home." Which, okay, that's probably, that right there is the best bit that I've seen on NXT for promo and personality. If you took Adam Cole's promo, and then if the blackout had happened and here came Ciampa. But with Dream in the middle of it, it got busy and it got silly and it got phony, and then it got kind of back real again at the end. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That really sums it up.
We just think too much alike. I should get a stupider co-host that doesn't understand what I'm saying so he'd disagree with me.
I often feel bad. Well, we disagree more than people probably realize. I mean, there are things I like that you clearly do not like, and there are things you like that I detest. But there's a lot we agree on, and usually we're on a similar wavelength.
Because we both get it.
Yeah, well, thank you.
It.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
They came back from the commercial. There's a female interviewer that did not say her name, as I recall, because it was during the commercial, so this was supposed to be unplanned. So instead of, she's like, okay, are we getting the shot? Ciampa's going to come soon. Is this microphone on? It was stagey. It was stagey. And they supposedly just snagged this interview with Ciampa, but then here comes this Mexican guy, because nobody identified him till after this whole thing was over with. And like, we're just supposed to know. And he exchanges words with Ciampa, and Ciampa knocks him out. It was stagey. It was stagey interviewer. It was stagey. Here comes Dakota Kai and Bianca Belair, another women's match. Dakota Kai is coming back from a torn ACL. So is apparently Tegan Knox. They've been doing packages on her. Do we sense a pattern here? Ciampa's been out 8 months. 2 girls with torn ACLs. If the girls are having surgery, that means everybody's doing too much. Good God. Anyway, Bianca Belair is peppy. Nothing wrong with this. They were serious, having a nice little match.
I like her. I think she has something. I think she's good.
But then they went through the break.
Well, that's not her fault.
And on the other side, it got complicated, and it got sloppy, and the crowd got silent, and then were polite claps. Then I wrote too long, and I wrote go home. And they did, I wrote a dozen, probably at least 6 or 7 false finishes, and then Bianca Belair hit 1, 1, 2, 3. And then she cuts a promo that was okay. What is EST?
I actually don't know, and I was curious because at the end I finally noticed it was in her hair too. It wasn't just...
It's all over.
Yeah.
She's got it on her back of her jacket. She's got it on the ass of her tights, got it in her hair, EST. And then she says it, I am EST or whatever. Well, somebody tell me what that is.
I have to say, Jim, and I know this is where you and I will disagree, the AEW show, even though there were things I didn't like, which gave me a chance to walk out of the room and do stuff or get distracted in emails, but the 2 hours kind of flew by for me. I could have watched more if there was more right after.
Oh, good God.
NXT at this point was dragging to me.
Well, I'll agree with you there. I didn't want to see any more of All Elite after that show right then. I didn't want to see the rest of NXT right here after this. Pete Dunne, package about Damian Priest. Nice package. Priest looks like he could kill Dunne and eat him. Here we go then, finally. They gave me something for my perspicacity, because it's the last thing I watched of these 2 shows. Kushida versus Walter. Once again, the entrance lighting is all so dark and everything, but finally, Walter, he's got boats for feet. He's instantly different. You can see it. Kushida's so small, but Walter made this make sense. Walter made this make sense. He controlled the pace. Like top guys, he kept attention on himself even when he was on defense. Like Lawler used to do on TV, even if he's working with a good worker underneath, like a Steve Regal or a Ricky Morton, when he was a heel, he would keep all the attention on himself even when he was doing shit for the guy, taking the guy's hip tosses and shit. It's an art. Walter does that. They go to the break, and for once, they don't have a picture-in-picture during the break. The one time I'd have watched it, see what Walter was doing.
I felt the same way. It was the only time. Every other time, yeah. It was like, you know what? I just can't get into it. I'm hearing the commercial. The fucking visual is so small. I can't get into it unless I'm sitting right in front of the TV. But this time I was like, I really want to see what's happening. And this is the one time they fucking go to a commercial.
So always broadcast Walter. Anyway, coming back, Kushida does a springboard, slips on the ropes and bobbles and doesn't land his thing. He dropped back down to his feet in the ring, and Walter just fucking shut him down with a big boot. Boom. Thanks for coming. Because that's what would happen if it was real. A guy makes a mistake. The other guy doesn't wait until he goddamn recovers. Walter's, his blows look like blows. He mauls guys with those big hands. He registers. He sells. He knows the difference. Some things he registers, some things he sells. He uses his size. He's got a great pace where he kicks it up, but then he slows it down. He makes the smaller guys fight from underneath. Then they went into some great wrestling and submission exchanges at the end. And again, The only problem I had with this, it started to get too long because Walter should be able to put this fucking guy away. He is money. Kushida will never be in the top 6 matches at WrestleMania. Not in this lifetime on this planet that we live on. Walter may very well be in one of the top 2 or 3. It shouldn't take him this long. And then Kushida gives Walter the flying fucking double wrist lock off the top rope. I'm like, what the fuck alternate universe are we in? And then Walter gives him a power bomb. Kushida kicks out, and the people start chanting, "This is awesome." No, it's not. It's money going down the drain because you're devaluing an attraction for the sake of having a good match with a wonderful, dedicated middle card talent that is never going to sell you fucking a ticket. He couldn't sell pussy on a troop train on pay-per-view. He's not going to sell you a fucking ticket. And then Walter hits him with the fucking lariat, flat, boom, 1, 2, 3. Beats him right after the "This is awesome." Right before the fucking flying wrist lock off the top, they had gone as long as they needed to go. And it should have been boom, 1, 2, 3. 1 tackle pancake. Thank you for playing, Kushida. Here's our star, Walter. You devalue. This is television. It's not even pay-per-view. It's not even the big show. Everybody is trying to have classic matches at the expense of getting anybody over. If everybody can carry Walter to fucking, regardless if they're 100 pounds lighter or not, whatever the fuck, I'm sure that Kushida's been featured on many fine programs. But he ain't in Walter's category. And every time that they take top guys like this, and it takes 20 minutes to beat middle card guys, they don't get the top guy over. They don't get the middle card guy over that much because there's a level to him anyway. You devalue your top guys. That's why sometimes on television, you just need to have a nice match and get somebody over and then talk about the stuff they want to see later that they might have to pay for. If you make that entertaining, people will watch it, a la NWA Power. Doesn't have to be huge names, but you can't just start television. That's another thing I liked about the NWA show is that there was no pressure because they built this Wednesday night war up to the point where everybody's got to go out there and goddamn take chainsaws to each other. And the world is watching. So they're actually the AEW is starting a television promotion from scratch. So without bothering to get their talent over first, they're just acting like they're all over and putting them all in angles and finishes and situations. The NWA show didn't have a microscope on it. Nobody knew what it was going to look like, but the one thing that they're doing is letting guys go out and talk and work and get over if they're able to. So that's my takeaway from all these fucking shows is, goddamn, let's have some more gaga with some interesting personalities and going out and fucking arguing with each other and getting pissed off at each other and tone the fucking matches down to save something we might pay for one day. That's when you can shove the fucking hand grenade up somebody's ass and pull the pin. I don't know. I like Walter. Walter's my favorite in-ring talent of the night. Cole and Jericho were the 2 best promos. They could have got Private Party over, but they didn't. And there was a lot of just in the gaga this week.
Which show was better?
I mean, All Elite was probably still better top to bottom just because it didn't numb me. To the guys just taking bumps and chops and kicks and strikes over and over and over and over. But the best match was on NXT, and the better talent, the better announcing the better trained talent, I should say, is on NXT. But it's drier than a nun's cunt with very few promos and just a lot of fucking bumps over and over again. All Elite had some ups and some downs and at least some angles that you could dig into a little bit, but also that, maybe that's Tony Khan now. No, it's not. It's AT&T. Not interested. There we go.
All right.
And that sums it up. I wasn't interested this week. Let's see what happens next week. Maybe we can get a contest going for the Kenny Olivier Jazz Hands Finger Pointing Count contest.
I'm legitimately looking forward to seeing him wrestle again, just to see. It was so ridiculous last time that I want to see it again so bad.
Maybe that's their plan.
Hey, I got to see
the more he points and prances and pimps and primps.
Hey, Orange Cassidy wrestled on that AEW Dark show, so I finally got to see him in the ring for the first time.
I'm sorry.
Have you seen an actual match of his?
No.
He does the pockets thing during the match.
Yeah, I know that. I've seen clips of that. Yeah, that's why I haven't seen a whole match. Because does he do anything else?
He climbed the top rope. All the guys are on the floor, like they're all waiting for the dive, and he climbs the top rope, and then he puts his hands in his pockets, and he jumps off the rope onto it. I mean, it's exactly what you think it would be, I guess.
What was it? Before we wrap up, was there anything there that we missed that we shouldn't have missed?
There was another women's match, and again, the women's division AEW hasn't really done it for me. Dr. Britt Baker hasn't really done it for me yet. No, I really don't think there was. Hell in a Cell review potentially on the Drive-Thru. I guess that's the other big news, and we're continuing this again next week.
Yes, we are. God, there's 5 Wednesdays in fucking October this time, isn't there?
You're not enjoying it at all?
Well, I don't know. I did more last week than I did this week. Let's see what they do next week. Give me more Walter.
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to say. Give me. There are 5 guys that you're excited on both shows to see each week. Like if you were going to flip back and forth, and they could put together each show together, the 2-hour show, and you can go from the guy you want to see to the guy you want to see to the guy you want to see. Are there a handful of guys that you're actually excited about seeing?
Give me some more Jericho and Cody, and I'm buying Guevara at this point. Let's see what the fuck the little fucking slappable faced prick can do.
He's good.
I want to see more Walter. I love Adam Cole and the whole group.
Yeah, they're a great group. They're the best group right now. They're a great faction. Great.
So there are people there. It's just there's a lot of mud around all of it. Anyway, should we talk about these 2 television programs? People wondered how long it would take me to get tired of this and want to go back to my regular Wednesday tape, Thursday air podcast schedule. And last night was the night. No, we're going to stick with it for the rest of the month. But I don't even want to go into as horribly critical detail as I usually do, because especially on one of these shows, I'll get bored. I'll get bored with it. But should we start as we usually do with All Elite? I watch that because there's the possibility of a train wreck because of so many amateur and highly untrained people involved. Well, should we start with that?
We've been starting with what you've watched first, and I'll say I've watched All Elite first each week live and DVR'd NXT, and this was the week during the episode where I said, you know what, I may switch that next week and DVR All Elite and watch NXT live.
Well, there you go.
And I've been pretty positive about their show, but this week changed it.
All right, from the top, All Elite Wrestling, ladies and gentlemen. If you're playing at home, for those of you keeping score, I'm just going to, a few of the things I jotted down, and we're going to talk about what happened. Visually, this is WCW television. Visually, this is WCW TV. And it's very professional. But the pyro looks same, stage looks same, entrances look same, different videos, but it's not. I see what they're going for with NXT. They're trying to do a young, hip, cutting edge looking underground show, and it comes off as dark. I don't mean dark in a dark humor type of way. I mean, I want some more fucking light so I can see dark. But this just looks like it's very professional and done very well, but it's no different to me visually than WCW TV from 20 years ago. The Lucha Brothers came out and attacked SCU and laid out Chris Daniels, and did that look like a stagey pro wrestling style, this is an angle type of beatdown instead of I get, well, they're going to take one team out of the tournament because the Lucha Brothers want to win the tournament, right? It's the same principle as when the Midnight Express attacked the Rock and Roll Express before their match with Tully and Arn, which led to Tully and Arn beating them for the tag team title in the spring of '87, correct? It didn't look so stagey when we jumped Ricky Morton and fucking injured his arm and left him fucking laying in the goddamn in the goddamn floor.
Well, you also weren't at the base of a stage.
Well, it might have looked stagey because it was on a stage. Yeah, because it was on stage instead of out in the fucking people or whatever the fuck. But anyway, they put Daniels on the backboard, and as soon as they did that, it killed it for me because anybody who's ever been put on a backboard by legitimate medical professionals knows that you can't do it in 60 seconds, which is what this took. They won't do it. They were trying to act like they were doing it the proper way, but no, you're laying there for a fucking while before you get on that board. So it was just hokey. If you're going to do something where somebody gets strapped to a backboard or carried out on a stretcher, stop the show down, allow the time for it, and do it legitimately. Why just fucking do it? And, of course, Scorpio Sky offered to substitute, which was great that he was in his fucking street clothes. That was fine. If they'd even just help Chris to the back, as to the backboard, it's fake. It's fakey for no reason.
You know what bothered me? I mean, tell me if I'm wrong, but we've seen SCU a bunch in the various shows we watched. This is the only time that all three of them didn't come out together, isn't it?
Yeah, as a matter of fact,
I mean, maybe I'm forgetting an occasion or two, but that was what immediately triggered me to something must be going on. The fact that it was only Daniels and Kazarian, and I was like, oh, where's Scorpio Sky? I expected something to happen right from that moment.
Well, now that you mentioned it, I've only seen him a couple times, but yeah, it seems like that. Anyway, so it's best friends against SCU, Sky, and Kazarian, and Daniels is hurt. And, of course, that fucking Chuck Taylor, hatchet-headed, club-footed, lurch-looking motherfucker is a black hole of fucking charisma. Not only does he have no charisma, but he sucks out the charisma of those around him. They just suddenly did a bunch of shit in this match. There was Chuck Taylor was biting Scorpio Sky's toes when he knocked his tennis shoes off. There was no tags. They were just doing four-way bullshit for a while. Then they started tagging so they could get heat on the babyface. Kazarian, why the fuck? Number one, the people cheer when best friends hug, but yet they look goofy. And in this case, they were heels because they started to get some heat on fucking Kazarian. But SCU knocks the towns that they are in, and I'm a fan of all three of those guys, but they knock the town they're in and insult the people, but yet they're cheered. Are they who the fuck is supposed to be baby faces and heels around here?
It's a post baby face and heel world, according to some AEW executives.
Well, it ain't. That's the only thing is, it ain't. But finally, Kazarian gets a hot tag to Sky, and Sky has great athleticism. But overall, this was a boiling fucking hot mess, except for Scorpio Sky. After Frankie Kazarian sold, then he jumped up and kicked ass. Then the best friends did the worst ever, what is it? The worst ever totally rotten, very, very bad day. The worst ever totally rotten, very, very bad, horrible, illegal blind tag. They did a back slap while not holding while the guy walked down the apron, so he wasn't either holding the rope or had his hand on the fucking buckle, and did a back slap blind tag. It just was a fucking mess. The best friends hug and the people pop, and they do a big double team on Kazarian for a 2 count, and then they do more indie shit on the apron and the floor to each other, and then SCU botched a double team finish, but they botched the finish, but still won with it. But the way that Scorpio Sky was obviously fucking distraught and showing that he was distraught over the fact that he did botch this because he didn't get with it in time, made it look like an angle that they're going to have a disagreement later on down the road, Would they really do a move badly that looks bad in order to then work a disagreement that they'll have down the road because Scorpio Sky is botching shit up? Could they go that far down an album cut road that would lead to nowhere? Or did he just botch it up and was obviously tore up about it?
It's all about deep cuts and cheap pops now, so maybe.
I don't know. Anyway, just rotten. Okay, here comes Ortiz and Santana against John Silver and Alex Reynolds. And Ortiz and Santana's entrance video is LAX Light. I like these guys, but it's just if they're not going to call themselves LAX, do some different shit. Silver was barely taller than the top rope, and it was a squash for LAX. And they're heels, and they're in the top heel group, but they're getting cheered like crazy. And they're doing nothing to get heat in the match because they're working like Rick Steiner in the Varsity Club. They're working goofy heel likable. So why are the heels not trying to get heat? Why do I not know who the heels are? There was a VTR where Jericho challenged the Bucks on Santana and Ortiz's behalf, and that was fine because he did it better than they would have. And then there was a package on Cody for his upcoming match with Jericho that was, imagine this, a package on Cody was done well, had work put into it, and everybody looked and was dressed professionally and took everything seriously. Why is it that happens? Is he the only smart one in the whole fucking organization?
Overall, it was a nice little package, but I didn't like the beginning. There's something so preposterous and phony about him sitting there and Brandy going off their busy itinerary and he's just daydreaming. There was something so corny about that. I hate that kind of shit.
I could have done without the Gilligan's Island zone out in my own.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
But still,
spending too much time with DDP. You don't have to film everything.
There's no silliness though.
Yeah,
everything's being treated as important. He's being treated as a star. Whether they're making an attempt to be believable. And then they come to, guess what? I've been wanting to see Dr. Britt Baker, right? Guess who she's wrestling? Riho. You know, Riho should be one of those fucking Swiss cough drops where they yodel. Like instead of Ricola, it should be Riho. Oh, Riho. This is just fucking preposterous. And I tried to watch it. I did watch it because I want to see Britt Baker, but Riho is so fucking green. Yes, she can do some gymnastics. She can't wrestle. She's fucking green. I think her basics suck. She has no body weight whatsoever to make this functional in any way to begin with. And there was Britt Baker trying to get something out of her and obviously having pitfalls along the way. The announcers started plugging the upcoming live events. That's when you know you're death. It was awkward. Poor Tony Schiavone needed a shot of adrenaline. And one of those things like they in fucking Pulp Fiction to wake the fucking chick up from the OD, you know, just fucking right in the chest because Schiavone was going to pass out. And then Britt Baker goes for her stretch and her mandible claw finish, and Riho rolls her up 1, 2, 3. I wrote rotten, exclamation point, shits, exclamation point, killed Britt Baker, exclamation point. Because Kenny Olivier has a Japanese schoolgirl anime fetish we've all got to suffer, including Britt Baker. She looked so awkward with the little girl because the little girl's awkward trying to wrestle. And Britt Baker, I don't believe, is a fucking gymnast. She's not Nadia Comaneci or Olga Corbett. So what, seriously, what'd you think?
I thought it was a nice finish, but
the compliment sandwich, this Dewey Griffin guy. I'll start out with a compliment.
But, you know, it was a clumsy match, and I don't know who to point the fingers at. I mean, look, Rio has had like 20 years experience, apparently, even though she's like 22 or whatever the fuck.
Well, but the thing is, she's had experience doing that fucking Japanese girls video game wrestling. I'm not saying she can't do the cannonballs and the backflips.
But here's the
That's
thing.
what Britt Baker can't do.
But here's the thing. Hear me out on this. Take Riho out of the picture. Pretend this exact match happened with Britt Baker versus anyone else. And I've seen a few Britt Baker matches right now. And I think Britt Baker has something. I mean, this is someone who could be a big star in female wrestling, easily. With that said, she's been wrestling for, what did they say, 2 years? And I think it shows. Do you think someone with that sort of potential, it does them a disservice to be on this sort of platform this early in their career? And again, I'm not trying to put her, I actually think there's something there, but I think there's been spots in each match where it just seems like she may not be ready for prime time.
Well, no, she ain't ready for prime time against Riho. She'd be ready for prime time just fine if she was in with a girl that was at her size or comparable, maybe even hopefully, since Britt's a babyface, bigger, and was a veteran in American wrestling. And I'm sorry, I don't give fuck you, blow me, suck my big fat fucking dick. If you're going to tell me that this girl has fucking 13 years of experience because she turned pro when she was fucking 9. Did I mention fuck you, blow me, suck my big fat white dick? I'm not going to say that someone has had 13 years of experience as a professional wrestler when they're 22 years old and 98 pounds. It should have been an American girl with 6 or 7 or 8 years of experience that knew her spot there, which would have been to get Britt Baker over. Instead of this fucking shit that we got from this goddamn, it's children's wrestling. Let's go ahead and leap ahead. The biggest thing, get this over with. This is what everybody wants to hear. Fucking tag team tournament match. Luchasaurus gets hurt, tears a hamstring or whatever. So what do they do in their tag team tournament match? To partner with fucking Jungle Boy against the Lucha Brothers, the supposedly hottest, biggest stars in Lucha Libre today, tag team, and a big name to all the independent wrestling fans. I've seen him in MLW. Who partners with Jungle Boy besides Luchasaurus? Marco fucking Stunt. Marco fucking Stunt. Now, I know I read on the internet afterwards that Luchasaurus hurt his hamstring. Excalibur's mush-mouth fucking delivery tried to tell us in this match, but I couldn't understand him because he sounded like a mark, calling wrestling in his friend's basement on VHS, which he's one generation removed from. And so let's see, what else could they have done? So people said, well, they had to get the match was advertised. They wanted to give the people as close to what was advertised. Here's what they could have done. Luchasaurus is hurt. Jungle Boy's a future fucking star. Instead of just burying him and killing him deader than 4 o'clock, let's let Jungle Boy wrestle one of the Lucha Brothers in a single match. Winner advances. Because since the Lucha Brothers were advancing, it wouldn't hurt Jungle Boy to do a job as a single, one of these veterans. He could get some sympathy. Let's say Jungle Boy's got to challenge both of them. He's got to wrestle both of them, like the old fucking tag team deal. And they beat him 2-on-1. Or let's say a fucking babyface, like that needs a nice, good, solid fucking showing and a win, like an Adam Page. Let's say that 2-on-1, the Lucha Brothers handicap match beat the fuck out of Jungle Boy, and he's selling, and the people are behind him, and finally out comes Adam Page to take the tag. And he gets the hot tag, and he cleans house, and he beats the fucking Lucha Brothers. But because they're heels, they complain to AEW and to whoever their fucking commissioner / matchmaker / running the fucking show is on the air, and they're going to have to figure that out. And AEW rules that the decision is invalid because Adam Page was not part of the fucking match. So the Lucha Brothers, as heels, advance even though they lost, and it doesn't make any difference on their record. Or or just postpone the goddamn match. But instead, in a tag team tournament, supposedly for your World Tag Team Championship, on national television, on a show on TNT that's only been on for 3 fucking weeks, you put Marco Stunt. Fuck the fact that you're going to get him hurt. I've been saying this, they're going to get this kid hurt. I don't care anymore. He's already been hurt. He hurt himself before. He's going to do it again. I'm not even worried about him now because he is as big a part of this fucking fiasco as the rest of these enablers and fuckwits. Fuck you, Marco Stunt. I might have wanted to be goddamn Ron Jeremy at one point, but I didn't have the equipment for it, so I watched the movies. I didn't participate in them. You fucking little dweeb, you twit shit, you fuckwad. You're an embarrassment. It's an embarrassment they put this small fucking child. That's all over Twitter. It's an embarrassment. It's people calling me on the phone right now. Hold on one second. Yes, I agree. It's embarrassing what they did on AEW. And as soon as I finish recording my podcast, I'll call you back and tell you more about it personally. But right now you're on the air, so bye. See? They're calling all over the place. They're talking about it. It was an embarrassment. They put Marco Stunt on television for the people that they're trying to get to watch their program. Yes, the defective-minded cosplay wrestling fans that see nothing wrong in this. Oh, well, at least he got beat. No shit. The 5-foot fucking 98-pound fucking computer game nerd got beat. Big fuck with the flousy hair and the fucking sunken chest and the sallow body and the fucking pale, fishy white physique. He was in a professional wrestling ring with other wrestlers. I'm astonished that not only did they kill all the credibility of their tag team championship, Stacy walked in the room and looked at the screen and laughed and said, "What is this guy, a midget?" and walked out. On Twitter, a bunch of people said we saw this and could take no more. The Lucha Brothers, I can't fucking believe that they did not refuse to be involved in this, and I hope that TNT does not air in Mexico. It's embarrassing. Whoever thought that this should fly should be shot. And I can tell you right now, they're supposed to be wanting to kick Vince McMahon's ass in this big wrestling war that they're already fucking losing with shit like this. I guarantee you that Kevin Dunn or Bruce Pritchard or somebody else high, way up high in Vince McMahon's colon turned that program on and pointed Vince's face to it and said, "Look what they've got on TV opposite our show." And they all started laughing. And they were right to. They were completely justified in making mockery of this horse shit. So fuck all y'all. Luchasaurus and Jungle Boy should have won the whole fucking thing. And I hope that Luchasaurus is not hurt badly. But that they have this fucking little fucking prick, this little uncircumcised, hatchet-headed goof with them, and he's pretending to be a professional wrestler, and you people are enabling it on your air, is going to cost you the fucking wrestling war. Not to mention a bunch of 1,000 fucking people watching who just scoff, laugh, and turn the channel because they're not part of your fucking bubble, you dimwits, you nitwits. And there's a picture-in-picture during the break of this match went a break. He had offense. The Lucha Brothers were selling for the small child. And it had picture-in-picture during a break so that people could tell that it wasn't safe yet to switch over from NXT. So anyway, it was a complete embarrassment to the business. They beat on Marco Stunt through the whole break and didn't beat him. Then he made his own comeback before giving Jungle Boy a rotten cold tag, which I would have fired him for to begin with, even if he wasn't a goddamn glorified fucking midget. And then he was doing dives and 450s 30 seconds later after they beat on him through the whole break and had beat on him some more before that. Then the Mexicans did a bunch of shit and they beat Marco Stunt. And it was a fucking embarrassment to the profession. And this is exactly what I knew was going to happen when all their buddies got jobs, because Tony Khan is a fucking mark and his father's rich and he got sold a bill of goods by a bunch of suckers that are high on themselves and live in this world where they think that the goofy shit they do gets over. This was the epitome of exactly what the fuck is going to happen to this fucking company. A 98-pound Japanese schoolgirl beat the most marketable American female that they probably have on their roster, followed by 100-pound fucking goof who looks like a pus-filled pocket pussy flinging around one of their top tag teams in their tag team title tournament. What did you think?
I had a big problem with the match, too. I said if they're going to do this, the Lucha Brothers need to destroy them right away. If not, what's the point? Why does every match have to go 20 minutes? Again, it goes back to that. At least on NXT, they have some squash matches. And I get it, this is part of the tournament, but it looks ridiculous. And I've heard people say, oh, well, casuals may like it. I can tell you, my kids saw it and they thought it was weird. They weren't really interested enough to stay in the room. And have you seen some of the arguments against your point of view on Twitter? The whole, you're against fun or you have a problem with smaller wrestlers getting a chance.
Oh, yeah, they compared this little fucking idiot to Rey Mysterio. That's like comparing the fucking guy that fucking delivers my Chinese food from Lou's Garden to Bruce Lee. The similarity ends there, you fucking morons. Rey Mysterio was a goddamn once-in-a-fucking-generation athlete who still looked physically, even though he was smaller, a whole lot better than this little fucking dweeb, who also grew up around wrestling and had the benefit of his family and the entire culture of Lucha Libre to educate him from a young age. And or then there's Marco Stunt. Fuck you fucking morons. That's why I block all these idiots. I don't want their stupid clogging up the Twitter for the cult members who actually have a cognitive brain function. But it's ridiculous. No, it's preposterous visually. It's an embarrassment. It's stupid. It's silly. And yes, their fans get a kick out of it. And they better hope they've got enough of them to keep them in business for the next 10 years because they ain't going to make any more with it. They're going to run all those people off because those people have what's called common fucking sense. Anyway, I'm mad. I'm going to get through the rest of this thing so I can get to the good stuff.
That whole commercial break, though, they're beating on him. All I'm thinking is, does anyone ever go for a pin? Does anyone ever try to win?
Well, no, because the Lucha Brothers were smart enough to do the old thing where it don't cover. Dick the Bruiser never covered anybody till it was the finish, right? And then he beat him. Because if they covered him, he'd have to kick out.
He kicked out of one of those big moves. I forget exactly which one. I couldn't believe it. I said, you got to be kidding me.
You can't save this. You can't justify this. You can't rationalize this. Marco Stunt is an embarrassment, and a lot of their company is going to be exposed as this because they're more concerned with getting their friends jobs from the billionaire Mark. I'm sorry, Tony, but, fuck. You let Marco Stunt on your television program, so we got absolutely nothing to talk about. I'm going to just have to tell the truth. They they've hoodwinked this billionaire Mark into getting all their friends fucking jobs, and now they're putting shit like that on television. And fuck you if you like it. That's what I've got to say. Here came Pac and John Moxley against fucking Adam Page and Kenny Olivier. I felt so sorry for Adam Page. Olivier jump-started it with awkward, phony brawling. They did a big four-way. There was 4 guys doing shit to each other. Page took a flip bump off the top rope onto the apron and then to the floor. I wish he wouldn't do that. He'll hurt himself before he hooks on with a legitimate promotion. Kenny Olivier, as I'm writing my notes, is green as fuck and looks awkward to work with. Page is smooth as silk. Moxley looks herky-jerky, but he really knows what he's doing. It's just his style. And Pac was buried in this. In a lot of cases, I thought he just was in there. They did simultaneous tags so Harpo can jump in and do jazz hands and make funny faces. By the way, the Twitters with the separated at birth pictures of Harpo Marx and Kenny Olivier are very much appreciated. Keep them coming.
The amount of people that tweeted last night counting his points, his jumps, his leaps, his faces, a lot of people are really now into this.
Well, yeah, it's like a drinking game, only you won't end up on the floor puking. You'll just puke after you see his match. Then let's see, where are we at in the match? Oh, everybody did dives. The baby faces hit Pac with about 8 things. Everybody did shit to each other. All 4 of them were in the ring with no tags whatsoever. Kenny Olivier making stupid faces. Kenny Olivier and John Moxley beat each other up, and Kenny Olivier made more stagey theatrical gestures. Then they each got their barbed wire broom and baseball bat, Moxley and Olivier. But then suddenly Pac, who's Olivier's partner, takes his barbed wire broom away. And so then Moxley DDTs Pac and leaves. And both the baby faces, I guess they were the baby faces, because you can't really tell here either, beat Pac. What? Why? What the fuck? I don't even know what the fuck went on there, and I could give a shit. What the fuck are they doing? And a barbed wire broom. Because everybody watching TNT knows that Kenny Olivier, when he was with New Japan Wrestling, 2 or 3 years ago, was known as the cleaner. Everybody that stumbled across this program on TNT would know that, and that's why he's got a broom wrapped in barbed wire. You fucking morons. Why do they let the fucking kids class sit at the fucking adults table? Why do they let Romper Room come in and do college fucking examination work? Why do they let these people run a wrestling company? What'd you think?
I thought it was all right. At this point, I was burned out. I was burned out by this point. Honestly, the SCU Best Friends match was easily the best thing either one of those guys, either one of those teams have done in AEW. And then everything after that, I lost interest more and more and more. That Lucha Brothers match, the fact that it went on for so long. If it had ended in 5 minutes, maybe they do one cute spot with the kid and then crush him, I would have said, all right. But it went on so long that after a point, it was so ridiculous, even I gave up on that. At this point, I was kind of checked out on the show. I just wanted to see the Jericho match already.
Well,
but for what it was a good match.
For what it was. Other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how did you enjoy the play? Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have more coming up after this break of Brian Last trying to pick a turd up by the clean end. All right. So the main event on this program is a Philadelphia street fight for the World Heavyweight title. Is this the first time the world title's been defended on television, right? For them.
I think so, yes.
In a street fight, because they're in Philadelphia, against Darby Allin. A garbage match with the champion just so an underneath guy can do his shit is what we're basically dealing with here. I realize they're trying to push Darby Allin. I realize he does have charisma and he does have special athleticism. And I realize that there is something there and something that can be translated to a bigger audience. And it ain't going to be done in 3 fucking weeks. And what they have done is, instead of taking this guy from the middle and letting him establish himself and what he is and what he's done, they've just assumed, like the God, and they're in the same position we were in Ring of Honor, when the old Ring of Honor fans were like, oh, don't let anybody else in on our secret club or change anything now that you're on real television. They're going to get that too. But instead of pushing Darby Allin with the obvious size discrepancy and problem and the fact that nobody on a mainstream basis has ever seen him before or heard his name, he has never been on television. Besides that, they should put him in the middle, give him wins, build him up, establish his gimmick, not in 3 or 6 weeks, but in 3 or 6 months. And slowly bring him up and let him get competitive, and then do things where he's competitive with Jericho, at which point in time where maybe Jericho has established this title as being important. But in fucking 3 weeks, you have put this match on the air to try to elevate a mid-card guy that nobody's ever heard of at the expense of your world champion, who is the only guy that most of the fans have heard of in your company. That's just right off the bat. I remember the last time that I took a guy who could do incredible athletic moves and looked like $1 million, but really couldn't cut a promo yet and didn't have any psychology yet, and nobody on a mainstream basis or anywhere in the United States had ever heard of him before, and I tried to push him as a top guy right off. It didn't work. Guy's name was Chris Jericho. It was 25 years ago. Lance Storm will tell you the same thing. They didn't know how to work to that audience, and they were green and they couldn't talk. But they were hugely potential talents. that gradually came into their own. This should be done with young Darby Allin, like I did with Chris Candido, who came in working the opening match program with Bobby Blaze, and in a year and a half was a main event tag team champion. Anyway, Jericho's being very professional trying to get this guy over. But his punches are awful, like a sixth grade schoolyard kid when he's hopping on doing the fucking fight. Jericho took over and slowed it down so that it could register and he could get some heat on Darby and get what he could out of him and control the pace. He did a very good job of that. And Darby Allin is definitely athletic. He did a wonderful job of being led. But then it started going too long and too much, back and forth. Chris Jericho at this point in this company's life needs to be stronger than this. If he's having this much trouble with a guy 60 pounds lighter than him that nobody's ever heard of, then what the fuck? Should Cody just go ahead and fucking squash him in 5 minutes? Jericho needs to be stronger than this. Then when they got to the part where Jericho duct taped the guy's wrists behind his back and got heat on him, that was great. And I could have even seen at that point they could have done a thing where Jericho beat him down and hit him with finishes and the guy kept kicking out, but he couldn't escape. And finally the referee stopped it and the guy's fucking foaming at the mouth and Jericho has gotten a fucking victory, but the guy never quit. Something like that. But instead, Darby Allin makes a comeback with his hands taped behind his back against the world champion Chris Jericho, and then not only does a dive through the ropes with the hands taped, but comes off the top with a fucking body block, too. A guy with no arms is beating up the world champion. And then Jericho powerbombs Darby Allin on his skateboard. But somehow, moments later, Darby Allin is fresh enough to go to the top rope where Jake Hager, not Sammy, but Jake, has to come out while Jericho distracts the referee and knocks Darby Allin off the top rope so Jericho can trap the walls of Jericho, which now means that apparently Jericho would need a machine gun to beat Cody or Moxley. He can't even beat an armless, handless, 160-pound skateboarder without interference. What the fuck did I just fucking see?
Seemingly no one could beat a smaller opponent in a quick period of time. This is the third match. I mean, if you count the Riho match, who's the world's women's champion, the Marco Stunt match, and the Darby Allin match, this is 3 matches with someone who seems abnormally small for the sport of wrestling, at least against a heavyweight. And that's AEW.
I don't even.
And I like Jericho. And, you know, I've been so critical about Jericho. For the first time, I'm really digging him in a long time and really into his stuff. And, you know, no promos. Not one. I mean, Jericho was on the screen and they had the Cody, you know, puff piece.
Yeah.
But no fucking promos. The first week, I was like, you know what? This is good. It's a mix of this, a mix of that. There was the Tony Schiavone promo by the backstage area. No promos. No personalities get over.
Who would you want to hear talk on this show? Best friends? Skip.
Well, let me give you an example. I still don't know why I should care about Adam Page, and it seemed like a lot of that audience felt the same way.
There you go.
Let me hear some promos. Let me hear why I should care.
So, after 3 weeks, it's not even a horse race. That was an embarrassing show, even though I like a few people involved. And then I watched NXT, which now, like you said, is going to be reversed from now on. Because after 3 weeks, NXT's show was not like AEW's, 20% as good as the first one. It was multiple times, in my opinion, better. Now look what you got over on the other channel. They started with a great recap of last week. The camera work, the editing, if they do voiceovers, their stuff, the WWE production umbrella, their stuff is unbeatable from a production standpoint. The recap video, a lot of the show is dark. I know they're going for a look, but I just like to see a little better. But the fucking open music, We're Not Your Kind. It had more energy. Mauro Ranallo has more energy. He makes this show. And immediately here comes Tommaso Ciampa. He's got a great fucking look. It's different. And plus, we've talked about, well, I'm amazed at him. What a fucking physical freak he is. And they talked about it. 4 major surgeries in 2 years. Knees, neck. He's come back from every single one and ahead of schedule. I told you before he came to Ring of Honor in 2011, he'd had a big time knee surgery and rehabbed and came back from that. And he's had other injuries. He's a fucking real life cyborg. And look at the state of him, as they say. Physically, he's ripped. He looks incredible. He's got the beard, the fucking facials. And, you know, as a matter of fact, one time in Ring of Honor, I've told you the time Tommaso told me and Delirious that our shit sucked.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, it was the Sinclair era, right? And we had done a day of pre-tapes on a Friday. And then we had done a big TV taping in Baltimore on Saturday, where we had been at the building since 11 o'clock that morning. We left at midnight. We drove straight to New York because we had an afternoon show at the Hammerstein Ballroom. So we literally had in 36 hours, we slept 2 hours when we got to New York and then had to go across the bridge and blah, blah, blah. We're at the Manhattan Center, Hammerstein. And I can't remember what, but it was Tommaso, some match he had. Delirious and I we were just burnt. Nobody had any sleep. We were sitting in the locker room. I was nodding off, which I never do at a show, right? But it was just, we'd passed the point. And we had come up, I think, with like 20-minute Broadway for him to do. And we gave it to him, and Tommaso's looking, and I said, oh, tell me what you think. He said, well, I think it fucking sucks. And I said, you know what? You're right. It does. I said, now, having said that, if I wasn't so fucking sleepy, I'd fire you for the fucking delivery of the goddamn sentiment. But what would you do? And he came up with something else, and it worked. And we said, okay, do that, right? So, but it just his delivery. What he said, it fucking sucked. Said, well, I'm too tired. But anyway, he wrestles Angel Garza. These guys, you can tell the NXT guys up and down, they're so highly trained. They work on basics. They work on their wrestling. They're so highly trained that a lot of them are too smooth. They look too practiced. That's almost that's a backhanded knock, I guess. But they're all in tremendous condition. You don't have any indie outlaw looking fucking physiques or bullshit. And in some cases, as we've said, we want people that are different, but they even give us some people that are different here in a minute. But Ciampa goes over with his DDT. I would have had him even more dominant than this, but he pretty much put Angel Garza away. It was meant to get Ciampa over. This was almost perfect. And then here comes the Undisputed Era to confront Ciampa, Cole and O'Reilly and Fish and fucking Roddy. And they give the announcers 40 years ago, this would have been a VHS tape. Right? You've seen the angle. Somebody was watching Mid-South Wrestling on this television program. They started out with a last week recap to get us into it. They give us the big star that's come back in a convincing win. They give us his heel opponents, giving a video to the announcers. What could this be about? I'm interested. We come back from the fucking break, and they show Undisputed Era's tape. Adam Cole is fantastic. He has passion in his face and voice when he talks. They had the Velveteen Dream laid out, which after the last couple of weeks, to me, is the best use of him. Roderick Strong was great, screaming in his face. He had bass in his voice. I tried to get that out of Roddy for years. He did a great fucking job. This wasn't cheesy. They had already beat the guy up. They had him laid out. They did convincing promos with game faces. You know, they started off the Battle of Wrestling shows with a good goddamn wrestling show. And already they've hooked me better than AEW did with whatever the fuck it was they were doing.
Undisputed Era are great. Fantastic. And little touch I liked was just Roddy coming out there with his shirt ripped and they never reference it. And
yes.
Until you see the brawl, you have no idea why. And I thought that was great because you're wondering, you're like, why is his shirt ripped and no one's saying anything? As opposed to them like, something's with his shirt. I wonder what happened. So I thought that was great. They're great. What a great faction. Fantastic.
Yeah, they're modern horsemen, if anybody get to be, except for the partying part. Then here was an issue. The next tag match, Oney Lorcan and Danny Burch against the Imperium team of Marcel Bartel and Fabian Aichner with Alexander Wolf. And they are the guys that are basically Walter's henchmen in Imperium. What the fuck is with these names? Why do they make up phony names that nobody else has, but that are also hard to remember and say?
I couldn't keep track of who was who. Eventually, I figured out which one was Lonely, or not Lonely, but
Lonely.
What's his name? Only.
Oni.
Excuse me, Oni. I figured out who he was.
Only the lonely.
Because he was the only one wearing white, and there were 3 bald guys in the match.
I swear to God. I wrote this down. Every guy except Lorcan has black trunks and black knee pads, and 3 guys are bald and all the same size. It was literally like watching one of those video games where just generic characters do moves back and forth to each other. They used to have a sign in the 80s and 90s at WWF TV. The sign that you would see right when you got to the gorilla position was no matching tights, which meant that you were not supposed to wear the same color as your opponent, because that was another of Vince's picadillos. If you're in an NBA arena and you're up in a cheap seats and you're watching wrestling and you see 2 little figures, if they're both wearing the same color, and back then everybody had blonde hair, now everybody's bald, there had to be difference. But 3 bald guys in black trunks and knee pads. No, 3 bald guys. One of them was Lorcan, who had the white trunks on, and then 3 guys were in black trunks and knee pads. I wrote this, that Lorcan did a half a dozen dives. I don't know what the fuck. Everybody did a bunch of shit. That Aichner did a great triple jump moonsault and got a 2 count. Then Imperium did a back slap tag, which more on that later. And then they won with a less impressive move than the moonsault seconds later. They announced Oney Lorcan and Danny Burch at a combined weight of 380 pounds. What the fuck? Say 401. It's lying 10 pounds on each guy, right? Nobody will notice. But instead of 2 guys weighing a total of 380 pounds, 401 at least sounds like they're grown adults. And especially the names on Imperium. I love that group. I love their music and entrance. Yeah. The backlit thing. The music is cool. Their faces. That fucking Bartel looks like a fucking picture you would see from the 30s of that Hitler Youth. And that expression, they're great, but nobody can pronounce those names or remember them and which one's which. Fuck.
You think we're going to get Imperium versus the Undisputed Era down the road?
Well, I would think you would almost have to do that, wouldn't you? Just because the clamor would be there. Anyway. They did a package on Johnny Gargano. Where is Bruce Pritchard now to say, well, he doesn't have any personality, like he did when I brought him Rhino or Chris Benoit or fucking on and on and on. Beat don't stop until the break of dawn. I've heard of people that are monotone. Johnny Gargano is also mono-face. He's certainly not two-faced, because if he was, he wouldn't be wearing the one he's got on now.
Oh, come on.
Blah. All right, here comes Io Shirai and Caden Carter. And I skipped it because I've seen enough Japanese schoolgirls wrestle. But then Io starts to do a promo in the ring. And she says about 8 or 10 words, and I have no fucking idea what they were. And then, thank God, Rhea Ripley interrupted. We liked her last week. She's got a good promo. She's got a good delivery. She's got facials. They need an interviewer. It's awkward for men, women, or anybody to just stand there and face each other and hand the microphone back and forth, even though she snatched it, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, she called her out. I know you couldn't hear what she was saying, but basically she was referencing in that interview that Bianca Belair and Rhea Ripley have both called out Shayna Baszler, and forget about them, it's me. And as soon as she said, Rhea, like 10 seconds later, she was out there.
Okay, well, the point is, besides they need an interviewer, Rhea Ripley basically tells her to fuck off, and she does. She backs up. She walks around the ring backing off from Rhea Ripley, and then she gets out of the ring. I thought Shirai was the baby face. The babyface just got punked out. I don't. What the fuck? I don't know.
I will say I liked the match. I thought match was all right, and I liked the post-match thing just because, unlike AEW, I'm really interested in where the NXT female division is going. And between Io, who I like, and Shayna, and Bianca Belair, who I also really like, all going, and Rhea Ripley, you know what? There's 4 top people for their division, and I'm into. So they're doing a good job.
Except when the babyface girl gets punked out and just walks off.
Yeah, I don't know why that.
Yeah, I don't know
the way she left, but I liked her until that point. I know you skipped over the match and you dismissed her. She's good. Don't compare her to Riho. I liked her.
All right. She's Io, not Riho. Anyway, Riho.
Don't confuse Riho with Io.
Io, not Io, but Riho. If I wonder, can we get it started where when she's wrestling on the next TNT program, a bunch of people in the stands are going, Riho, Ricola, Riho. Anyway, Cameron Grimes, VTR, I could watch him do that double foot stomp all day long. That's slicker than cum on a gold tooth. That's awesome. Goddamn phenomenal. I like him. And then an interview with William Regal. Imagine this, an authority figure who can make matches and announce rulings on the program. Velveteen Dream is hurt, obviously, and can't go next week, so Roddy will defend against the winner of Keith Lee and Donovan Dijakovic. I liked Dijak better. Usually they make people's names easier. They made this one harder.
Another tough European name to throw into the mix for no reason.
Do you know who Donovan Dijakovic reminds me of?
No. Oh, can I make one guess?
Go ahead. You ain't gonna get it.
It's a bit of a height difference. Nigel McGuinness.
Well, no, but actually, you know, appearance-wise, yes, I can see where you're going with that. But no, this fucking guy reminds me of a modern-day Killer Kowalski. Think about this. Kowalski started, he was 6'7" and 300 pounds with a bodybuilder physique, pre-steroids in the late 40s, early 50s. They called him Tarzan Kowalski. He looked like a fucking movie star. Full head of wavy hair, that tremendous chest spread, long arms and legs, and he was athletic and could do drop kicks and shit that a guy that size, like Don Leo Jonathan, a guy that size didn't look like they should do that. But Kowalski always had cardio, and his style was aggressive and moving forward. And when he got, 10 years into his career, late 50s, early 60s, he went through the deal where he became a vegetarian. He dropped the physique weight and instead trained for cardio, which is why he looked in his older years so lean and almost scrawny sometimes, but he was still 6'7", but now he's like 240. But they said he kept moving. On offense, he was always moving. On defense, he was always bumping, or you had to really work to fight this fucking guy, right? And Dijakovic reminds me of somebody that could look like that and work like that if he wasn't in with Keith Lee. Now, everybody's going, oh, well, you want people to be different, and I like Keith Lee. I'm not saying that. But they had led me to believe we were going to be blown away by the big man stuff, which there was some stuff there, yes. But Keith Lee can leapfrog. He can do the splash. He can do some amazing things. Here's what I think. I think Donovan Dijakovic is a more polished package at this point. He looks fantastic. I like his work. Keith Lee is very green. He needs facials. He needs more natural body language. He's too passive in between the moves. Well, he's carrying that much weight. It's amazing he can do what he's doing. This match went long enough that I think he was starting to blow. And it went
too long.
It went too long. There was, he after they went to a break again in the match, we came back, he did some nice comeback moves, and then it seemed like they lost the plot. And then there was a spot where it took forever for Dijakovic to try to superplex him, but then Keith knocked him off the buckles and then splashed the arm and then hit a big power bomb. And then from that point, Dijakovic has to sell the arm, which limited them even more. I understand he was not, Dijakovic was not experienced in selling the arm, so it looked stagey and it looked like the deal you do when okay, I'm selling this arm to call everyone's attention to the fact I can't use it. It limited him when he needed to have all of his faculties together to make the thing with Keith Lee exciting when Keith Lee was losing his fucking steam. Keith Lee did a great fucking that power vertical suplex where he tried to get him up once, twice, the third time, but never put him back down on the ground. That's crazy strength. And they followed that up with a really stupid spot where Keith Lee did a reverse Hurricane Rana, that poison Rana as they call it, and it's too dangerous for both guys, and it's awkward and it's stupid and shouldn't be done. But then after all of that, and it had gone on that long, I understand why they did this finish, because the finish actually got over. It was a cheap DQ, which you're supposed to have on free television from time to time, where Roddy has to fight the winner next week. So he gets Donovan Dijak disqualified by running in and whacking Keith Lee with the fucking belt. But then Regal, the authority figure, foils him and makes it a triple threat match. That's fine. And now I'm interested in next week. What the fuck's going to happen? They could have done what they did with Keith Lee and Dijakovic quicker instead of slowing it down that far and exposing, in my opinion, that Keith Lee is still green, and he makes faces on purpose. You're right. When he turns to the people and he yells, ah, then he forgets he's supposed to have a face, and he looks exactly the same as he's going to the next thing. Do you see what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I see that.
I wanted more menace from Keith Lee. He just looks aloof about everything. Like when he was taking the guy's hand and twisting his fucking hand, is like, I needed some more passion out of a big guy like that. But anyway, and the finish worked because, it leads to next week. What do you think?
I really liked it. I was really impressed with both guys. I know they said this was the fourth match in this series. It's the first one I've seen. It really is interesting how much bigger big guys look on NXT than on Raw. But these guys, the size stood out. The fact that he's 6'7", what's his name? Dijakovic or whatever his new name is.
Donovan.
The fact that he's so tall, I mean, you could tell more on NXT than you would have on Raw. And I was just happy to see a couple of good heavyweights having a good match. And look, the whole fucking show, we got competitive matches. And then in between them, we got a couple matches that, hate to use the word squash, but the EO match and the Tommaso Ciampa match were just about getting someone over, just about someone getting a win and getting over. This was a good show. It was after this show, I was like, you know what? There's another show I am excited about watching next week. AEW had me for a few weeks. I am looking forward to where NXT is going, especially with Adam Cole and his group.
Well, hold on. We got a couple more things, and I'll get to this quick. Because Matt Riddle against Bronson Reed.
Oh, I forgot that wasn't the end of the show. Forgive me.
No. Yeah. No, there's still more. My favorite thing is coming up. Matt Riddle and Bronson Reed. Matt Riddle I've liked before, but he looks ridiculous in that outfit. I don't understand what the fuck he's doing.
What do you mean? What do you mean he looks ridiculous in that outfit?
He's wearing the striped shorts, the striped shirt, the cap, the goof. I don't know what the fuck is that outfit.
I didn't know if you meant his trunks. I didn't know if you meant his trunks during a match or what he came out to the ring with.
No, everything that. Well, I mean, the striped trunks. It looks a little odd, but his skin tight shirt was striped, as was the cap he was wearing. I don't know what the fuck.
I think his gimmick is that he's like a big stoner, and he just does like big stoner things. And says big stoner things.
Well, anyway, this was 100 miles an hour. It should have been a squash for Matt Riddle. It came off stagey and blah. Bronson Reed's got potential, but he kicked out of shit he shouldn't have, and he got a 2 count. And then Matt Riddle amazingly gave the guy kind of a Styles clash. He was that big and he got him up, boom, but that it could have been quicker. And I'm going to skip this real quick because Tegan Knox against Tainara. Tainara looks like a model trying to wrestle. Tegan Knox won and was about to talk with Dakota Kai, but here comes Shayna Baszler and Marina Schaefer and Jessamine Duke, and Baszler has some personality on the microphone. I did not watch this match. I watched every word Shayna Baszler said, and it was great. There was a Finn Balor package that I didn't get. And then we got Killian Dane. He's their version of Trevor Murdoch, right? He's the badass on the program that looks like a big biker and just would kick your ass and has no muscles. And that was great. And Boa, his opponent, is the shits. And
remember last week he got squashed in like a second. We didn't even get to see much.
Yeah. Well, good. I didn't like that Boa got so many kicks in on Killian Dane here before Killian Dane killed him. But Dane, he did the cool low cross body where he just pancakes him and then he beat Boa up and his shit looks good. And finally 3 Vader bombs and boom, nice deal. But coming up, I'm trying to look at all of my notes here. I have to say, yep, I believe that will be the case. My favorite match of the night of both shows, Pete Dunne and Damian Priest. I love this. You tell me what you thought first, so people won't accuse you of agreeing with me.
I thought it was a good match. I really was. This is the first time I've seen Damian Priest. I was really impressed with him. I'm not as big on Pete Dunne as everyone else is, but it was really good. And it was the close of a good episode. Like I said, I was really into NXT, and, you know, I wish it would have been 90 minutes instead of 2 hours, but other than that, it was good. And I like
Well, see, here's the thing. Pete Dunne is good. But I liked him here because he did his job best of anybody of the night, which was to make Damian Priest look good and get over. And I mean, obviously Damian did it on his own too, but he besides the fact that Damian Priest looks like Lenny Kravitz if he fought in the UFC, right? What a great look he's got. He looks phenomenal. He's got a great name. He's got a great look physically. He's got a great voice. His voice actually sounds like a grown adult man. I haven't heard one of those in a long time. His attitude on his face and his body language, and he doesn't look like he's 23 years old. He looks like he's young, but he's indefinably older. He's more mature. Mauro Ranallo is fucking fantastic also. But Damian Priest, he sold Pete Dunne's finger stuff and the joint manipulation. Great. Well, not only with facials, but also with his body language. Everything in this match was different than both programs because Pete Dunne has the European style and still does some of his own things, and Damian Priest is different. They went to a break. I didn't even mind. When they came back, I wrote down Pete Dunne reminds me of Owen Hart. Some of the way he moves on some things and some of the things he does. I think that Damian Priest has every right and reason to be expected to be a top heel someday in this business. Pete Dunne is creative. Poor Mauro, now that I've put him over, I'll take some of it back. Way too much Archer of infamy. But even when Damian Priest did the dive, it meant something. It was different than everybody else's. He stepped up the ropes, he did a front flip, and he actually landed on the fucking guy. And it looked like he had a exit strategy because instead of just diving head first like an idiot, he flipped and landed to pancake the guy with a cannonball. So you might not actually hurt yourself doing that. Priest hit several finishes. I don't know if have done so many big things there. Well, once again with this guy, because this is a new television program. Yes, the NXT fans know who everybody is, but it's a new TV program. The only problem I have with NXT 2, like AEW, only NXT ain't as bad, is who are we pushing? We need to get one of them over. If both guys that I've never heard of are competitive with each other, then I don't know who the star is supposed to be. If the guy that I've never heard of is fighting a guy that I've heard of and he's competitive, then I know they're both stars, right? It's just, anyway, they have a big hockey fight. They go back and forth, but the beautiful referee distraction, ball kick, and into the fucking finish the timing was right. The referee didn't look awkward. It didn't look like it was see-through. It was done well. And that was perfect. I would love to Damian Priest to get over a little stronger in this. But otherwise than that, you know, they did a rest. Imagine that. Vince McMahon was the one in charge of technically of a wrestling show straight out of the Bill Watts playbook. And the wrestlers that were in charge of their show over on the other channel shit the bed and did a bunch of embarrassing bullshit outlaw mud show stuff. Who would have ever thought? All right. I didn't do what I said I was going to do last week. And you don't know this. We have not worked this out. We have not pre-planned this routine ahead of time. But I didn't do what I said I was going to do. I watched AEW again first. Are you offended by? Are you upset at me? Are we still friends?
You know, it's interesting. I didn't. I ended up doing NXT first, but I did it because I said I was going to. I felt like that pull of going into it, like I should do AEW first. I should do AEW first. They're more likely to do something at some point during this show that'll be like you want to see it live.
Yeah,
but I did NXT and I stuck with it, and I'm happy with that decision actually.
Well, and I don't want to give anything away, but the reason once they announced Kenny Olivier versus Jelly Janela, I said, all right, I just morbid curiosity, right, is going to get me. So, but this, you can say one thing for sure. These two shows were completely different. I think that's obvious.
Oh, yeah.
They're different in style and layout and meaning and etc. Let's tackle All Elite just because that's first one on my pad. And I'd hate to interrupt your order of things, especially since it's something that I agreed to. But nevertheless, they go right into, they're already in the ring. They go right into the intros into the match cold because they want to hook everybody, right? I get what they're doing. But once again, it's not like they opened with Chris Jericho versus Cody Rhodes. To hook people, this is a tag team private party that the vast majority of any mainstream viewing audience had not seen before, 3 weeks ago. And the Lucha Brothers ain't far ahead in terms of, if they're already could have preaching to the choir, that's fine. Because if you always do what you always did, then you always get what you always got, which I understand works both ways. But if they're going to just preach to the people who already know the words to the songs, then they ain't going to get a very big fucking crowd at the revival. Am I fucking getting this point across?
Yeah.
Nobody knew who these fucking people were on a mainstream basis on TNT television, and they're in the ring with no pomp and circumstance, and the announcer's saying it's a huge match, and it's for the tag team tournament, etc., blah, blah, blah. And immediately right off the bat, it's all athleticism. It's all big moves. It made no sense as a match or a contest. There were no tags. There were no rules. There was no set of heat on a baby face or no comeback by a baby face. There was no baby faces or heels because everybody was cheering both and nobody was really booing either. It was a lot of a lucha match, which by the nature of it, lucha does not make sense. But because lucha in Mexico, that's their style of wrestling. I can't criticize them for that, for their cultural heritage. But a lot of it, especially with people who, even the Lucha Brothers are premier proponents or exponents or practitioners of that. But it's unknown what the fuck is going on with these people to the general audience. And besides that, even lucha is the same thing you have watched lucha tapes from Mexico from the 70s and 80s, where they still made, even though they had some of the lucha things that makes it look wonky to Americans, they made more sense. They didn't do so much goofy stuff. You could understand and follow the rules of lucha then by watching, but now the same thing has happened to them as has happened to us here in America, and now a lot of the guys just do whatever the fuck that they can come up with that's a fancy move without any context or meaning or in front of the referee or behind the referee's back. It's just performance at this point. Did I say this correctly?
Yeah, I think so.
Mark Quinn is amazing. If I hate to say this, people's heads will explode. the best thing that could happen for that guy, because he's such a special athletic talent, is to go to NXT and get the high-level training that both physically and psychologically and from veterans, and that he would get there for a couple of years to slow down, make his shit mean something, uncork the big shit on the special occasions, adapt a personality, be able to talk. It's going to be a common theme. The NXT talent, whether they're good, bad, or indifferent, are all better trained and all better polished because it's intensive and they've been living it. Whereas the guys that have just come from the indies have all kinds of habits and they're all over the map with everything. But Mark Quinn, I think, can still be an amazing talent, but as we'll go through this just in a second, but basically it was a video game match. It was a video game match. These guys are not trained in, nor do they give a fuck about psychology or context or contest. They just do everything to everybody. Excalibur at one point was given, and he's still wearing the mask, by the way. Yeah, Francisco Franco is still dead, and day 342, Excalibur is still wearing a mask. It got the opportunity pitched to him to explain why the guys were just running in and out with no tags, and he could have said, well, lucha rules are that as well as tags, also if your partner leaves the ring, you can jump in, and that sometimes that's loosely interpreted, or make some kind of chicken salad out of this shit. And he fumfered that all to fucking hell. At one point, Private Party did after one of them, I can't remember which partner, had got beat up for a second. It did the single coldest, most blasé hot tag to his partner, just rolled to him and just reached his hand out and tagged I've ever seen in a tag match. And then it was just off to the races again with guys diving everywhere. And opponents at one point in a few of these moves were cooperating with their opponent to do a move where the opponent would then do something with his partner. I don't fucking know, right?
There were too many spots in this match where it was clear cooperation, I thought.
A clear cooperation, but you're expecting guys, especially where Private Party's concerned, to do, they're just out of playing fucking playground basketball and they're expected to be playing at NBA level because now they're on TNT and the greenness is showing with these indie guys. And they need to dial this whole fucking thing back. If that's what they're going for, they're going to go for a very limited audience, which is basically all the fucking people that know the words to the fucking hymns. Because your average fucking guy working at a gas station somewhere in Cleveland was not going to watch this fucking shit because it was just ridiculous. So anyway, here's my problem. Once again, Mark Quinn does have an incredible shooting star press. Highest one I've ever seen. Gets a 2 count. Second time he's got a 2 count with that in 3 weeks. Then Private Party hit their Hurricane Rana into the RKO perfectly again for the second time in 3 weeks. It was not the finish because they did it to the wrong guy, the illegal guy, right? That's when they decided for the first time in the fucking match that the referee was going to, at this point, even remember who the fucking legal opponent was, right?
Yeah, really.
But what they wanted to get their move in. So they came up with, we'll just hit the illegal guy so you can't cover him. So what they've done is they've just, in 3 weeks, they've done their 450 and their fucking double team move twice each. And none of those times has it been the finish. So they've killed those fucking moves. Because now who wants to get beat by them? They haven't beat anybody else so far. You don't hit a goddamn move like that for the first 3 or 6 months that you're a fucking team. Unless it's going to be the fucking finish, especially if you're baby faces. If you're heels, you can get away with missing them a little bit sooner. But you got to establish them first, or elsewise it's just gaga. And that's prettier gaga than anybody on their roster is going to be able to do as a tag team finish. So they're just, I don't know what the fuck. And then The Lucha Brothers hit a package fucking pile driver, double stomp, whatever the fuck, and beat Mark Quinn. That's the goddamn star, American star waiting to happen. I know the Lucha Brothers are big in Mexico and they work here in MLW, et cetera, et cetera. Maybe not for long. Who knows? They're here.
AEW.
Okay, AEW. Wherever the fuck. Mark Quinn's going to be, if any of these four guys is going to be a big star in the United States of America over the next 10 years, is going to be Mark Quinn. And they're beating him and letting him do all his best shit and gets him nowhere. Once again, incredible athletics and gymnastics. It's completely lost the plot for pro wrestling. This was a fucking video game. I was worn out watching it afterwards. What'd you think?
Well, again, I watched NXT first. So that probably made it a little more stark going into that.
Yeah.
There, without spoiling the NXT review, there was a part of NXT at some point where it felt like, oh, this is so long. And that's just the nature of a show that goes more than 90 minutes for the most part on wrestling. By the end of it, I was back into it. I was like, oh, this is great. I wish it kept going. And I was in a good place after that. Took like a half-hour break. And then I went to the DVR and watched AEW, and I watched this match. And I feel like an old man. I'm going to be 40 soon. I guess I should just fully embrace it. It felt like it was just so much. It was just too much. It was too much, just nonstop. Everyone kicks out of everything. I said it last time too, the fucking 450. I remember when Too Cold Scorpio debuted as the surprise partner for Ron Simmons as the Clash of the Champions. No one knew who the fuck he was. And all of a sudden he hit that move and it blew everyone's mind. I never thought people were just going to kick out of that. It's just going to be a move in the middle of it.
Yeah, in the middle of the match somewhere. Yeah.
And it goes, and just everything, it's just a general complaint with AEW. Every match, if it doesn't go forever, it feels like it goes forever, and it goes on and on and on. And then I feel like the one thing that would be really effective are the promos, and the one they finally did was really effective, but it had different people, but we'll talk about that later. But it just felt like too much, just nonstop. People like that, though. What do I know? I'm just a 30-year wrestling fan who has, traveled and spent money and
just a young man. Gosh, it's only been 47 for me. But anyway, next match of SCU, Daniels got dropped on his head, as you will recall, and they updated us on that. So it's Kazarian and Scorpio Sky in the tag tournament against the Dark Order, and they play that Dark Order video. They are desperately trying to get these fucking guys over. And do they have pictures of someone with a goat?
Well, that's the interesting thing. Like, you and I are, especially you, shitting on the Dark Order, but typically with AEW, the things you don't like, their fans just embrace. Even their fans aren't embracing the Dark Order.
No, they don't get, because it's goofy and it's sloppy and it's outlaw and it's just the entrance with the creepers just ain't getting over. The fat guy in the mask is embarrassing. And once again, they used to be the Super Smash Brothers. They were dressed up, and I didn't even know there was a video game called the Super Smash Brothers until after I'd seen the tag team. But they dressed up both of them in masks and full body outfits, and they called themselves after these two characters in a video game. And in Ring of Honor 9 years ago, Kevin Steen used to try to push them to me. And they used to get booked to do jobs on HDNet television. And the first time I looked at it, I saw the fat guy without his mask. I thought it was the guy working at the fucking concession stand and had wandered into the locker room. So I know why he's wearing a mask, but he needs to wear a fucking hefty bag to cover up the whole fucking body, a full body condom or something. Anyway, I had these fucking lunatics on the internet while we were trying to build Ring of Honor as a major wrestling company. Well, we had teams like Chris Hero and Claudio Castagnoli, the Kings of Wrestling, and Charlie Haas and Shelton Benjamin, and Mark and Jay Briscoe, and Davey Richards and Eddie Edwards. And the internet fans were actually, the Super Smash Brothers are the best tag team in wrestling. No, it was fucking goofy. And they did a bunch of flips, and they were outlaw. They were indie. They were indie-minded. And here we are 9 years later, and their indie friends get some fucking pull. And this has been foisted off on national television. Frankie Kazarian and Scorpio Sky are 2 levels above not only their opponents here, but anybody on the program so far in terms of look, poise, experience, work, confidence, attitude. They made Grayson look good. The fat guy is just too outlaw to just take, and it's not even a Dusty Rhodes will overlook the physique because of the promo. It's fucking outlaw. And if Dark Order was a job team and this was a 6-minute squash, it would have been fine. Otherwise, this was malfeasance of national television time. But at least I could tell who the babyface knew the heels were. It's just that the heels fucking sucked. And they started getting heat on Scorpio Sky and went through a fucking break and expected this thing to keep the audience through a commercial break. Anyway, they might as well burn some fucking money if they're trying to foist them off. Let me turn my page here. When they went to the break and came back, that's when Inner Circle walked in and tore the house down. And people were like, "My God, somebody just hit me in the head because I see some stars." And to kill the whole fucking match dead what there was of it. Scorpio Sky made a cold tag to Frankie Kazarian, who made a great comeback, and then it kept going forever again. And they buried Ref Aubrey. And SCU made a backslap blind tag. God damn it. Do the right people not listen to this program? And then somehow Dark Order broke out of SCU's cool double dragon sleepers. They did a bunch of false finishes. I don't know what the fuck was going on. And finally, SCU won about 6 or 8 minutes too late. Hello?
Yeah, I mean, there's not really much to add to that. Dark Order sucks. SCU looks like I hate to use the term main roster tag team. They have a great look. And I'm thoroughly unimpressed with the AEW tag team division. That was supposed to be one of the big jewels of AEW, this international tag team division personally curated by the Young Bucks. And
okay. Here, riddle me this, Batman. Are we starting to see what the biggest problem is going to be here? Is that the All Elite Wrestling roster is a lot fucking thinner than we thought it was. Because when you look at who we've seen on their television shows so far, a lot of people have repeated. Several people have been on multiple weeks. If you had some better guys in reserve than this, wouldn't you be using them by now? That's the problem is their opposition has unlimited talent reserves because they can move anybody around they want to if it gets in any way ugly. And I'm not seeing a lot because they concentrated, as I mentioned. Instead of going out and recruiting the absolute best talent that's waiting to be stars, they recruited their best play friends that they like to play with. And this is going to bite them in the ass. And you know, 10 years ago, once again, look at the 2009 through 2011 Ring of Honor roster. For in-ring performance and serious credibility as athletes, we didn't have Chris Jericho, and we didn't have Cody Rhodes. We didn't have John Moxley as far as name value. But look once again at the guys that I mentioned, the tag teams I just mentioned, plus fucking guys like Jay Lethal and Kyle O'Reilly and Adam Cole and Bob. Oh, I forgot all of Undisputed Era on the opposition program we had in Ring of Honor. But some of the best, actually the best of the rest at that point that was not signed with TNA or the WWE was with Ring of Honor, and still it was challenging, and still, you know, his timing was not too good, and Sinclair didn't want to spend this much money. But Ring of Honor at that point had a better roster than All Elite Wrestling has now. So anyway, we're starting to see that. And I don't know why that they will not let these matches end when they should end.
You know, the other day I got a collection of All South wrestling programs from 73 and 74 in Atlanta. And I actually had that thought that if they don't do things right, or if they don't have access to the right people, this could be a similar situation where you look at some of those cards like, man, these are great. And then you look a year later, it's the same guys on the cards.
Yeah, either that or some of them had filtered away and not been replaced by people of the same stature.
Right. And it's just, if you don't have access to the guys, what do you do? And I have thought about how short their roster does seem at times.
And here's something else, ladies and gentlemen, that perhaps maybe it's just because there's no pride left in the wrestling business and people will do anything for money. But in a previous era, guys would have been looking, go, wait a minute. I don't know if I want to go to work for them because I'm certainly not wanting to take bumps for 100-pound fucking school child. Or, you know, do something foolish or whatever the fuck. This was supposed to be wrestling run by the wrestlers, but now we find out it has to be the right wrestlers. Because the ones that they got are fucking nuts.
Yeah, I only want the Revival to go there if Scott Dawson's going to be the one laying out the match.
There you go.
Because otherwise, you know, I don't want to see this.
Well, speaking of which, let's go ahead and get to the reason why I watched this thing live. Up comes Jelly Janela and Kenny Olivier. And I heard they had the garbage match with all the implements and the thumbtacks and all that stuff. So I was hoping they'd do that again so that I could really knock it. But they didn't. So I can only really knock them as individuals. Here's the thing. They didn't do anything. There was no invisible men. There was nothing obviously phony or silly. They did what they were doing in a serious fashion. And I get what Omega is trying to do, or whatever whoever's booking this is trying to do, or whatever. They're trying to get Janela over as on Omega's level. Would you concur with that?
I don't know about on Omega's level, but
well, you know, getting over so he can elevate him and raise him out. Here's the problem. The problem is Joey Janela, Jelly Janela, pus-filled pocket pussy, the glob of preserve that falls off the biscuit and lands on your carpet. Gets all mixed up with the dog hairs. From the time he comes down the ramp, he looks like shit. This little goof trying to look like a badass on his entrance. It gets heat. If he was a pure heel, he's not trying to be a heel. He's not working like a heel. If he would do that entrance as a little fucking piece of shit heel that was trying to get some heat, it might work. But I think he's serious. And that's what disturbs me.
You know who he reminds me a little bit of? Imagine Jimmy Jam Garvin off the steroids.
No.
The glasses and the look.
Hey, I saw Jimmy Garvin when he was 18 years old in like 1973, and he was still a lot more physically impressive. But anyway, from the time you see him, it's just, come on. Then I'm trying to look at this as just two guys having a match. So here comes Omega with the jazz hands. You know, if this was a Ric Flair, instead of limousine flying, jet riding, whatever the fuck, he'd be a jazz hands having, finger pointing, goofy face making, prissy prancing, ballet dancing, Harpo Marx look. You know, I apologize for saying that Kenny Olivier looks like Harpo Marx, or reminds me of Harpo Marx, because I saw the Marx Brothers movies on TCM the other day, and Harpo Marx was talented. Yeah. But here's the thing. Janela's a child with no physique, and Omega distracts me with his he's a stagey show wrestler. He's just, I don't know. And they did some decent rolling around to start, but by a couple minutes in, here comes Olivier with a dive to the floor, and his movements are stagey and overdone. And Janela, to me, was trying to work like Omega and probably succeeding. So it were just, but here was my whole problem with the match. And they didn't do anything offensive or anything bad, anything stupid, just a lot of stuff. But if Kenny Omega is their top guy and it takes him this long, another 2 segments, and it's this hard to beat what everybody looks at as an obvious schlub, regardless how they're going to push him, this guy can't get over in any kind of mainstream way. visually, psychologically, it diminishes. If he was going to make him look good like Ric Flair made George South look good and then beat him fairly convincingly after giving him some offense in about 6 minutes, I wouldn't have seen anything wrong with doing that. And nothing they did was necessarily wrong. It just did too much of it. Because, I mean, you can't be fucking mental enough to think that people are going to view Jelly Janela as a top guy. I'm sorry. And Olivier's knee into his fucking finish thing did look very nice. I'll compliment him.
It was clearly Janela trying to display more wrestling than I've ever seen him display. At least, I haven't seen any of his independent.
Well, yeah, and the announcers were, telling the story. He doesn't want to be known as a hardcore guy. He wants to be known as a wrestler. Well, get a goddamn job at Walmart and be known as a fucking baggage cart collector, because that's what appearance-wise you're suited for, young man. Okay. And I wrote this down. Well, I mean, what was there anything? Did you have any thoughts on any of this that I don't know?
No, it was what it was. Like I said, it was fine for what it was. Every match goes on for a very long time. And it's Janela tried to show some wrestling, and what was next, Jim?
1 hour into the program, and it's our first interview, our first promo, and Tony Schiavone's in the ring with Cody Rhodes, or Cody. And the Inner Circle are doing the air horn thing, and they've already been up there eating the popcorn and everything. I think Jericho's thinking back to an old Smoky Mountain television show where the Stud Stable were down ringside throwing popcorn at the fucking rock and roll and blah, 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 perhaps. Anyway, I don't know how they got the PA mic in the VIP box. That was a little, I know they had tickets and everything, but you don't get a PA microphone to be part of the show just because you get the VIP box. That was a little fucking loose thread there. But Cody got the people up big time. He was milking it. Jericho's promo was fucking classic. The whole daring the fucking babyface to come up and do something about it. Cody's milking it. Then here comes Dustin. Then here comes MJF, and I don't know where this is going, but if MJF said it, I'm going to love it. Jericho, who's going to be afraid of a guy wearing a scarf. Here comes DDP. They got the legends in. They're whipping these people. They're giving these people a fucking hand job, 10,000 of them all at the same time or whatever. I'm sorry, they're not doing that anymore. 5,000 of them all at the same time. This was fucking great. And then finally, when they go up there to that box and they did the fucking wrap his hand in the scarf and punch the door thing, I'm like, this is fucking great. And here we go. And it's Tupelo with a budget all over again for a second. That's wrestling. A big brawl in the arena concourse, promos back and forth. This, I wrote in capital letters, this is the best thing ever on AEW television. And once again, Jericho and or Cody and or Jericho involved always in the best thing on the show. Have you noticed this?
Yeah, no, I had the same thought. Best thing AEW has had on their television or on any of their shows by a long shot. I did like too when Cody was, Jericho's yelling at him from up there. We're used to seeing one guy on the stage and one guy in the ring and they just yell at each other. And he said, we're not on the other show. I can come up there.
Yeah.
And that got a nice little pop. And then they go up there and they let it go through the commercial too. And Jericho's there. He's got his ticket. There were fans were all around. Security kept diving in. There were guys just all over the place. It was great.
Oh, and by the way, the invisible wall, somebody on Twitter said, what is that, a phrase they use? And the first time I heard that, you know who said that to me?
No. Bill
Watts. 1984, one of the first things I learned when I got in the Mid-South locker room, I later learned that he would say it often, was that, goddamn it, he was so used to, or he's so incensed by the wrestling shows where as soon as the baby faces made the save and the heels hopped out, when they were on the floor, suddenly they stopped and it was like they're an invisible wall. He'd say, it's like an invisible wall comes up. You can't go through. If you fucking stop, he wanted the goddamn baby faces to jump out and beat the fuck out of you, right? So it was a goddamn chase scene to get away from these motherfuckers making saves in Mid-South wrestling because it looked more real that way. if you couldn't expect them to fucking hold up. If you didn't get out of the way, your ass was fucking toast. And it made for a little more panic in those situations. But yeah, the invisible wall. I popped when I heard that.
Like you said, again, another segment with Cody and or Jericho being the best thing on the show. I've been critical of Jericho for a few years. I've loved everything I've seen with him in AEW so far, at least since the TV started. Let me specify that because he's been able to show more of his character. But this is the problem. I love this segment. I thought the segment was fucking great. There wasn't a single other promo, at least nothing that's popping into my head as I think about it, which tells you part of the story. Not another promo on the show. Not another Tony Schiavone with the microphone talking to a guy and let's see the crowd react. And I think that's what you need.
Hold on here. Let's just go back. We heard Private Party in a package. I don't think we want to hear them on a live microphone. The Lucha Brothers are limited with their English. SCU has been doing the catchphrase bullshit. I'm sure they can do better, but they've not been letting them. And do you want to hear Janela or Omega talk?
No, but you got Moxley on the roster. Moxley could do really good promos.
Okay, well, I'm just saying. So far, once again we're talking about a thin roster, and of the roster, they haven't loaded up on great promos either.
But where was Hangman Adam Page tonight or last night?
That's a good question.
There's a place
I have no idea.
Have him do a promo if he's not going to win.
There you go. So we can hear what these guys fucking sound like, because that was once again, that's why I said an hour in and first promo, but at least it was great.
Can I ask you a question, just based on your knowledge of various characters involved here? You know, Cody left the WWE and connected right away with the Young Bucks, you know, and they rode that wave. I mean, it was already kind of happening with the Bucks and Omega. Cody jumped in, rode that wave a little bit, and then certainly helped elevate things, and probably is the single guy responsible more than the others for getting it past a certain point and where it is now. They all worked together. It was all one unit. They were all a team, you know, doing all in together and all these things. At what point are they going to have a problem where I'm trying to book really serious shit on this show and the show's schizophrenic because you're booking all this other stuff in your tag team division or whatever it may be? Because you could definitely see the clear divide in what is, I'm not, you know.
Do you think they're actually letting individual guys book into, like somebody's booking the tag team division and somebody's booking the individual? Because that's just insane to begin with. There needs to be somebody in charge of everything, and then everybody else gives them ideas.
And the female division, obviously.
Well, everything. Omega. Somebody needs to be in. Well, fuck. All right. Anyway. Next match, guess what? It's a tag team match. The Young Bucks versus the Best Friends. So we got a bunch of chucks and fucks in the ring. This is where once again talent depth was an issue, because we've seen the Best Friends a bunch. But now here came whether you like Orange Cassidy or not. I'm not even going to talk about how stupid this whole thing is. I'm going to ask everybody a question. Here come the Young Bucks and the Best Friends for a tag team tournament match, right?
No.
What? No,
it's not in the tournament. Both.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's not. It's that's right. It's not a tournament. It's a tag team match. It's not a tournament match. But here come my question. I'm going to ask is, here come the Young Bucks and the Best Friends for a tag team match. Here is their friend Orange Cassidy with the Best Friends in the ring. Well, there's Orange Cassidy. On any other television program, when you don't know who somebody is, do they act like you do? And just say, well, here's Orange Cassidy. Why does this fucking idiot, why is he dressed that way? Why does he stick his hands in his pockets? Why does he act like he doesn't know what fuck's going on or give a shit? Why did he jump up onto the top rope and jump off with his hands in his pockets, nearly killing himself and the opponents probably in the process, in front of the referee, and was allowed to do so? Who is this fucking guy? Not just a person that I dislike because he's an embarrassing piece of shit, but for the average person sitting at home, why do you think, All Elite Wrestling, that anybody knows who this fucking clown is or why he's acting that way? I don't even know why he acts that way, just other than to be a phony wrestler. And when he play kicked the Young Bucks in the shins and then they super kicked him, well, why? Why would you play kick? They explain nothing. Nothing about this guy makes any fucking sense except to be just a phony parody of a wrestler. And they just act like everybody knows. The match was the same old shit. Same match they always have. Same match everybody has. They did a bunch of big moves back and forth with no tags. It made no sense. There were no baby faces. There were no heels. They went through a break. They came back and did more nonsense back and forth. Chuck Taylor especially looks so fucking outlaw. More big moves. It's a complete mess by now. And then the Bucks won. And then the Bucks accept Santana and Ortiz's challenge in 5 words. And that was it. Or challenge, challenge or dare or whatever the fuck.
When did they make that challenge?
I don't know. Maybe last week, I guess it was, or whatever. But they say 5 fucking words. Everybody's scared to talk. They just go out and act, goofy, but they're scared to talk themselves over because they can't. Then they go to a Britt Baker package. Did you like the Young Bucks and Best Friends, by the way?
You almost got away from me there.
Almost got away from you.
I'm not a big fan of that style. I've said Nick Jackson's very, very talented. Clearly, the Mongoloid Johnny Mundo one I haven't figured out yet if I really like him much. But, this is where you and I are going to disagree. I thought Orange Cassidy was the best part of the whole match. And
what?
I hate to disparage someone I love so much like Harpo Marx, but I'm going to compare him to Harpo Marx in this sense. I'm not into this big move, and Chuck Taylor sucks. I'm not into that kind of match. So I like, you watch a Marx Brothers movie and Groucho's got his stuff going on, usually torturing Margaret Dumont or something. And then eventually he runs into Chico, and you get a scene with Groucho and Chico, maybe a couple scenes, establishing this weird relationship, this weird friendship. And then in the middle of those scenes, Harpo will randomly just show up, do something crazy, and leave. That was Orange Cassidy in this match. There's just shit happening all over the place, and then randomly, he's on the top rope, and he jumps on everyone else. He just pops up out of nowhere in the middle of the match. He ended up being my favorite part of the entire match. I have to be honest. It doesn't make any sense, but it was ridiculous. I liked it because it was so ridiculous. That's all I have to say about
that. Anyway, so they go then to Britt Baker, who is obviously the most marketable female wrestler that they have on the roster. And they show a nice package on her and everything. And then here comes the match, and it's Jamie Hayter from the UK versus Dr. Britt Baker, who we understand is a doctor of dentistry. And within a couple minutes, they're on the floor. They're fighting on the floor. It's a fucking girls' match. And it should have been a match to get their top girl over. Once again, it's not a main event match. It's not a grudge match. It's not a no rules match. It's a girls' match. Why are they fighting on the floor? For fuck's sake. Well, after I saw some of the stuff in the ring, maybe I understand. But as it used to be when someone was in charge of these things and knew how to structure shows, if you were on the undercard, or if you had a cold match, or unless you were somebody like Abdullah the Butcher, Wild Bull Curry, or the Sheik, and that was your gimmick, you were discouraged or forbidden from going to the floor just because now everybody's doing that too. Then they went through the break. By the time they came back from the break and Britt Baker's getting the shit kicked out of her, I'm screaming, who are they pushing? I used to do that all in Ring of Honor. I'd be in the TV truck. I'd turn around and yell at Delirious. I'd have a 6 or 7 minute TV match with entrances for a top heel to get a win. And I'd lay it out and say, okay, heel, shine your baby face up with a couple of spots and then cut him off, get some fucking heat. Slip on a banana peel, crash and burn, let him make a comeback. 1 false finish, maybe 2 if they're feeling it, and then fucking cut him off, hit your finish, boom, 1, 2, 3. A couple of spots to shine the baby face is like 1 tackle, drop down, hip toss, drop kick, arm drag. Oh, golly. Fucking heel backs him up to the ropes, cuts him off with a knee in the stomach, shoots him off, goes for the clothesline. Duck that, come off with a crossbody. Drop, keep rolling. Drop kick, arm drag. He's back in the arm drag. Oh, shit. Now cut him off. Instead, they would go through, especially if somebody they liked, they were working with. Grizzly Redwood at 140 pounds or whatever. The babyface would do so much to kick the shit out of the heel at the start that I would turn and scream, who are we fucking pushing? Just because you can have a competitive match with somebody doesn't mean you're supposed to. They did too much. It got sloppy. Britt Baker won with her finish in twice the time that she should have gone. She doesn't need to go that long, especially not with this girl, and not on television. It was a failure for what they should have been trying to accomplish in her hometown. Don't have a classic match in your hometown. Go out and get over in 6 minutes in your hometown. It's the 4th week of television. What do you think?
I thought it was the best Britt Baker looked in a match on TV.
It's the only single match she's had yet, isn't it?
It is, but I think some of the other tag matches, I just didn't think they
were worse.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was the best she looked. I think she has a lot of potential. I just think, the match went too long, and that goes into the whole potential thing. You're doing her a disservice by putting her out there for a long match like that. I don't know. I would have had her win in 5 minutes, 6 minutes, but
there you go.
That's me.
And there you go. The only thing left was the main event, by God. And I liked Pac. We still haven't come to a quorum on all that. Pac.
I think.
I liked Pac attacking. Say that 3 times fast. Moxley with the chair, etc., on the floor and kicking the shit out of him. Pac looks great. I mean, some of the shit that he does, the flips and landing on his feet at that size and body thickness, he looks like a badass. He looks like a star. Moxley, we've established over the last few weeks, can work. Physically, he doesn't scare me like a lot of people compare him to Terry Funk. Terry was bigger, taller, rangier, and more psychotic. But still, they had a nice fight. I hated that they throw the forearms, not punches, but a lot of guys do that. Punch should be the easiest thing to do, but all these guys can do these fucking backflips into goddamn quadruple fucking Death Valley drivers, can't throw a punch. But I hate the forearms in a fight. But this had timing and pacing. It halfway made sense. The shit looked good. If all the underneath talent hadn't done everything it was possible to do first, this would have gotten over even better than it did. And the people that were there in the building, once again, for the kind of people who like that kind of thing, that's the kind of thing those people like, they were into it. It would have been, even them, they would have been more into it if everybody else on the card hadn't done 3 times as much. And then here comes the main event talent that can't follow it because grown men can't do that kind of shit. So this was fine, but it was at the end of a very long fucking show with a lot of unnecessary shit in it, punctuated by the fucking single segment of the night with the fight up in the concourse. Oh, and one more thing, and the TV time limit draw. It's great to see that come back, but boy, it's going to take a while before people are not pissed by it, because they're pissed by it because they haven't seen it in so fucking long.
Man, they had like 2 hot endings to shows and then 2, the show's over. We'll see you next week.
Well, see, here's they should not have. They could have done the TV time limit draw and had a 45-second afterbirth that would have left the people happy instead of just ending it flat. Because I think everybody can understand that the announcers could have even covered during the 45 to 60 seconds. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the time had expired and we've got just 45 seconds to sign off. But my God, he's taken that hand grenade, he's pulled the pin, and he shoved it up Jimmy's ass. Oh, my God, where's Jimmy's head going to land when it blows? Holy shit. Or just, well, went to a draw, folks. We'll see you next week. Something could have happened.
Did you see the jelly sign in the crowd?
I did not.
Come on, you didn't see that?
Well, I'm looking at I'm either looking at my notepad or I'm looking at the match. I'm not scanning for fucking side because see, I try to jot down these things because it's so much for me to remember that sucks.
So MJF has called him Jelly Janela now. I saw Sean Spears tweeted out something calling him Jelly Janela with a picture of him eating a donut. And now some fan, I'm assuming a listener of the program, brought a sign and held it up during a match that said Jelly. I'm sure as soon as someone hears this, they'll send you a photo of this. What do you think that this is taking off and getting over?
I guess it's just because I have such a succinct way of stating the obvious. See? That was succinct right there.
Yes. Powering right through those barriers mentally and physically and psychologically.
I'm still working on breathing. Shall we go to the second program of the week?
Yeah, let's talk about the other show, which is the show I watched first, as you were supposed to.
In that case, you're going to go first. We're going to change this shit up a little bit. As we go segment by segment, you tell me what you thought first.
Okay. I don't have a list of the segments.
I have. I'll bring them up, and you vote on them.
Okay.
The open of this show, and once we've talked about, they're in a fucking shark-infested waters with producing television from a professional production standpoint because nobody's better in television right now, in wrestling television, than the WWE. And they did a great action package from last week. Mauro Ranallo's intro is great from that crow's nest. It felt like a wrestling show right from the open, but it's dark. Their lighting treatments are dark. I don't like when the crowd is lit up for the matches. I think that's distracting. But everything they do, even some of the entrances or some of the videos, it just seem dark. We've brought that up before. You and I have.
Yeah, we have. And, this was definitely a week where I watched it and I really enjoyed it. And I liked the room. And I thought to myself, they have their own network. They should do a show in Full Sail every week. And then they should do this show as a takeover every week in a medium-sized building with a live, rowdy crowd, because that's the way you should see it. And just real quick, in terms of production, because I should have mentioned it earlier, AEW, how many it's nonstop high spots, I get it, but how many high spots, how many just regular spots did the cameras miss?
Well, that's because the guys, I can tell you from... Although somebody should have had this scouted, the producer in the truck. Here's the thing. I was flummoxed the first time I saw the Lucha Brothers do the thing where they do their double stomp and then the guy just runs off and dives in a completely different direction. As a matter of fact, on an MLW show one time, they did that, and the guy making the pin happened at the same time as the dive, and people missed the pin. So at least this time they wait a beat for to not do it simultaneously. But the producers should have that scouted, or if they aren't being told, they need to blister the talent, because the producer ought to be in the truck. That's what I used to do in TNA and in Ring of Honor, and tell the director, hey, there's a dive coming up or there's something screwy coming up. But I don't see really how anybody can keep track of this shit, because it's a goddamn open air pinball machine. On AEW, at least. Anyway.
What did you think about what I said about the fact that this week I'm watching and thinking, I wish this was in an arena the size of AEW's arena, like an NXT TakeOver?
Well, yeah, and that would be better for the atmosphere, or more comparable for the atmosphere between the two shows. But at the same time, there's no reason why the building that they're in right now, they can't just light up a little bit differently. They don't have to keep it down where you can't see that it's not a big building. Let's see the fucking full, brightness of the building they got. I don't know. It just seems a little dark. But the first match was Rhea Ripley and Bianca Belair.
And I love this match. I thought this was great. Great way to start the show. I mentioned, I think last week, that I was kind of into where they were going with the women's division. They had 4 top contenders, it seemed, from the weeks we've been watching. These were 2 of them. I enjoyed it. I thought it was good. Mauro is really, really good. I tweeted this out. When the crowd isn't so loud, he knows how to make the match sound much more energetic than it actually is in the room.
Yes.
And he did that during this match. and I enjoyed it. I think Bianca Belair is a star. Rhea Ripley's great too. I'm not taking anything away from her, but Bianca Belair, I think, is a star. And what did you think, Jim?
I felt the same way, but opposite. I loved the match. It was the best women's match that I saw from either program all night. I think that Rhea Ripley is the star. And I'm not saying Bianca Belair won't be, but Rhea Ripley is because she looks different. She's big. She has a different look. She's not just one of the model looking crowd, but she has a striking and athletic and different and big look. Anyway, they did tight lockups. They worked the test of strength good. They used holds. They took their time. It felt like a contest. Rhea Ripley took a slam off the top. I haven't seen a man or woman take just a simple slam off the fucking top, and I don't know how long. It was a good story for a match with a larger baby face because she can't really sell and get a ton of little girl sympathy, so they worked it right. Right, they went to a break right when I was about to say, well, let's go home. You've got it so good. But when they came back, it wasn't too long that Rhea Ripley did that beautiful big boot to stop Bianca Belair, but then she went and sold to the ropes. It wasn't like she went from zero to hero just instantly. She sold to the ropes and was down so that they could still build up for a little comeback. I love that fucking standing leg lock that she gets. Whatever, I couldn't hear what they called it. But the clover leaf when she pulls the girl up, and then when Belair got to the floor, Ripley did a safe cannonball. It looked fine, but it was safe. And boom, that was a nice little spot. That wasn't too much on the floor. They weren't out there, so long they needed to pay rent. And then they did a nice finish where Io Shirai, who I guess is a heel. I didn't know that last week, but she's a heel now.
Yeah, we got a lot of shit for that.
Yeah, we got shit for that. But she hit, and they did a big 2-count false finish. Here comes Candice LeRae and takes Io out, and Rhea hits her finish. 1, 2, 3. Great stuff. That was that was fine. That was a good match.
I said it last week, and I'll say it here, and we can say it again later in the show. It's night and day, the AEW women's division and the NXT one. The NXT one is great. I really, really like it.
And then guess where we went? We went to an interview. What is the young lady's name that's doing the interviews? The backstage and parking lot, wherever the fuck. Blonde lady, blonde woman.
Is it Kathy? Is it Kathleen?
I don't know.
I think it's Kathy,
anyway.
Maybe. I don't know.
Walking in the parking lot were Tyler Bate and Pete Dunne. And Pete Dunne, I've had some good matches here. I'm not saying anything bad about either one, but fuck, at least now we know they still make somas. What the fuck? Because the female interviewer gets more verbiage in than the talent does. The talent's just walking in the parking lot, and they're walking in the parking lot, and they spoke just monotonely. They were cruising on Lake Havasoma, just like that. There was no we're coming in to take care of some business or whatever the fuck, just some oomph. Give me something to work with. It was just bleh. And then they go to probably the best package, definitely the best package all night on Ciampa, and juxtaposing or opposing the surgery with the fucking training and him talking, and it was pro wrestling, and it got him over as a fucking badass, and the comeback, blah, blah, blah. That was a great piece of business. And I want to see more of Ciampa, like that was any question already. But that stuff they do great. So far, this is a pro wrestling program, and it's serious. Then we come to Matt Riddle and Cameron Grimes. You give me your thoughts on this.
Yeah,
there we go.
The first thing is, I hate to say it, because of you, I had to focus on Matt Riddle's outfit. I'm like, oh, well, what's Jim going to say? Is he going to approve of the Laker colors or whatever? I've kind of really wanted to see Cameron Grimes based on the way they had built him up the last few weeks.
Yeah.
It was an all right match.
Yeah.
That's really all I have to say.
Well, I'll take over. What the fuck? I don't know what they were trying to do here, because unless the guys just went out and just lost themselves. Matt Riddle, he looks goofy, but he's likable. I understand that. He did the fist bump and the funny way of walking and the weird clothing or whatever, but he's a gimmick babyface. So I'm okay.
And he's a legit badass, so he kind of makes that.
And he's legit. So, but it's somewhat distracting a little bit, but maybe it's for the young folks. Cameron Grimes, I love the way he looks because he doesn't have a jacked up body and he doesn't have a tan, but he's got body hair, so he looks like a goddamn grown adult. He kind of reminds me of that crazy look of Outlaw Billy Black. And we've seen not only can he fucking go, he can work, but also that double foot stomp. He's won twice in a row in like 6 seconds with that thing. It looks fucking great. And both these guys started off, they were different than anybody else on the show. And they were approaching it like a contest. They did a little good wrestling. But then I realized, what the fuck? I've seen enough of Matt Riddle's kicks, especially his chest kicks. He started doing the same shit over and over. He did a great jackhammer, and people start chanting, Riddle, Riddle. The jackhammer was better than Goldberg's. Of course, he's also 100 pounds lighter than Goldberg. So, but Matt Riddle, the babyface, Riddle beat Cameron Grimes up for so long that in my mind he was turning heel because he's just beating this guy up. And then that Cameron Grimes does that backflip escape into a German suplex. And I'm like, okay, let's see some fucking heat. And they go to the break right out of that hot move. Then when they come back, the first thing you see on the screen is fucking Riddle kicking the shit out of fucking Cameron Grimes again. And by now, to me, Cameron Grimes is and he's trying to just struggle and try to get away. He's the baby face and Matt Riddle's the heel. And Riddle's still kicking the shit out of the guy and doing the same shit over and over. And I wrote, what the fuck? And then Cameron Grimes out of nowhere hits his fucking finish that's beat these other people in 6 seconds and gets a 2 count. And then Matt Riddle hits a superplex after he's already absorbed Cameron Grimes' big double stomp finish and gets a 2 count. And then Riddle does a flipping dive off the top rope onto Cameron Grimes' knees. But seconds later, they're both reversing shit and trading kicks and knees. And then even hit a flippy crossbody Spanish fly thing. And then Matt Riddle did a bunch of shit and beat Cameron Grimes. And then Cameron Grimes rolls out on the floor, and after Matt Riddle takes his victory lap, Tyler Bate in the front row, Cameron Grimes shoves him, and fucking Tyler Bate knocks him out with 1 punch. That used to be how you would use a guy his last night in the fucking territory.
You know what? So, we talked about Mick Foley earlier. Remember Mick Foley after he lost to Mil Mascaras and then he went and got beat up by the lead guitar player of the
well,
band?
yeah, maybe. Well, and that was my deal. And maybe they're trying to do the same thing here because, but that was only because we knew that Mascaras wouldn't do any business any other way. And I wanted to get some attention back on Cactus. But if everybody cooperating in a perfect world, no, I don't know why the fuck that Matt Riddle beat the fuck out of Cameron Grimes through this whole match and then beat him and then they knocked him out with 1 punch. And plus they just, it wasn't a good match and they did too much shit at the end back and forth for after wasting each other's big fucking finishes. It didn't work. And I hate that because I want to like Cameron Grimes. Matt Riddle,
it's kind of like Jeff Spicoli from Fast Times. Like, think of that.
Well, but I got a soft spot for Cameron Grimes because he looks like an actual fucking wrestler from the territories. Anyway, here was another problem coming up. They had the Donovan Dijakovic inset promo. They had a couple of these inset promo, one later on with Roderick Strong. Blah. It was fake and stagey, and they were reciting verbiage they were given. I think Keith Lee did one.
That one was awful, and it wasn't his fault. It was the script he was given.
Well, yeah, it's a fucking 30-second promo. Give the guy the gist. I'm going to get even because you pissed on my leg last week, or goddamn you kicked my fucking poodle. It's 30 seconds. Let him just say something. It's those are horrible. They do great production on the packages, the inset sit downs, because they're telling them each word to recite, obviously, because nobody talks like that. These guys don't. And there's no emotion. So that was rotten. The 6-man tag, Breezango and Swerve Scott versus the Forgotten Sons of Wesley Blake, Jackson Riker, and I didn't write that. And I wrote down something Blake. I wrote Blake down twice. Who's the fucking third guy?
I don't know. This was remember I said in the middle of NXT, I was like, the show's too long. This was the match where it kind of set in. And I tuned out.
You swear to God.
I zoned out of this match, yes.
Okay, I fast forwarded.
You see?
Well, I saw Breezango's entrance, and I said, I don't care what they do. I'm not going to be interested in this. And I looked at the Forgotten Sons for a second, but I said, here, last week, we had, in the same tag match, we had 3 bald guys wearing black trunks and knee pads. The Forgotten Sons, even though they put their names up on the goddamn screen behind them, still, they're fucking fake names, and they're not well established, and there's 3 guys that look very similar. They all look great. And I'd probably like to see a tag match or something. But after that Breezango entrance, I was off my feet on this thing, and I skipped it. And we came back with the Roderick Strong inset where last week I said, my God, they got passion and emotion out of Roddy. He was yelling. He was hot. He was over This was the same problem he's always had with verbiage times 10, because they gave him ridiculously flowery verbiage. And it was like Invasion of the Body Snatchers, just reciting it. We come in peace. And then Leo Rush made his entrance, and they went to the break. I don't know if I'd have given people an opportunity to tune off of Leo Rush or not. But coming back, he was on color because he's the cruiserweight champion, for Angel Garza versus Jack Gallagher. Were you back in the room by the time this happened?
Yes, I was back in the room for this.
What did you think about this?
I like Jack Gallagher, or I guess Gallagher, we're supposed to pronounce it as, when he was in the Cruiserweight tournament a few years ago. I really liked him. The match was all right. I thought, I guess I'm naive. I thought Gallagher was going to win. I wasn't paying too much attention to the commentary during the match. And I was thinking, Gallagher and Leo, they're not radically far away in size. That makes some sense. I like Leo. I'm higher on Leo Rush. I could accept him in the ring if they're not going to use him as a manager for like a Cruiserweight division. I don't know if you can. But I'm okay with him there, because I just think you see him and you want to hit him. Like I will tune in to watch him. That's the way it's supposed to be. I will tune in to watch him in a match where he's going to get his ass kicked. So
he does get heat, and it's been proven in and out of the ring. But Jack Gallagher looks to me like Jackie Eagle's stunt, Marco Stunt's lookalike cousin from England.
Oh, come on. That's so unfair. That's not fair at all.
No, I understand they've even said he trained at the Snake Pit. He's an accomplished grappler. He's trained in shoot wrestling. His work is fine, but visually, what the fuck? It's just, oh man. Anyway, Angel Garza, I think they're related. Went over and had some face off with Leo Rush, and I just wished at that point in time somebody had fed on the other channel and fed Shivani the line, Garza and Rush, that'll put asses in seats.
Well, it took him long enough to live it down the first time. I don't think he's going to do that again.
It would have been funny if they just said, do it, Tony, or you're fired. Anyway. Okay, next match. Tegan. Is it Tegan or Tegan?
I don't know. Tegan.
Well,
maybe?
You say tomato and I say fuck, it doesn't matter anyway. Tegan Knox and Dakota Kai against Jessamine Duke and Marina Shafir.
Yeah, I like the match. I think that, and again, I don't know all the names, the Shayna Baszler's bodyguard friends, the MMA girls there.
Yes.
They're great. Yes. They look intimidating.
I'm sorry, I'm away from the microphone. I'm petting Harley. Just continue.
They look intimidating. They look like badasses. I was shocked when they lost. It was a bad hot tag, to say the least. She made her own, she made her own comeback.
Yeah.
And then she went and got the hot tag. But other than that, solid match. I was surprised by the finish, and I'm very high on the NXT women's division.
Yeah, actually, and I'll be honest with you, I was going to fast forward through Tegan Knox and Dakota Kai because I'd seen enough female wrestling for the evening until I realized it was against the Horsewomen. And so now I've got to watch it. That was the first true heel tag team I had seen in the two shows.
Yeah.
They are badasses. They don't have the fake boobs. They don't look perfect. They took over. They beat the fucking baby faces up. They had attitudes. They're pie facing them. They were that. So now there was some delineation what was going on, and the two baby faces look so baby face, right? So, and they're legitimate, et cetera, et cetera. So anyway, I was surprised like you were, but I liked the way that they did. They did a nice little finish after, one of these days, somebody's going to get the hot tag and to come back down all in the same fucking match. But they did a nice little finish, and the babyface girls, it was shocking. So I could go with that. But that was the best women's tag I've seen in so far.
And again, pro wrestling done right. I mean, Tegan Knox is the one who got the pin, right? She was the one that did the videos for the last several weeks about her knee injury coming back. That's pro wrestling done right, if you really think about it. She came back, and against the Anderson brothers of the women's tag team division.
There you go.
Got the
win. Do you think which one is Jessamine? Marina Shafir has to be Ole, and Jessamine can be either Lars or Jean. I don't know. Anyway, and hold on here. And the main event, of course. I usually don't like triple threat matches. I mentioned that last week. They're awkward. But for the North American title, Keith Lee versus Donovan Dijakovic versus Rowdy Roderick Strong. Your thoughts, sir?
Well, first let me say to something we talked about last week with all the European names. And, you said Donovan, was it Dijak?
Dijak.
And now he's...
Dijakovic.
I figured, he must be from Europe. He's from Boston or whatever they said.
Yeah.
What? Why'd you give him that name if he's from New England? But I love this match. I thought it was great. I thought Roddy was great. And he's shouldn't say he's so much smaller because it sounds like I'm putting him down, but he's smaller than the other guy. So it creates that dynamic. Those are both big guys. And I'm not even going to talk about the post match, just the match itself. Really, really loved the match. I was mad when it went to commercial.
Yeah.
I was really, and again, this goes to the point, AEW, I won't even compare it to AEW, just NXT. I was kind of burned out that match that you and I both skipped. They got me back. By the end of it. I was in love with it. It was a great match.
I don't even count the first segment of this because they went to the break almost right away in the match, but parts 2 and 3, I love Roderick Strong, and once again, he's not huge, but he's in tremendous condition. He's strong as a bull. He really is, and he shows it in the way he works. His cardio is incredible, and now he had the indie experience 10 years ago, and he was having really good, high-quality matches on the indies, but now he's been in that training program for so long, and he's just blossomed. And he was the glue that held this together. He was leading both guys from the middle. But Keith Lee's power stuff is great. Dijak is, I'll just say Dijak is not only so huge, but also he can move. They did all kinds of cool shit, but they still sold it all. That Tower of Doom spot to the break could have gone wrong, but Keith Lee was strong enough to get him back in there, even though he almost ended up head first out of the ring.
Are you talking about the suplex spot?
Yes, the Tower of Doom thing, the superplex powerbomb thing.
That thing was great, but to me, one of the things that made it, and this is something that AEW could have learned during a lot of the spots, like even if you don't like it, if they're going to do impressive spots, the NXT did the wide shot, and that made it. Because you got to see the legs wobble. You got to see the danger of it. If it had been a close-up shot or a shot from ringside, it would have killed it. You need to do more of those wide shots on the impressive things that have height or distance because it really makes you appreciate it. And no one does it. Everything's a tight shot. I hate it.
No, that and boy, if you go back and look, Dijak didn't quite have Roddy straight up when Keith Lee took that first step, and Roddy his feet started going back down, which meant all that weight was on Keith Lee, and he bulled up under it. and got them going over so Roddy could turn over and land, even though it propelled him out the other way. Anyway, that was fucking great. And the third segment, I just wrote, I love this in capital letters. Until right toward the end, when Dijak and Keith Lee went up to the ropes in the corner, and I hate those let's assist each other, get up to the top for this superplex or whatever, when it's so... It's a buzz killer because there's obviously guys helping each other stay up there. I know it's impressive when big guys do shit like that, but it's a buzz killer beforehand when it takes so long to set up and there's obvious cooperation. I wish they'd stay off of those things. But otherwise, and even Keith Lee doing a dive, holy shit, just a fucking cannonball over the top, and Dijak got under him like a fireman's carry, so he really turned him and based him good, but Keith Lee landed on his feet. He's going to have to watch his fucking knees.
Hey, what did you think
right now?
What did you think of the part where Roddy got wiped out and Dijakovic and Keith Lee just like looked at each other?
Oh, yeah.
All right, let's get back in there. Just me and you, big boy.
And when they got back in, that's when the people were going fucking berserk. The anticipation of, okay, now that's the great face-off that kicks the energy in a match like that up another notch. And that was great. Of course, then if they could have done Jerry Lawler and Dutch Mantell 1-2-1-2s instead of fucking, it was kind of like a 1.5-3 exchange they did, but they're green. But finally, the finish was perfect, even though it was once again another thing off the top. They didn't need to go and do another one. But the power bomb off the top, and then Roddy flies right in with a kick and steals the fucking pin. That was a great fucking deal. And they did a three-way where each of the three of them had a reason to win, and nobody, was working together to undercut the other guy. They're hard to do, but they did it well. It was a great fucking match. That was the best match of, any program that night.
Yeah, and if the show had ended there, just with the match ending, it would have been fantastic, and they kicked it up a notch.
But wait, there's more.
Yeah.
Bam. The heels jump on Keith Lee, and here comes Ciampa for the confrontation, but he's outnumbered. And here comes Johnny Gargano. Boy, he's still outnumbered. I think Gargano counts for like 2/3 of a person.
I got to stop you here. Just like you did with Omega, you've kind of ruined Gargano for me. Yeah, all I see is that face now. The one face, the Gargano face.
The Buster Keaton of wrestling. Just the fucking stone face, right? And then here comes Finn Balor. And now we got star power. And now here we go. And when Balor starts to, that was the most athletic move. And it looked like it may have been a potato.
He hit it perfect.
He hit that when he starts to take his leather jacket off and just seamlessly goes into a Pele kick and knocks Johnny Gargano stiffer than fucking 4 o'clock. Boom. That was perfect. And then the Era swarms Ciampa and beats the fuck out of him while Balor puts Gargano through the guardrail. And that implant DDT, you can't see a lot of daylight there either. Holy shit. That was some good looking shit.
That beatdown on Ciampa was the best beatdown I've seen. Just all 4 guys just swarmed him, and they're all swinging, so you're seeing the arms flying. I mean, it looked great. It looked fucking spectacular. And tell me what you think.
And that's the old-fashioned way to do it, because now guys, when heels are getting heat on the babyface, they all want to pick them up and give them a big move. No, you put that guy down do that too, but you put the guy down in the middle of the ring, defenseless and helpless on his knees or on his back, and everybody surrounds him and kicks the shit out of him and waving arms and making noise, meaningless sound and motion, but it's frantic, it's danger. And that's the visual message that you convey.
Did you think when they were standing there before he took the jacket off, did you think a 4th guy was going to come out and you're going to have a 4-on-4 face-off?
Well, I wasn't sure. I figured maybe they had another mystery partner in mind or whatever, and they were going to, up the fucking deal. But nevertheless, they didn't need it. They swerved us.
Yeah, and they did it the right way.
Here's the thing. Who would have said going in that All Elite Wrestling, the wrestling promotion supposedly run by the wrestlers, would be a lot of gaga nonsense, except for the main event guys. And NXT, the promotion run, whether directly or indirectly, by Vince McMahon, would channel Mid-South Wrestling. with not only great matches and championship match on television, but a fucking hot angle with the heel standing tall afterwards, and a fucking redemption story of a guy coming back from surgery to fucking compete for the title again. NXT was Mid-South Wrestling, and All Elite was 2000 WCW with fucking less talent.
Yeah, I'm sick of hearing that AEW, it's like Mid-South Wrestling, sports-based. No, it's not.
What?
None of that shit.
That's what we were. We were sold a bill of goods, ladies and gentlemen. But I wasn't sold a bill of goods because I warned you. It's only a sports-based presentation if the wrestlers involved can present a sports-based presentation. And I knew as soon as I heard everybody involved but Cody Rhodes that was a hopeless fucking optimistic dream. And the prophecy is coming true.
We've talked so much about AEW, their executives, Tony Khan, and just the brain trust over there. Now that you've watched 4 weeks in a row of NXT TV for the first time ever, what do you think of what Paul Levesque and his team are doing?
Well, it's exactly what they are. They're not winning in the ratings yet. It's only been a few weeks. They will eventually, folks, because make no mistake about it. Vince McMahon's going to win this fucking war. I'm sorry. Now, if he had decided not to make it a war and instead just make a great wrestling promotion and not just get up and try to piss in Vince's post toasties, then there could be a future here. But instead, they've come out and said, oh, we're going to change the world. Well, guess what? Ain't a lot of people in the world ready for your changes, boys, because it don't make any fucking sense. You're up against a billionaire who has a limitless pool of talent. He can bring any guest star from Fox Television, from the SmackDown show that he wants to bring to NXT, but they're just going to do a good wrestling show exposing their fucking talent that have been highly trained and fucking drilled in this. And they do a great television program. And if they stay within a couple of 100,000 people of All Elite Wrestling with everybody on their roster doing the best they can, this is the C-Team show hanging in a competitive fight with the best they got. So I don't, that was what, when I first heard about this and that it was just a foregone conclusion, we're going to get on TNT and it's going to be great. And there's no contest to this because people are ready for a change. There was no thought, boy, this is going to be an uphill fight, or boy, we got our work cut out for us, or boy, things could go wrong. No, it was just overconfidence if I'd had Cowboy Bill Watts and Eddie Graham and fucking Dusty Rhodes and goddamn Jack Briscoe and a few others running my company, I would have been overconfident to the moon. With the people that I heard being spoken about, I had no reason to see anybody to be overconfident, and my prophecy is coming true. They got to stop giving their friends jobs. They got to realize that this indie outlaw bullshit, video game mud show bullshit is going to wear off quick with a fad audience, because you're not appealing to wrestling fans that will watch this shit through thick and thin. With a lot of this stuff, you're appealing to these goofs on the internet that are going to find the next hula hoop or shiny object to distract their attention when the fad is over with. And all the silliness does, and all the fucking constant bumps and moves without any context or semblance of contest, all that stuff does is numb the audience to when the main event guys with talent do it. And it just diminishes everything. They don't know how to get people over yet because they're trying to get people that visually are never going to get over to begin with over by doing a bunch of shit, rather than getting their core of quality talent over by having them drub the shit out of all these guys that look like shit. So I don't know.
More Jericho, more Cody, and more of their, associate. And, by the way, we brought up promos earlier.
Or just let one of them book the whole goddamn thing.
We brought up promos earlier, Jim. How many promos has MJF done on TV so far?
What the fuck? When he was walking to the ring once.
Once?
He could talk for 10 fucking minutes. Give him a segment. Give him an interview. Give him a Piper's Pit. Give him something that at least we could look forward to every week on this program, that when all else fails, at least it was worth it.
Yeah, I'm not going to YouTube to see your character development. Put it on fucking TV.
You can't fucking tell me that they couldn't figure out you can't advertise an angle, right? So they couldn't advertise, hey, guess what? We're going to have a fight in the concourse. But you could advertise MJF will be face to face with so-and-so and give me a reason to watch that. I don't know. Anyway, very good idea.
This thing, no promos. Just every match has to go at least one commercial break and no one talks. And the Cody Jericho segment was so dynamic. It was so great. The fans ate it up. It was done perfectly. Jericho was hysterical during a commercial break where he's on the little screen and he's just hamming it up with the ticket in front of the camera. But then
the only time I ever watch the picture-in-picture is when Jericho's on it, not when a match is going on. But anyway, all right. We got one more week, and then we're going to evaluate whether we're going to keep doing this every week or not. I can already tell you I'm going to keep watching NXT, but they're making it difficult for me over on the other side of the fence.
I do like the recording schedule, putting the show out on Friday. Selfishly.
Just for your own selfish reasons.
Yeah. No, I mean, NXT, that's what I keep asking myself. After the requirement's gone, if you decide at the end of October, you know what? We're not going to do this, or we're not going to do it for a few weeks, or whatever. However you decide you want to handle this. Am I going to still feel the draw to watch it? That's going to be the big test. NXT's got me interested, but I wouldn't have tuned into NXT last night, like with excitement. But because I watch it, I get into it. AEW had that, it was drawing me in just based on what could happen. And then when I watched it, I was disappointed. So I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, well, cause, here's the thing with AEW, you know that nothing is going to truly shit the bed or just be insanely bad on NXT or amateurish or fucked up or whatever. But there's always that danger with this cast of crew of characters over on the other side. There's always something could be really world. I mean, yeah, yes, and I know they just did a stinky Hell in a Cell, but that's not NXT. Triple H ain't letting them fuck up his fucking deal. So, do you watch live 2 hours of just a lot of gaga just to see the potential great segment with Jericho and Cody, or the fucking embarrassing train wreck that you just have to see to knock, instead of the really mostly good top to bottom show? I don't know.
Yeah, if you would put that Jericho and Cody segment into that one segment on NXT that you and I both skipped, it would have been a perfect show.
Yeah, fucking have been the best show since fucking December of 1985 on Mid-South Wrestling. Anyway, let's wind this fucking thing up. Let's talk about them then. Because I have notes and I'll share them with you. Did you know that it was kind of fucking... what do they call it? Poetic justice, that the movie that preceded All Elite Wrestling that employs Marco Stunt was Ant-Man?
I did not see that.
That was it.
Hey, let me just follow up on what you're just talking about. Hypothetically, if they used Marco Stunt the way that Little Bruiser was used, would you have a problem with it? If he was used as a comedy performer to get even with, a heel manager, a chicken shit manager, they brought in this kid who's going to teach you a lesson. Would you have a problem with if he was used in that manner?
Only if he got in there and started doing flying Hurricane Ranas and wrestling moves, because then it's still bullshit. If Little Bruiser was recognized by the fans, he'd been there, in the arenas before. He looked like Dick the Bruiser and he wore wrestling tights. He was probably heavier than Marco Stunt. He was only fucking 4 feet tall, if that. But if they brought the kid in and said, this is a fucking kid we found off the street or whatever the fuck, and he beat, the manager or the fucking heel up with punches and kicks or whatever that he could make look good, then that's fine. But if you still have the guy going in there doing wrestling moves as good as the professional wrestlers, then that once again makes it look like, well, this shit's easy. Any fucking schlub can do it. And that's one of the problems with putting Marco Stunt in the ring to begin with. So, yes, that would be fine. It would be humiliating to be physically beaten up by Marco Stunt. But if Marco Stunt got in there, did a missile drop kick off the top rope, and then fucking did 3 Hurricane Ranas and then a dive over the top and, perfect. Then that's fucking garbage. Wrestling is bullshit. That shows it. That proves it right there in front of you. Turn TV off. We're done. We've answered this question.
All right.
Anyway, I thought that Tony Schiavone and by the way, why could Dustin not ride in the limo?
I was wondering the same thing.
Dustin and Cody get off the plane. There's Tony Schiavone to meet him. And they hug. And then Dustin fucks off somewhere. What, did he have to take a fucking cab to the building? Because he's at the building later on. But anyway, it was super serious. I thought, boy, they're really laid back. And then later on, I think Tony was having laryngitis. So I understand why he wasn't talking very loud. But it was a serious thing, Cody Rhodes going to the contract signing for the world title match at fucking the pay-per-view. So, and then they wrap up the angle from last week with Adam Page and Pac and Moxley and Olivier in that package. And then what did you think? I liked the closed door audio gimmick because I just watched Hotel Impossible. And they actually busted the fucking guy that was the manager of the hotel because he wore his fucking wireless mic that he was wired up with. He wore it into a meeting with a guy and was knocking the fucking producer and the show and all that shit. And they played it back for him. So that shit does happen. And I like that. I'm not sure about Tony Khan's performance, but Moxley was believable.
Moxley was really good. Tony Khan should not have his voice heard on a wrestling show. You need someone who sounds like an authority, not someone who sounds like a geek. But I think the idea of it, the concept of it, where there's not a camera in there that everyone can't see. Instead, no, it's a closed door, and I don't know who was mic'd. I don't know how the mic picked it up.
That's the other thing. I was going to say, where was the fucking mic? They can see these are the little things. They could have, you can answer those questions like I just did and tell you how it could happen. Bobby Heenan used to do that all the time on TV shoots where he'd have a mic clipped to his shirt and you have the power pack in your pants pocket and it's wireless, right? So it sends the signal. He would go in the fucking bathroom with that thing still turned on and he'd take loud pisses and he'd save up farts and he'd take a wet shit or just, oh God, it hurts. Shit like that. Oh God, it's so hot. All that shit. But anyway, that can happen. Moxley was very believable. They need a commissioner, authority figure, matchmaker, someone, and then now everybody's going, oh, Cornette wants all the old veteran wrestlers. No, somebody that can cut a promo that looks like a senior official that has bass in his voice. Bischoff was a fucking good television performer in that role. He can sign matches. I'd prefer him have a baby face because I think the company should always be baby face. Heel promotions are idiocy, in my opinion. But they need somebody besides Tony that they can establish that can validate matches, change things, make rulings on the spot. They're going to need that.
Yeah, it sounded like Moxley was in the room with some kid.
Well, yeah, and that's the problem. Just because Tony is the boss doesn't mean he would be cast to play the boss in a movie. Anyway, but I like closed door audio. Great. The first match, Sammy Guevara and Adam Page. Is this the first week they've had lime green ring posts?
I don't know. I actually didn't even pay attention to that.
I would have had to have noticed it by now. Lime green ring posts. Just something I noticed. People have been starting to mention this, but the records, because wins and losses matter, right? But here comes Adam Page, who they've desperately been trying to, well, I don't know if they've desperately been trying. They desperately need to build and flesh out and et cetera. And I've seen people commenting on this on Twitter. This top star's record is 50-50. Here's Adam Page, and his record is 50-50 in AEW. And they've been a company for a fucking month, basically, for the television viewer. Brian, how long did Tracy Smothers, how long was he in Smoky Mountain Wrestling before he ever lost once?
Oh, geez. Well, he got there in the fall of 1992. He won the title in the spring of 93. I'm not sure when he first lost.
It was either 4 months or 5 months, I believe. But the point is, what the fuck? You're just reminding people, unless you had a plan going in, that guys like this that need the wins would be winless or would be lossless. You know, why would you do the record thing? Because now everybody, oh, he's 50-50. And then they work this match 50-50. I like Sammy Guevara. He's got a lot of personality. He's got the facial expressions. His work is good. As we've mentioned, he's painfully small. But while he's acting like a heel with his mannerisms and his facial expressions, and he's acting like an asshole, he's acting like a cocky, sexy guy. He lost the panda bear head, thank God. But he's not acting like a chicken shit heel. And against Adam Page, and at his size, he should have been acting like a chicken shit heel because he's good enough worker to do that shit. But they were going at it 50-50. Guevara was toe-to-toe with him. And so they were having a good match, but it wasn't, I don't think, the match that either one of them should have had. Guevara should have been more heelish and more chicken shit, and then get more vicious on offense, because that's the old thing. Boy, you're really a fucking cowardly cunt when you're backpedaling and you're running and you're chicken shit when you're on defense, but then as soon as the other guy makes a mistake and you get in there and you fucking get vicious, you're going to claw his eyes out, like this fucking, just piece of anyway, that type of thing. They were working like they were both on an even keel, physically, reputation wise, where they were being pushed as singles in the company. And whether they're trying to make Sammy Guevara a star or not, they shouldn't push him to be on a level playing field with babyface Adam Page on a physical basis. Am I right or am I wrong?
Well, you hit on one of the big problems. I think one of the big complaints about WWE for years has been 50-50 booking. But most AEW matches are 50-50 in the matches. This guy's doing good. This guy's doing good. This guy hits you. This guy, it's nonstop 50-50. With that said, I've been very critical of Adam Page. I've told you before, I don't get it. I don't understand it. This was the best match by far.
Yeah.
I've seen him in an AEW. It was also the first match that wasn't 7 hours that I've seen him in an AEW. I don't like the way they lay out the matches necessarily, but I thought it was the best match he's been in. I think Sammy Guevara's got something. And I think him with Jericho, him as that young punk with Jericho, I don't know about the rest of the crew there, but those two, that is money. That right there could be great.
That's what I'm saying. The little stooge, the little punk, he's working like he's the same size as Adam Page, and Adam Page is your baby face, and he desperately needs some oomph to him. You haven't given it to him so far. So you put him in there with that Sammy Guevara, and the deal is Adam Page looks like a world beater and bounces the little chicken shit around, and he's scared of him. And finally he cheats blatantly, obviously, and takes over. And then he's a vicious little shit. And then finally Page makes the big comeback. And boy, that buckshot lariat, I loved it. And Guevara takes great bumps. Yeah. And a bunch of his shit looked good. And then Page's promo was good. Why hadn't he been able to talk like that on live television before? They didn't give him a chance. It was short. But we're going to do some cowboy shit. That's what I want to hear from Adam Page, right? So this was good. It's like this modern generation thinks that every wrestler, I've told some of the guys I was talking to here recently on one of the promotions, when you sit down with a guy to work out a match, you don't say, what can you do? Well, here's what I do. Well, let's all do all of each other's shit. When you sit down with a guy, you go, how is he being presented in this promotion, in this environment, as an opening match guy, a middle card guy, or a main event guy? And I'm going to work with him on that basis. And anyway,
it's what I've been asking for, though. A short, good match from Adam Page, and then a good fiery promo.
And at least somebody got over. Anyway. They follow this up with, I swear to God, I ain't lying. It's at 9:18 or so in the middle of the Wednesday Night Wars, and here comes two girls that I have never seen or heard of before, and I'm pretty sure that I'm not alone in this. that most of the, except for, once again, for the choir, for the members of the choir, they know all the words to the fucking hymns. But to convert the atheists, you need to explain the shit or build somebody. 2 unknown girls, they went, besides entrances, they went 4 minutes. Then they went through a break. Then they went, which was 2.5 minutes. Then they went another fucking 4. It was like an 11-minute match plus entrances with 2 unheard of girls. In the first segment, they were doing fine until the Japanese girl Hikaru Shida pulled out a chair from under the ring and uses it outside to do a running, jumping knee to Shayna. Just one name, Shayna. They can't even have a girls' match without stunts. Do the hot dog vendors jump off chairs at these shows? Excalibur said that the Young Bucks copied the style of the Rock and Roll Express. I know that Excalibur is from California. I'm aware that weed is legal. I was not aware that he was a member of Wavy Gravy's group and was on the acid. And also somebody said, well, are you happy now? Excalibur said he was a wrestler for 15 years. What I heard was he said he was a wrestler 15 years ago. And he still didn't say where, and everybody's going, where? It's like my fucking heating and air guy that comes in says when he was a kid, he lived next door to the original Masked Superstar in Cadi's, Kentucky. This match didn't need to be on national TV, but they tried hard. There was nothing insulting about it. It was a pretty good girls' match, but it was 2 girls that nobody ever heard of going through a fucking break. Shayna did a great double stomp off the top rope, which I think legitimately rung the girl's bell.
Yeah.
And got a 2 count. And then Shida hit some kind of great move and didn't even cover. And then Shida got a superplex where the Shayna was on the apron and she brought her in over the top and gave her a superplex, got a 2 count. Then hit her with a Falcon Arrow and got a 2 count. And then hit a running knee and got the 3 count. What? Can't they just do a sunset flip? It's a fucking girls match. Pick which one you want to get over and put them out there for 5 minutes to have a nice match with no chairs and somebody do a sunset flip, because neither one of these girls is going to main event. I can't say WrestleMania because nobody on this card except Jericho, who already has. They're not going to main event a goddamn major money draw on pay-per-view. Get somebody over in the girls match in 6 minutes or whatever the fuck with a sunset flip and leave the Falcon Arrows and the giant shit to the goddamn main event because they've already got nothing left to fucking do. But at least Shida is better than Riho. But it's still another Japanese schoolgirl fetish from Kenny Olivier. But what'd you think?
I thought this was a waste of TV time. I thought I paid attention to the World Series while this match was on. I tried to watch a little bit of it at the beginning. I thought it was too cooperative. They were clearly cooperating with each other, and it was choreographed at times. They were telegraphing things they were going to do right before they did it. I lost my mind and it went through a commercial break.
Yeah.
I'm going to say something that's going to be a little controversial, and I'm all right with that.
On this program, how dare you?
I'm a real big fan, and we'll talk about it later, of what NXT is doing with their women's division. I don't think AEW should have a women's division. I don't think they have the talent there to hold up an entire division. And no. I don't think every wrestling company needs a women's division, especially if they don't have people who are ready. I don't think AEW should have a women's division. And I love NXT's women's division. So it's not like I'm against women's wrestling.
Yes, well, yeah, you like good food too, right? So you think the restaurant should serve good food, but if they get some shit that's rotten that just fell off the truck, maybe they shouldn't feature that on the menu. And what was the Brandy Rhodes package? I didn't understand what's going on.
That was called a waste of money. That was called a vanity project. Seriously? That was one thing I heard from a lot of people. Cody Rhodes has been one of the best things on this show. But even with that, I hear from some people, how come Cody's the only one getting these packages? How come Cody's the only one they're presenting this way? And it's even Brandy. Cody at least is going to draw you money. With all due respect.
But I don't know what did the package mean? What was it about? What's going on?
No one knows and no one cares. I mean, that's the whole point. That's the whole point. No one wanted to see that. That was purely for vanity that got on the air. And I'm sure Brandy Rhodes is a really nice person, but
I have met her and she is. Yes.
That shit does not need to be on. No one wants to see that stuff.
I don't know what it was.
A waste of money. They have a billionaire willing to prop them up and make them the superstars they always dreamt they were.
But how is that video that nobody understood what the fuck it was going to make you a superstar? I'm just wondering what the fuck it was supposed to be about. Her and Kong. I got that because that's their faces were on there. I don't know what the fuck.
I have no idea.
All right. Here's what everybody asked me about. The Rock and Roll Express interview. The Rock and Roll Express are there in Charleston, West Virginia, scene of some of their greatest triumphs to probably the last time that Charleston, West Virginia really did sell out for wrestling. To present the belts to the winners of the World Tag Team Championship tournament. And so they bring him out on stage. What was the guy's name? Chris Van Fleet? Chris Van Fleet interviews the Rock and Roll Express. And Ricky says something about, well, we're back here in West Virginia or whatever. And Hoot says, yeah, we beat the Andersons here 30 years ago. And then suddenly here comes Santana and Ortiz. I won't call them LAX anymore. That's the old gimmick. And laid them out. But why so quick? Why did they've got the Rock and Roll Express there? They're over with the crowd. It's Charleston, West Virginia. They're the NWA Tag Team Champions. They're multiple time. They're WWE Hall of Famers. They're willing to say whatever the fuck. Have them put your teams over. Boy, we're here to present the championship belts to the winners of the tournament. We've seen these matches. Boy, such and such a great team. Such a great team. You know, but finally it's come down to the two of them, and you know, mention some of the other teams that were in the tournament. Whatever. Put your teams over. And they could have even said, who eliminated Santana and Ortiz in this tournament? Do we even remember? It's been a fucking mess.
I have no idea.
Well, they could have even said, well, because so-and-so beats, you know, Santana and Ortiz, you know, they're both great teams, but so-and-so was better on that night just for the reason or just something. Or then afterwards, could we have had the announcers say, well, Santana, did they ever even say Santana and Ortiz are trying to make a statement because they lost a controversial decision in the tournament, or they're not the ones competing for they just jump them before they've said almost anything, beat them up. I thought Ricky was going to get some juice, which that actually would have been better than because the power bomb through the gimmick. Did it look as gimmicked to you as it looked to me?
Yes.
So he took a hell of a bump, but it looked fake. It was like when Watts took the fucking pads off around the ring. I loved that because I've blown my knee and people have turned their ankles. Ricky Santana broke his ankle one time on the goddamn edge of those fucking pads around the ring. And then because there's pads, if you take a goddamn giant suplex on the pad, it hurts you, but people still think it's padded. So they say, oh, well, there's a pad there. But if you take a little pissy bump on concrete, people would pop because it's concrete. So instead of doing what they had already done, which was pretty good to beat up a couple guys, and Ricky can sell his ass off, they set up a staged phony bump as the buzz killer as the last of it. And then the Young Bucks come out to save them. They'd been out there beating the shit out of them for a minute and a fucking half. You could have got the cops from the local precinct. Why didn't somebody come out first and get thrown off the stage or something? But it's just like, okay, right, as soon as the climactic bump, we're done now because there's no way we can get him out of that fucking hole. Here comes the baby faces to save. And they didn't even come out with shampoo and barefoot like they were in the shower.
I thought it was preposterous that those guys would have been able to chase off Santana Ortiz.
And besides that, and not even carrying anything, not even with a chair or fucking stick or what, you know.
No, just running out there. Hey, can I ask you a question? Because you mentioned Santana and Ortiz, and I'm not very familiar with them, that they are or were LAX. And I remember Homicide and Hernandez were LAX, and Conan was LAX. Is it like the Katzenjammer Kids? Are there multiple?
No, it's actually a cross between the Little Rascals and the Bowery Boys. There's a rotating cast.
Okay.
No, actually, because these guys, TNA fucked Homicide around, or not Homicide. Well, they fucked him around too, but they fucked Hernandez around years ago. And then they fucked Homicide around, and Conan had in TNA a while back had reinstituted LAX with these guys. And I'm not saying they're a rotten team or whatever. I'm just saying on this particular angle, they did a good angle, but they could have built up to it a little more. It was like, we're running low, we're running long on time, or running late, just fucking rush out there. Anyway, more Tony with Cody in the limo, the Dusty story. Dusty was always naked in the locker room or just fucking hanging around. He'd wear his hat and sometimes his boots and nothing else. Cody wants to impress his mother. She's going to be there at the title match. This went a while, but it was serious, and Tony was talking very low because he had laryngitis. But they're building up Cody on the way to the contract signing. That's fine. I got no problem with that. And then we fell in a hole. John Silver, Alex Reynolds, and poor old QT Marshall. And the fucking ring announcer didn't even know how to pronounce his name. It said Marshall. QT Marshall was a guy that Delirious, Hunter Johnston, had found at one of the Ring of Honor camps. And he was a refreshing change of pace in those days. This was 2012-ish. He was actually had size, was a grown adult man, and could work and could talk a little bit and had some personality. And we got him a robe, and he was God's gift, QT Marshall. And because he came out and was like a 235-pound man, grown man, actually working, having wrestling matches, the Ring of Honor fans hated him because he didn't do any flips, and they blamed me for pushing him. Because another one of Cornette's guys, he's worthless. He's a piece of shit. Apparently now he works backstage for him. I don't know, in All Elite Wrestling. So now the fans, I'm sure the modern fans love him now. But anyway, they put poor old QT Marshall out there with these two fucking guys that goddamn the one guy can't be 4.5 feet tall. And I don't know what the fuck. But here comes the team of the Best Friends and Orange Cassidy, my little dog Pockets. And this is their Rick and Morty crossover. I have seen Rick and Morty commercials. I have never watched the show. I don't want to now even more than I never did before after seeing whatever the fuck this was. They came out wearing Rick and Morty masks with wigs and fucking eyebrows and outfits. And here comes, I don't know what the fuck. I was embarrassed for Jim Ross. This was stupid. It was a waste of national television time. Somebody even said on the internet, said they didn't even know if any of the Rick and Morty fans would have liked this. It was worse than RoboCop. At least RoboCop was involved in a match with fucking Sting and all the big stars and everything and didn't actually get in the ring. But as crossovers go with the TV network, welcome to fucking Turnerland, All Elite Wrestling. This is what you're going to have to put up with. Except before, when Jim Herd told us in that meeting that they had all the rights to the old MGM movies, so we needed to find a one-legged wrestler so we could name him Long John Silver. All Elite Wrestling already has the disabled wrestling fucking roster ready to go. What the fuck? Just Goof doing his shit, and then the other Goofs doing their shit, and it was fucking silly, and it was embarrassing, and it was a waste of national television time. And you know what? Somebody else said about my little dog Pockets. Well, they said, this is what they said on Twitter, Brian. They said, well, I just don't understand. If the other guy sold the shin kicks, that'd be a problem, but they don't. So what's wrong with it? When's the last time you were going to get in a fight with somebody and you decided to start it out by play kicking them in the shins?
If someone did that to me, I would have hit him with the left after the first shin kick.
Yeah. That's basically what you would do.
Yeah.
So anyway, garbage. Moving on. Contract signing. Chris Jericho and Cody Rhodes. I will mention the thing that I did not like off the top of the bat here, and then we'll go into the good stuff. Why, even if she was really legitimate, why would they expect that the All Elite Wrestling lawyer would be bought by anybody on television as an attorney when she looked like a 20-year-old model. Even if that really is All Elite's wrestling's lawyer, it looked like a gimmick. I never saw a fucking lawyer for a wrestling company that looked like that. But anyway, this is wrestling. Once again, Chris Jericho and Cody Rhodes, they get together, and this was actually, was it the only good thing on the show? I think it pretty much was, but it was the best thing of the night. Jericho's fantastic. They did a good piece of business back and forth. Then they mug fucking Dustin in the parking lot, and that shit looked good. Plus Jake Hager, that just got fucking disqualified for kneeing guys in the nuts, knees Dustin in the nuts. That was fucking perfect. I mean, could they have made this any better? Or was it just because I was so tired of watching the other shit?
I thought the contract signing was great. I thought the stuff outside went too long. That was just my take on it. But overall, once again, best segment on the show. I've said it. I tweeted it the other day. I'm someone who, whenever I think Chris Jericho is coasting or doing shitty work, I've said it. He is so phenomenal right now. And he is so clearly the top star there. And his promos are exceptional.
And he knows it. And he knows it. And he knows that Cody would be his only competition. But Chris is a heel and Cody's a babyface. That works. And there's nobody else that it's going to be the Jericho show.
I think Chris Jericho is just fucking killing it. He's just fantastic right now. And good segment. Another good segment. And again, the one thing that they get me each and every week, it's weird. It's like the one segment that's serious is the segment with Cody. And then everything else is romper room.
Yeah.
So this was good.
Wonder why. Anyway, and guess what comes up next? Jack Evans, Helico, and Kip Sabian against Kenny Olivier and the Young Bucks. Help me out with this, because on Omega's entrance, suddenly a weird video popped up. I wrote weird video with words on screen. I thought it was going to be something to where it's supposed to be Olivier's entrance, and then suddenly somebody does a Max Headroom and hijacks the fucking broadcast and is going to give out a message that we're going to, oh my God, it's like, the day the earth stood still, we're coming, whatever the fuck. And it was incomprehensible. I don't know what the fuck they were talking about, what was going on. And it was never referred to. And then he just came out and did his normal entrance, except when he did his normal entrance, he was coming out in a Halloween costume, either as was he a space alien or was that a skull mask?
I have no
idea. But what was the video?
No one really knows for sure. It seemed to be some sort of veiled shot at New Japan or something. I'm not exactly sure.
What did it have to do with New Japan?
Because they had that image that was kind of a take of the New Japan Lion image, I thought. And then it was talking about how, whatever it was, we wanted you to leave your friends, and you see the Young Bucks there and this person there. By the way, it is important to note here, because I don't think enough people say this. Go talk to a Japanese reporter. The Young Bucks meant nothing in Japan. Kenny Omega was a big star in Japan. The Young Bucks were not really thought of highly by the Japanese wrestling.
No, they had the junior tag team title belts that, who gives a shit?
I was shocked. I actually thought they were bigger stars there until I talked to a few people who told me, oh no, it was Kenny Omega. No one cared about the Young Bucks. New Japan didn't care about the Young Bucks, which is why the Young Bucks hate New Japan now, because New Japan was like, nah, it's all right. You guys can leave. They didn't care. But I have no idea what that video was. I have no idea what it was teasing. And there's just so much shit on this show that I'm guessing maybe it's explained somewhere else on one of their YouTube shows. I don't know, because I don't watch that stuff, but there's too much stuff that's not explained, that doesn't make sense. And then you just wonder about it, and nothing's ever said to you.
Well, here's the thing. It's not a tease if you don't understand that you're being teased. If you're just like, I don't even understand the words that are on the screen, or how does this apply to anything? It's not a tease. There has to be some connection to something you're interested in. So you're being teased to what's going to come. Anyway. And then Omega comes out in a fucking alien outfit or whatever. And then here come the Young Bucks, were dressed like Karate Kid again, like one of their video games.
Street Fighter,
whatever the fuck it is.
And Ryu.
Can you imagine if somebody had gone up to Vince McMahon one night at Raw during the Attitude Era and said, hey, Vince, your top guy Stone Cold Steve Austin, you know, he wants to go out tonight dressed up as Super Mario. Is that okay? What the fuck? And the best part of this match was, guess who was in the front row doing the jazz hands?
I know who. I know
Stephen
exactly.
P. New and the law offices of Stephen P. New, the entire law office. What was that back?
Call Stephen P. New.
Stephen P. New, Stephen P. New, Stephen P. New.
You need to sue. An outlaw mud show or two. Still to the rest.
All right, well, Rocky the Ramone's been busy, as you could tell.
Well, there you go. The law offices of Stephen P. New were there in force to do jazz hands in front of Kenny Olivier. And folks, I just want to mention that if you need legal representation, if you need somebody to fight for your rights, if you need somebody on your side, if you've been harmed by a major corporation, if you've been damaged or injured or poisoned or misrepresented, or possibly Tony Khan might need to call Stephen. Whatever the case may be, he's one of us. He's a wrestling fan, and he does the jazz hands. 888-692-8084, newlawoffice.com. You don't even need to have to sue an Outlaw Mud Show promoter, but it helps. But if you need any legal representation, advice, counsel, or someone to champion your rights for you in a court of law, if you need to sue, call Stephen P. New, because New is for you.
The jazz hands were great, but I liked even better at the end of the match when the bald buck was going around high-fiving everyone.
The bald buck?
And Steve no-sold him. He just, he's high-fiving everyone. The guy next to Steve, the guy on the other side of Steve. Steve just stood there and just stared at him. Didn't do anything. It was great.
We should play that next to the fucking pallbearer at Elijah Cummings' funeral that snubbed Mitch McConnell.
Yeah, that was great.
They're like, fuck you, turtle. Oh. But anyway, and I feel bad for Steven. He had to watch this match. But anyway, the heels jump-started it. There were dives in seconds. There were no tags whatsoever. There was oftentimes in the ring, there was 2 against 1. Guys came in and out. There was flipping and double teams and blah. And it made no sense because it is what poor old Uncle Dave in his declining years has come to love, is a video game match that makes no fucking sense. And if there's psychology going on here, it's on such a high level that maybe the Thetans and the Batons up on, the Scientology folks, maybe they get it. Maybe it's a higher level that we've got to go through the fucking process for, but there ain't no psychology I can see in this shit. And then they go through the break. And finally, on the other side of the break, now they're tagging a little bit so they can tag Olivier in so he can point, get jazz hands, and prance. And then I wrote, everybody hit everything, no tags, no logic, and Olivier beats Evans. One of these matches is the same thing as all the others. It all looks alike. They get going so fast, and they do such convoluted shit that you can't instantly even process who is on whose side. There's no element of a contest here. It's just a bunch of guys cooperating to do shit with each other. And as we mentioned at the top of the program, there's no reason for professional wrestling to be held if you're not trying to simulate a fucking contest. It was just, was I missing something?
No. I brought up the Ultimate Warrior earlier, and I can appreciate, look, I really like the Omega matches with Okada. And there have been some moments with the Young Bucks I like, but I feel like when I watch them, I feel probably similar to what smart fans felt when they saw the Ultimate Warrior and the Bushwhackers. In that, those fans really seem to like it, but it doesn't do it for me. I watch NXT and I like that match layout. For the most part, that referee in the tag team match we'll talk about later.
Yeah.
But I like the way those matches are laid out a lot better than this of just nonstop flips, no psychology. Everyone gets up from everything. And then fans will say, but there is psychology. You just don't get it because you're out of touch.
The NXT matches are laid out by professionals with experience and with not letting the talent do stupid shit any more than possible than you have to these days so that they'll have them around for a while instead of being injured and paralyzed. And anyway, let's hurry up and finish this fucking show because I'm dying. Here come the librarians. I'm embarrassed for all of these people by now. But thank God Moxley comes out and cuts that thing short. But once again, not only it just, especially to bring the librarians out for an entrance and then to have them DDT'd is worse than if they hadn't been there at all, because then you've just reminded people that a bunch more of your wrestlers on your roster have stupid fucking silly indie gimmicks. Why would you put that on television? It's stupid.
And then because it's Tony Khan's idea. That's how come it gets put on television.
Fucking hell. Certainly not.
Oh, it is. No, the librarians.
Seriously? We know
librarians. I've been told by someone in AEW that the librarians was absolutely Tony Khan's.
Well, there you go. Like I said, professionals with experience laying matches out. Moxley cut a great promo, had a lot of fucking violence and enthusiasm and passion in it. But here's what I don't understand here. Moxley is wrestling Olivier in a no DQ, non-sanctioned match. Both are baby faces. Both are cheered. Why are they facing each other? Well, I know because the one guy jumped the other guy, but why are both baby faces? And they're both being cheered. But if one guy jumped the other guy, shouldn't the people be mad at one guy?
Man, you're so out of touch, Jim. There are no baby faces and heels. We don't need those tropes from the old days. Everyone's just a person.
Well, then there's nobody. Then there's nobody to cheer for and nobody to boo, which means no reason to buy a ticket.
Well, we haven't thought of that.
Except to see a performance. So once again, what'd you say? You've capped your audience to the people who want to see a performance. If people cared about Kenny Omega, then when John Moxley dropped him on his head, the people would have been mad at John Moxley, but yet they're cheering John Moxley. So they're going to have two baby faces, have a fucking match, but it's going to be no DQ and no rules and non-sanctioned. And Moxley is swearing that he's going to fucking draw blood from the top guy in the top single guy in the company to some people. But yet they're cheering him when he says that. So this is completely, they've somehow dropped the ball on this because that's ridiculous. And that's the problem I also have with this whole fucking group. Do they actually boo anybody except for MJF when he's out there and he's not with Cody? Because everybody else is a babyface. That was the first fucking test you passed in wrestling training school, in OVW or anywhere. If you went out, Rip Rogers will tell you this. This is the way we trained everybody. I don't care whether people have ever heard of you or not. If you go out to the ring for your match, and by the time the bell rings and you lock up with your opponent, if the people don't know which one is the babyface and which one is the heel, both of you are the shits. So that's just that. Now, last match, tag tournament finals, Lucha Brothers versus SCU. And I must admit they surprised me here, at least with the result. First of all, the Lucha Brothers, and I didn't even look at the rest of the records of these people. I don't know what SCU's record is, but I have a feeling their new champions probably are less than 50-50. The Lucha Brothers were announced at a combined weight of 383 pounds. Who the fuck is approving this shit? They're wearing body outfits. You can't tell on TV. You could easily say 415 and nobody would fucking question it, right? But they say 383 pounds out loud. So, okay, here's a couple of 190-pound fucking guys. I remember the only professional wrestler that was ever announced at less than 200 pounds for the first 3 or 4 years that I watched wrestling was Jerry Jarrett, who was announced at 198 pounds because he was a fucking genius and realized that he, as babyface, would get all the sympathy because he was the smallest guy. So even when he weighed over 200 pounds, he was announced at 198 pounds. But your fucking badass tag team, combined weight of 383 pounds. All right. It immediately broke out in a 4-way, and once again, there were no tags. Referee Aubrey was my favorite part of this fucking match.
She would have done so well in silent films.
Yes, the face, the gestures, the body language, Marcel Marceau, and she's got the game face and it doesn't crack. I love her.
Now, she's my favorite referee in the entire business. I think she's fantastic.
But once again, they buried her. They buried all of them. It's a tag match at a sports-based presentation. Remember on the first show, they said tag teams have a 10 count instead of a 5 to get out of the ring because it was going to be fucking hell. No tags, in and out, moves back and forth, dueling chants. Who are the babyface and heels? Everybody did a bunch of shit to each other. All for forever. I like Kazarian. I like Scorpio Sky. I've always praised SCU, and they're a step above everybody else. As far as tag teams, they are obviously, by leaps and bounds, the best tag team because they're experienced, they're veterans, they're in great shape, their shit's good. I can tell that it's also safe, but it looks good. They've got the timing. They don't do stupid shit any more than they have to with this crowd. So they're about, a couple levels above in the ring, all the other tag teams. But if they don't go in there to have a tag team match, and I don't know if the Lucha Brothers, I don't know if you can have a American style tag team match with the Lucha Brothers because they're going to do all their shit, right? And that's great when they're superstars in Mexico and they're having lucha matches. But lucha matches are only going to get over to a lucha audience, whether it's in Mexico or the United States. And if there's supposed to be sports-based presentation and if the world tag title's on the line, let's actually have some people fucking tag. Let's actually have some sense to this. And say they went through another break. Then in the second segment, now they're keeping Scorpio Sky out. The referee won't let Scorpio Sky in, and they're getting heat on Kazarian. After the first 8 or 10 minutes, suddenly they decided, well, let's have a tag team match. Why now? Why not 10? Why is the rules different than when we started? They get the heat on Kazarian. Then they give the coldest tag that I've ever seen to Scorpio Sky because I don't think the Lucha Brothers understand a hot tag because A, lucha, and B, not even any of the Americans understand how to do a hot tag anymore. But this was just an embarrassing walk over and tag your partner cold tag. Then Kazarian did a Hurricane Rana off the top rope onto a guy that was standing on the apron and almost killed himself. And there was no need whatsoever to do that because he was going to Hurricane Rana the guy off to where the guy would take a flip and cannonball his partner or whatever. And it was just so contrived. And he almost killed himself. And I love him. And I don't want him to hurt himself. Then they did a huge move and bump one after the other. And then Kazarian powerbombed one of them through a table. And then the finish was a small package on the one guy. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, what'd you think of the finish, the small package?
I love the small package as a finish. If we haven't just been power bombing people through tables and hitting every big move that has ever been fucking the only big moves that hadn't been done already that night by the fucking girls and the fucking midgets and the fucking wrestling rabbits. That was the worst show they've done yet with the best segment they've done yet. My favorite segment.
What was the best segment?
Well, my favorite segment on AEW television so far is either the press box brawl last week or the contract signing this week, just because it reminded me of what it looks like when actual wrestling stars do a serious thing on wrestling.
See, I think the press box brawl was much better. I thought the contract signing was good, but that brawl last week. You're right. It looked so much better to this last night by comparison when you put it in the middle of the rest of this show. But yes, the press box brawl followed by the fucking contract signing if we review the pay-per-view, can we just review Cody and Jericho? Because that's all I give a shit about right now. Well, I mean, if you're going to make me buy it, I think we may have to talk about more.
We'll see what we do. Anyway.
It definitely was. You're right, though. It was definitely the worst television show they've had so far.
But here's another thing, and everybody will say, well, it's not easy. I know it ain't easy to write wrestling television. Since I've written, me and Heyman together, the two of us have written more wrestling television single-handedly than any other group of people walking the face of the planet. So don't tell me how hard it is to write wrestling television. And I can tell you that I could have written one better than that. And I can also tell you that the thinness in their talent roster is showing already. And now they've realized, well, we've signed all these fucking clown show goofs, but we can't actually have them go out there for too long or it'll kill the ratings. So we're just going to have them dropped on their head by people or go out and do the fucking bullshit, the cheetah segment in the Tarzan movie. But they shouldn't have wasted all that money on all those people that they can't fucking use on TV because people will change the fucking channel. Should have thought of that before. Your final thoughts on All Petite Wrestling?
My final thoughts were this was the worst show, and this was definitely the episode that I'm sure I'll watch more of it. I mean, obviously we review it here on the show, we talk about it, but this was definitely like a I don't need to come back next week kind of episode.
We're going to be modifying our reviews as we move into November. I'll say it right now, we're going to keep the Friday for the experience because we like the taping schedule and everybody's gotten used to it, and we do want to be able to bring you up-to-date happenings. But we're going to tape these programs, we're going to zip through them, and we're going to report on something that's either really good or really fucking stupid. And we may pay more attention to NXT than we do to All Elite, but I do not have time in my life, especially with the holiday sales season at JimCornette.com. If they're not going to help me out any more than this in wanting to watch this fucking thing, then we're going to start zipping through and giving we'll have a good, bad, and ugly segment on the program starting next week. Anyway, let's go to next.
You know, Jim, I really liked NXT this week. I've really liked it for the most part every week. And I think it may be the closest to what I want in modern wrestling. And it feels like, you know, this will piss people off too, but I don't care. AEW feels like it's run by a virgin. And NXT feels like it's run by people who actually get laid. And I don't know for sure that Tony Khan's a virgin, but it feels like it's run by a virgin. And NXT feels like guys who may have been able to get a man or a woman, whatever they may choose, and actually get laid.
We know you have your choices in sexual partners, and we appreciate you. I don't know if it's run by a virgin, but it seems like it's run for virgins. Maybe we could say it that way.
Maybe so.
You don't want to malign. Maybe Tony Khan's a happily married man with 16 kids. But it's more professional. One way or another, it's more professional. And you could hear, I'm sorry, I'm hearing Jim Ross cringing on the air sometimes, and I feel bad for him, and I feel bad for some of the people that have to be involved in some of this other stuff when they're sitting there looking at going, what the fuck are they doing now? And you don't, NXT, whether it's a good match or a bad match, it's a professional run show, and they're not making fun. Believe it or not, once again, the company that indirectly Vince McMahon is in charge of is the better wrestling program, not making fun of the wrestling business and people taking shit seriously one way or the other for good or bad. And I'll tell you, I didn't have a lot of hopes for this program, but it perked up because the start, whoever the female 4-piece band was on stage playing to the video, I'm so glad that TNA's pyro gave me tinnitus because the ringing was keeping me from hearing some of that fucking music. I don't know what the fuck. And then Io Shirai, the lighting gave me epilepsy on her entrance. And then she wrestles Candice LeRae. And Candice LeRae hangs out with all the fucking clown show wrestlers. And I'm sure she's done many things on video that would be the boiled in oil category for me, so I can't say anything good about her. So I just sat through this. And LeRae moonsaulted a chair. There's a chair in a girls' match. But Rhea Ripley made the save, and I like Rhea Ripley, but I made the notation. They're in a wrestling war, and it was 8:18 p.m. before we got the first girls' match out of the fucking ring. Could we not have some fucking names, some major names open this thing up? Just my thought. What do you
think that's an important thing going against AEW head to head? Obviously, they open with the Cody coming out of the airplane and then go to Hangman Page and Sammy Guevara. Do you think it's important to have a big name against that?
Bigger than what they had? Yes. What? I'm sorry, but fuck, they have not put the Undisputed Era out there to do something. Where's Walter? Give me some drama to lead to the end of the show. Don't give me a 20-minute girls match. Something. Anyway, I loved Finn Balor because he looks serious. He's a badass looking guy anyway, even though he's smaller. I was a big Prince Devitt fan when I watched his matches years ago when I tried to talk him into making an offer for him in Ring of Honor, but that would have required spending money. He needs more bass in his voice. But he tried hard here, and he did say some things that you wouldn't think that he was being allowed to say or whatever the fuck. The marks in the back or the fans in the back or whatever he phrased it. And besides that, he's been a star on the big television shows, so automatically he's got a lot more recognition, a lot more, what do they call it, the Q factor, where you know who this guy is. Than anybody on AEW except for the guys that have been on WWE television. Anyway, at least they've got star power, and he was doing halfway, and what he said, maybe the Prince might come back. The little nod to everybody knows he was Prince Devitt, whatever the fuck. Go ahead.
What did you think of the look of the promo? Him in the ring with just the spotlight on him.
Well, remember, I keep saying the fucking show is dark. They don't have to darken the whole arena because they're in a smaller building. More light, but colors or something. You know what? We've been talking about this. It just all that their introduction. I kind of like the introduction where they just dim everything and have the spotlight on the guys and they stand there and you can see them and they're in shadow. That kind of looks cool. But everything else in the show is dark, too. A lot of the entrances are dark. The effects are dark. It's just dark. That's what I thought of it. Am I offending you with that?
No, not at all. I was just curious because it was such an interesting look. You know, I think they should do promos up by like where William Regal stands. And I assume that Kathy girl does some stuff up there. But I thought that would be a great place to do promos because then you get the whole building behind you and below you, and it looks really cool.
Yeah, the old crow's nest, Portland Wrestling.
That's right. Yeah.
Anyway, the next match, Shane Thorne against Bronson Reed. I liked Shane Thorne was one of the I don't know what the recent name of their tag team was. They have changed it, but they came over and did a Ring of Honor match for us, and they didn't have papers or we would have used them, him and his partner. I think he's the same guy. This Bronson Reed, he's fucking huge, but he looks like he can move pretty good. They did 10 million kicks and chops. But Reed hit a deadly looking move of some description, got a 2 count. And then finally hit that splash off the top. And if that hadn't been the finish, I would have thrown something through the television. But that was the finish.
It looked great too. What an incredible splash!
Yes, and you could give that instead of his name being Bronson Reed in a wrestling promotion, you could give that guy a fucking gimmick and maybe a manager, and goddamn hospitalize some people. Carry him out on stretchers, you can get him over. I don't know what they're going to do with him because, but anyway.
Everyone has a stupid name in NXT. That is the one problem. There is no Mauler.
And you can't even remember him either. And it's not like Terry Gordy and Michael Hayes. It's like contrived names, like that fucking 3-man team of that's in Imperium, and we can't remember what all their fucking names are or whatever. They're phony made up names that nobody actually has in real life, rather than either a name like Michael Hayes or a goddamn name like the Mauler. It just, or at least you can remember it. Anyway, the NXT Tag Team Championship, Dakota Kai and Tegan Nox against Kabuki Warriors. You give me your opinions first.
I really like the match. I'm a big Asuka fan, always have been. Everyone gets mad about my pronunciation of her name. I don't give a fuck. I like Kairi Sane also. I think they're really good together. I've not seen much of their work on the main roster because I don't watch that stuff, but I'd seen a little bit. I knew she was doing the Great Kabuki gimmick now. And I thought the other girls are really good as a babyface tag team. They worked holds. I don't know if I saw anyone grab a hold on AEW. They worked.
No, I don't think anybody knows how to get a headlock over there.
But they worked the leg. I thought, and forgive me, I don't remember which one of the baby faces is which, but the one that took the mist, she got a great shot of mist, but she sold it fantastically. And then it made sense. She turned over so the referee couldn't see her face.
Yeah.
And then she got hit with the elbow, which also looked great, and pinned. I really like this. And of course, the post-match led up to a lot of stuff, but as a match, I liked it. It was what I want. It was a good tag team match.
Well, I tell you, I got to be honest. I watched a couple minutes. Nothing was wrong with it, but I watched both shows last night because today is my anniversary and I had things to do. And I was getting sleepy. So as I wrote, this went forever, even on speed search, because I skipped ahead to the finish. And I loved the elbow off the top. But then once I saw the Horsewomen, then I was into it. And the confrontation and the beatdown. And here comes Rhea Ripley. But Io Shirai attacks her, and Bianca Belair and Candice LeRae for whatever she's worth, and the big fight, and Ripley laying everybody out, and attacking Shayna Baszler, and all the people hitting the ring for the pull apart. That was one of the better angles I have seen with all women.
Oh yeah.
And and then when Regal came out and made it the War Games at first, I was, oh goddamn. War Games with girls, right? Because I was thinking old War Games because there's got to be blood and violence. And then I thought, well, wait a minute, there ain't going to be blood anyway. Nobody does blood anymore. And actually with the Horsewomen and that heel contingent, yeah. So I'm kind of interested in a female War Games, for heaven's sake. Who would have thought? But because it was a wrestling angle.
Yeah. And William Regal, fantastic delivering the line. I mean, it was like 2 lines.
Yes.
But War Games! And
yeah,
the crowd popped. The only thing I don't like, and it's an industry-wide thing, if this is all going on, Rhea Ripley should run to the ring. Shouldn't wait for her music to hit and then slowly walk out.
Yeah.
And it's not just her, it's everyone. I mean, instead of a run-in where you run in there and try to take care of some action, you have to have your music play, you have to make your entrance. It just, that drives me crazy.
And plus that kills, because when you hear the music, that kills your pop. When you hear the music, they pop on the music because like, oh, so-and-so is coming. But it was so much better and more organic when you see so-and-so running down the aisleway and the sudden, oh my God, here she comes, or whatever the fuck. Yeah. I actually cussed out the sound guy at a show in Oklahoma a couple years ago, the Imperial Wrestling Revolution. IWR. They're running some in Oklahoma. Great guys. JR was there. He was helping them out with some talent. That's why I managed the Hardys. No, I'm sorry. Let me back. I managed War Machine, Hanson and Rowe against the Hardys. And I put, War Machine over at that time because they were a really good heel team. And boy, what big badasses. And I don't know what's happened to them now. I don't know where they are. That nobody keeps the same name, so I can't keep track of anybody. But anyway, the night before at a show, somebody was going to run in the Von Erich boys in their match, and I was out there managing. And the fucking sound guy played the run-in music, played the guy's music that was going to run in and make a save on an unplanned, supposedly fucking thing that was just happening. And I said, what the fuck is the matter with you? And it's so stupid. But I agree, everybody does it, and everybody's stupid that does it. But the next match I enjoyed so much because once again, Cameron Grimes, I love him to death because he's different. Tyler Bates, a good kid. But do you know what Cameron Grimes did that made me love him and love this match?
No.
He grabbed a guy, wrist lock on the guy, and when the referee walked around the other side, he pulled Tyler Bates' hair and took him down to the mat. He actually healed. I know who the heels and baby faces are. And they had a nice little match. They went through a break too. Good God, I wish everybody didn't have to go through a break. But that thing that Cameron Grimes does where he backflips on top of the guy, grabs a German, and then Germans him, that little prick's stronger than you would give him credit for.
He's really good.
I like that. And like I said, they had a nice match. And finally, here comes Killian Dane, and he does the distraction, and Grimes hits that double foot stomp. I love that thing. I have never seen that before in wrestling. Nobody that I know of has ever done that in that way. And then Dane got heat on Tyler Bate after he fucking got beat. So that it's a wrestling show. Imagine this.
Well, you know what else I like? The fact that it was actually built up. Remember a few weeks ago, Tyler Bate was at ringside after Cameron Grimes' match, and they had that little thing. So when they showed it on the graphic on the screen that this match was coming up, I was like, all right, I understand why these two guys don't like each other. And I really enjoyed it. And again, you know, you put over the healing and that finish is fantastic. It's just spectacular. But beyond that, again, another guy that worked a hold in a match.
Yeah.
And I really liked it. Really, really. And I really, really am high on Tyler Bate. I know he's not a big guy, but there are a lot of guys in NXT, Finn Balor, Johnny Gargano, who aren't the biggest guys. So there are at least guys similar size that he can go against. And I just think he's really, really talented, especially at his age.
And so here's another thing. Everybody that can't get it, that just can't see what the fuck is going on or have the cognitive ability to understand the English language. It's not just size, it's appearance. Sometimes it is just size. No, a professional wrestler cannot weigh 115 pounds like Marco Stunt. But people will say, well, you booked this small guy and that small guy and the other small guy. Sayama was not a very big guy, but he convinced you. He was athletic. He was a world-class athlete. Dynamite Kid, before he got on the sauce and went to the WWF, might not have weighed 200 pounds, but look at him. And he was a badass. It's not just size. It's size and appearance, both physically and facially, and how you carry yourself. And some people there's also a bunch of 6'3", 260 pound fat dumpy fucks that you wouldn't think could whip anybody, and they shouldn't be wrestling either. And it amazes me when people are, well, it's just the size. And then they say, well, Cornette wants to take up for, he wants all these steroid freaks. They don't even know what the fuck I have said for the last 30 years. Cornette, look, he takes up for the WWF. He's sucking Vince's dick. I've never knocked them. Oh my God. But no, it's not just size. Anyway. And then finally, we're wrapping this thing up just in time. The best match of the night from either program, I think without question, Keith Lee and Matt Riddle against Kyle O'Reilly and Bobby Fish. I like this match. Everybody was different. Everybody did their shit. O'Reilly and Fish led it. They're the fucking heels. Riddle got to do his shit. Keith Lee does some good shit, and they got his in there, but they, because he's limited because he's green, so they kept it to the big stuff. Went through a break, but I wanted to see what was going on the other side. I obviously knew who the heels and baby faces were. They got a nice set of heat on Matt Riddle and told a story with it that made sense. And then guess what Matt Riddle did? Of all people, he made a hot tag.
And he did it well.
We did it well. We finally saw one. And guess what the people did?
They popped.
They cheered. And then Keith comes in and does his great power shit. O'Reilly and Fish have good teamwork, either on offense or defense. Here comes Adam Cole and Roderick Strong, and that spot where Keith Lee pounced one of them into the other one, that looked fucking great.
Oh, yeah.
But at the same time, while he's doing that, the two heels beat the one babyface with the fucking high-low, total elimination, whatever, double goozle, whatever the fuck they're calling it, 1, 2, 3. Great fucking match. And then here come the heels to get some heat, and Ciampa makes the fucking wild save. That's wrestling. Nothing to laugh at, nothing to scoff at. Everybody was serious. Everybody looked like they could kick ass. Work was good, made sense, looked like a sport, got the business in afterwards. Everybody wants to see what's going to happen next. That's wrestling. Sorry, folks. NXT is, as we predicted it would be, because we know who's running the shit, a more professional show where you're going to get no stupid indie bullshit that if you saw it on Raw, you cosplay wrestling fans, if you saw it on Raw or SmackDown, can you imagine, Brian? Well, now they've got a librarian that goes, shh. Or now they got a guy sticks his hands in his pockets. It's as bad as the necrophilia. They're making a mockery of wrestling.
You're not allowed to do irony in the WWE, only in AEW. Ironic wrestling is not acceptable by wrestling fans in the WWE. But if AEW does it, it's fair game.
Let me just figure this out here. Hold on here a second. I'm skipping through. Just 1 second. Irony, IRO, ironing, ironage, ironclad.
Is that in the glossary?
Iron curtain
for that?
Ironic. No, this is the American Heritage Dictionary. Ironic, marked by or constituting irony, or given to the use of irony. Okay, well then iron lung. That's what Chief Jay Strongbow would say that they should have had those matches in. Should have had that match in an iron lung. Nobody ever knew what that meant, but it sounded bad. Okay. Irony, the use of words to convey the opposite of their literal meaning. Incongruity between what might be expected and what actually occurs. It didn't say anything about stupid, bad outlaw mud show wrestling. It does say something about feigned ignorance, but I don't know. Irony, right? I don't know. The point is, whether you call it irony or whether you just call it an outlaw mud show, it's still stupid. So, the show of the week goes to NXT. The match of the week goes to NXT. The segment of the week goes to AEW. Actually, it goes to Chris Jericho and Cody. And this experiment in its current form has come to an end. Next week, we will start giving you the highlights and the lowlights, but we're not going to spend this much time because I'm starting to hate my life. Let's run through this. What would you like to talk about first?
I watched AEW first. What did you watch first?
I watched AEW again. I had to, because it's always the thought of a potential train wreck, right? So let's go through that first. Then. Let's do that. What did you think?
Overall?
God damn.
I thought that...
Just start the conversation.
I thought there were several really good things on the show. I thought the Cody promo was excellent. I mean, I can't say enough about it. And I'm someone who's been very critical of Cody in the past, especially when he came off as incredibly pretentious. But he's just killing it right now. And that promo was fantastic. And I thought the brawl at the end, there were elements I liked. There were elements I didn't like. They were obviously just trying to have a really hot ending leading into the pay-per-view and have everyone out there running around and doing their thing. But then there was a lot of stuff during the show I did not. It's not even I don't like it. I mean, the Dark Order, I just knew I could walk away. I knew I don't have to give them a chance again. I've given them enough chances. Now I'm going to go have dinner. The women's tag match, that really...
Well, let's go in order because I said I wasn't going to do this and then ended up doing it. And you did too. We said, well, we'll just zip through and see what piques our interest. But we kind of watched the whole thing. Right?
Yeah.
And it's schizophrenic. It's a schizophrenic television program. And I went into a little bit more detail than I was going to. But from the top of the program, they're in Charlotte. The Bojangles Coliseum is the old Coliseum. So that is the scene, right? And that place, you know, the fans in Charlotte, they love wrestling. They're going to be hot. Jim Ross does a nice voiceover and hands fucking Excalibur a nice little pitch. And he fucking mumbled about the ridiculous 3-team gets a chance at the fucking winner of the B-roll of the goddamn bronze medal in the tag team, whatever the fuck. They get so complicated. You don't know what the fuck's going on. And he's not the guy to convey it.
I got to say, this is the week Excalibur got on my nerves to the point where I had to press mute.
I got one coming. I got a great quote here in a minute, so stay tuned.
But it's his tone. It's like there's this weird, like when there's a movie, I can't even do it. It's just like, and it's a hit toss into an injury. Like it's just this weird tone.
No, that's what I call a Mark calling wrestling in his basement with another Mark. That's what it sounds like. You can tell they're not. You can tell not only has he not had professional television background, but he has his only wrestling background has come from the indie level modern mark terminology that professional announcers do not use in wrestling. Anyway, why does Trent Beretta now have no last name?
I was wondering the same thing.
We're going to go through this quick. It's Pac versus Trent. And Trent's the one I like out of that group of dipshits. But now he's got no last name. So just Trent. What the Pac at least sounds like Cher, right? Trent sounds like Joe. But the babyface has two guys with him backing him up, and the heel is all alone. They're two great-looking athletic guys that look kick-ass, and they hit hard. I don't know why they had to spend so much time on the floor at the start of the match, especially it's first match on the show. They're already on the floor. There's no count-out. These guys are athletic. They could have been in the ring doing some great wrestling spots instead of the same old shit that all the outlaw guys do because they can't work, right? Go fight around ringside. This fucking Pac, the dives, the drop kicks, etc., are amazing for his build. And when he puts a headlock on with his head and shoulders or his arms and shoulders, it looks great. And his shit is crisp. And here comes Trent, takes that fucking Ray Stevens bump in the corner, perfect, even though I almost knocked the cameraman out. I don't think he was ready for it. But then they just sacrifice all that, and they get Goof in. My little dog Pockets comes in the ring. And did you see the obvious, ridiculous, stupid-looking, overplayed, play-acting referee distraction by Hatchet Head Taylor and the referee?
Yeah.
If anybody go back and look at that's exactly what you would never do as a referee distraction. And not only were you calling attention to it, but you were obviously making fun of the fact that the referee has to be distracted for this foolishness to go on behind him. Then here comes Orange Cassidy, and he fucking play kicks the fucking guy in the shins a couple times, and then Pac kicks him and knocks him out of the ring. Why? Why was it there? It accomplished nothing in a positive manner. It made everybody go, what the fuck? Why is this happening? Who is this guy? Why is he play kicking the guy's shins? There's still no explanation why he acts this way. Was he in a fucking car wreck? Does he have brain damage of some kind? He's undergone therapy, but he's got the mind of an 8-year-old. And also for the people who go, well, if he sold them, if the guy sold the play kicks, that would be a problem, but they don't sell them. So why is it a problem? Why did your parents breed? Why did they fuck in a flower bed and make a blooming idiot like you? What fucking sense does it make if you're supposedly in a fight against somebody or your friend's in a fight against them, if you go up and do obviously phony shit to them and then let them knock you the fuck out? It's still phony. It's stupid. There's no reason for it. It's silly. Once again, pull my pants down and fucking moon the crowd to see if somebody will pay attention to me. And everybody will giggle. Because my friends have important jobs, so I got carried along for the ride. He took a shitty bump when Pac kicked him. Then Trent makes a comeback and does an amazing dive, but at this point, they've killed the concept of this as a match. Jim Ross, go back and watch from the time Orange Cassidy gets in the ring until the time he gets knocked out of the ring. Jim Ross, I believe, says, because he didn't want any of that on him. Because he's trying to be a fucking professional and he doesn't want to be embarrassed when he actually goes out and does appearances where people know who he is. Oh, you're the guy that was talking about my little dog Pockets. Why, if people in the company are openly embarrassed about shit, why put that shit on your fucking air on national television and ruin all these guys' work? Pac should be a star. Trent should be a star. Chuck Taylor should be a valet parking attendant. And Orange Cassidy should be dropped naked from a helicopter in front of his family. Comedic exaggeration, trademark.
How dare you say that he should be killed? How dare you root for everyone?
That's just the way I roll, baby. All right.
Can I ask you something though? Like, take the distaste for Orange Cassidy out of it for just 1 second. We've seen him now on TV with the best friends for weeks. We saw him that one match with the Young Bucks where he dove on everyone. Have we seen the entire act? Like, because now, even if you get a kick out of it, why do you want to keep watching it? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Well,
is there more to it?
Yeah, for people on Twitter will say, oh, but once he starts wrestling, he's a great wrestler. Well, nobody's going to care anyway because he's a fucking comedy goof and nobody's going to take it seriously. And would people start selling for this fucking guy? You know, and why is he acting that way? Can anybody, is there a psychiatrist report? Was he scarred somehow that he doesn't understand what's going on around him? There's no explanation. Anyway, further with this match, I'm calling 6 weeks before, guess what happens?
I don't know.
Their first lawsuit, if they keep using the guardrails like that.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Because they're hitting those guardrails so hard. They are of the indie mindset. That's the first thing I've had to do on every company that I've joined in the last 15 years. I've had to go to them, and when Ring of Honor was bought by Sinclair, I had to tell those guys. It's a different story than when Ring of Honor was owned by beloved ticket broker Kerry Silken, and you could give somebody a T-shirt that would make up for the 2 teeth in their mouth that you just knocked out when your foot went over the guardrail and kicked Junior in the mouth. They'll take a T-shirt and free tickets. When they find out there's $1 billion company, whether it be Sinclair Broadcasting or now the fucking Jacksonville Jaguars or Con Empire, whatever, they're not as forgiving. And what about if all those guys who think it's a badge of honor that you land in their lap or the sweat flies on them or they get the guardrail in their... What about when one of those guys falls on a kid in the second row and his parents ain't so fucking happy? Let's say no kids go. Let's say a woman who happens to be there with her boyfriend because he just had to fucking go and she should give a shit, right? And she gets kicked in the side of the head. Whatever the fuck. Stay away from the people. It's now you're on national TV and a billionaire owns you. Somebody will try to sue instead of being one of these mosh pit fucks in the fucking heavy metal concert that want to get beat up. Most normal people do not go and buy a ticket to see a sport or an entertainment where they actually emerge injured. That's just something to keep in mind. These guys worked hard. It would have been a good match without the Stooges at ringside. But then here's the thing. Pac hits Trent with a brain buster on the floor that looked incredible. And they milked the count well. And then Pac hits an incredible splash off the top. 1, 2, and the referee stopped the count. JR called it over. So did Tony Schiavone. There was the what the fuck moment. People started booing. Then Pac rolls Trent over and gets a submission, and the referee calls for the bell there. That obviously was a huge fuck up because the referee obviously thought he was going to kick out of the splash, held up at 2. Then when he saw he didn't kick out, almost counted to 3, and then realized that would even be worse. But which you give a motherfucker a brain buster on the floor, then you fucking roll him in, and whether that was supposed to be the finish or not, this goddamn splash looked incredible. The fact that you were able to pick up the brain buster on the floor, that good looking, could have been an angle for this guy for a pay-per-view match with a big opponent. It looked that good. He throws it away at a free TV match and then rolls the guy back in, hits him with another move, and then has to tap him out. Who is responsible for this shit? For fuck's sake. And then when the referee went to raise Pac's hand, he jerked away. He was fucking hot. And then he did a good promo in the ring because he was hot. Actually brought some emotion out. When the guys get pissed, they sound good.
What would you have had the referee do in that situation where he's expecting the
pack his bags? If that wasn't the finish, if the guy was supposed to kick out, I don't blame the referee. I blame the agent or the producer or whoever booked this shit. If the guy was going to kick out of that, it was lunacy. So, but if he wasn't supposed to kick out and the referee held up because he was fucked up, I would help the referee pack his bag because that's national TV and they didn't need that right then. And, you know, and the thing is, if the shoulders are down, you're supposed to count it like a shoot. So if the referee had counted 3 and that wasn't the finish, it would have been the boys' fault. But whether it was the finish or not, because the referee didn't count, it was the referee's fault. Nevertheless, next came the segment of the night, live in-ring interview with Cody Rhodes and Tony Schiavone. And I tweeted about that because I felt like it couldn't even wait till the next day. That was a fucking promo. He speaks well. He had goods to Ellis Island for wrestlers. You carny succubus, you stupid dick. He had the people fired up. That was a fucking promo to talk some people in the building, I thought.
I thought it was excellent. The only bad thing I'll say about it is when you have that in a sea of shit.
Well,
you know, because I put that on Twitter. I said every Cody and Jericho segment, pretty much, I think just about everyone on TV I've loved, and every single one has been surrounded by something I didn't want to see. So if you have a great segment, I mean, it makes me wish that we still had tape trading so I could tell some guy, hey, at the end of the month, send me a tape on SP with just the segments I want. Because, you know, the match before it,
we would customize back in the AWA show. You would in a 6-hour tape, you would get 3 matches and the rest would be promos because that was the best of the AWA show.
Yeah.
And you would get the best parts of each of the territories.
Because that's a big test for me. You have this hot angle, you have this hot interview, whatever it may be. What comes after it? What's going to be able to retain my viewership after this? And they failed this week.
Well, because what was after Cody doing the modern day hard times promo was some real hard times for the wrestling fans. Did you understand also this match was for the 3rd place in the World Tag Team Championship tournament, and they get bronze medals. So they're fighting for 3rd place. It's Dark Order versus Private Party. SCU was on color. Where are the announcers? It was a horrible shot. It was a side shot of the announcers. It looked like they were all in a corner somewhere. And SCU were on headset standing over them. I don't know what the fuck, but they didn't contribute on color that much. But in a large part, I did tune some stuff out. But they've covered Fatso up, but it still looks stupid. The Creepers is stupid. The whole tag team looks outlaw. There's better looking guys on any fucking local outlaw show, not even a national TV outlaw show, but a local outlaw show than these 2 fucking clowns. And they went through a break with this shit. And poor Private Party. And when they come back remember I always talk about coming back from the break in a running spot or something athletic, something exciting that you can start calling and then reset. They came back with Fatso doing a back rake. I'll say this again. Mark Quinn is a phenomenal athlete, not just the moves, but he has charisma and he has physical grace that's unusual. If I were Tony Khan, I would immediately give him a raise and I would relocate him to a good training school with a program that is run by a veteran, Dr. Tom Pritchard down in Knoxville, somebody. And I would have his basics polished. I would work on his psychology. I would work on trying to ingrain in him how to make his best moves mean the most and get him plenty of experience on little shows, possibly down south where the people are actually normal wrestling fans because even the shows up north, even if it's a local show in front of 150 people, they're all the smart, chanty, all elite cosplay wrestling type of fans. Whereas down south, if old Joe Kazana ran his fucking hometown, you'd get 400 fucking wrestling fans that don't even know it's a work yet. He needs to be in front of some of those people so he can get experience and feel a proper crowd. And I would bring this guy and his partner to every TV. And if I wasn't going to put him over, I wouldn't use him. I wouldn't beat him for 6 months. And I'm not knocking the other guy, but I would actually probably look to make him a single. And he would be a superstar African-American babyface that the kids would love, because I don't know if they have any little African-American kids as fans, but they sure would if they used this guy right. He could be Rey Mysterio-ish. Anyway, so now they're going to say, oh, Cornette hates AEW. He wants to give Mark Quinn a raise. and relocate him at Tony Khan's expense in a powerful training program. Anyway, they did a bunch of overly complicated shit, which involved Dark Order looking like goddamn indie goofs. And then, thank fucking Christ, they hit their private party, hit the Hurricane Rana into the RKO and got a 1-2-3, like they should have every other time they've hit that. It's beautiful and it's flawless. What do you think of Old Private Party?
I didn't watch that match. I literally.
Well, there you go.
Like I said,
the Dark Order.
Yeah, no, like
they're a black hole of charisma.
They had
not only do they not have charisma, but they suck out the charisma of those around them.
They had a chance. They've had multiple weeks now to make me care about that tag team, and I don't want to watch them. But more importantly, I just feel like the whole tag team booking has been shit. Even like you said, the tag team tournament was a mess. You get a first round bye into the match. Now you get a medal.
Which is a first round match.
Yeah, now you get a medal.
The winner of this match goes to the fucking second round. Well, that means it's a first round match. And the win-loss records and etc. Guess who, by the way, we'll find this out in a minute, but guess whose record is 5-0 when he comes out?
Whose record is 5-0? I don't know.
Chris Jericho, baby.
Oh, well, there you go.
Because he's the only smart one. Speaking of which, the Chris Jericho Inner Circle video, mocking Cody and Brandy's video, Soul Train Jones, for fuck's sake, Chris's aunt's friend from church. This was funny in a heelish way. This was heels being smartasses, not guys making fun of the wrestling business. I liked this. What did you think?
I really like this. And again, who has been more critical of Chris Jericho over the last several years than me? He's killing it in AEW. Yeah. This video, like you said, I always worry, is it going to be too silly? But it wasn't, because the whole idea of it was
to be silly and make fun of the baby faces, like prick heels.
Yeah, I love,
like smart asses.
And again, I'm going to say what I've said to you before. I love Sammy Guevara with Jericho.
Yeah.
I really, really love this. I love this, and I love the Cody segment. I just wish the show was nothing but Cody and Jericho segments.
The Chris Jericho show. Okay, listen, here's the thing. Excalibur, this is an actual quote. Remember I said he sounds like a Mark in his basement talking? When the fucking, was it the clip or where they got, anyway, it was the clip of the Young Bucks got jumped, but here was the quote from Excalibur. Just jumping, literally just jumping the Young Bucks post-match, the brutality at its most brutal. Brutality at its most brutal. So now here I got another problem with him from a business standpoint. Do you know the philosophy that Vince McMahon has about crossing over the top of the hour?
I'm not sure.
Well, when the original Monday Night Wars started, Vince McMahon determined that at the top of the hour, that's when people switch out, right? At let's say 8 to 10, at 9 o'clock, that's the top of the hour. We need to be not in commercial, but we need to be in program. And we not only need to be in program, but we need to have some major stars or some shit going on, some big names, something. That's why for years they had one of the biggest stars on the roster be walking to the ring right at the top of the hour for a live interview where he was going to announce some shit. Or they had a big main event match, right? At the top of the hour. This program, starting at 8:57 p.m. Eastern Time, brought out Jamie Hayter and Emi Sakura to take on Shayna and Riho in a tag match. And what people saw in the minute and a half preceding the top of the hour was Emi Sakura, who looks like Margaret fucking Cho, dressed up as Freddie Mercury, complete with a mustache. And the people in the building that liked this shit were farting at it. Did you hear the same thing I did? I heard a lot of farts.
I did, yeah.
All four of the girls got separate entrances, like this was Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels, The Undertaker, and fucking Steve Austin. They all got separate entrances. Then this match continued until 9:15. So not only did 4 unknown girls, and everybody, no, we know who they are. They're on YouTube. No, what the fuck? In the United States of America, for the average wrestling fan, and for the sake of a national television audience, Jamie Hayter, Emi Sakura, Shanna, and Riho are not fucking mainstream names. And they not only got individual entrances, but had a match that went through a break and went 18 minutes across the top of the hour on a brand new television program in the middle of a ratings war with their competitor. McFly! What the fuck? And see, this is not analysis you're going to get at fuckwadwrestlingcentral.com, because all they look at is, oh, the girls did some good moves. No, I'm looking at, they want to be in a wrestling war. They want to play with the big dogs. They better get up off the porch. I'm looking at this from a business standpoint. And I've been right next to the guy that they're in the fight with, and I know what his philosophies are. And this wasn't it. And there's an interesting correlation that we can draw to NXT here coming up. But anyway, they started at 8:57, went to 9:04, went to a break and did a picture-in-picture and who gives a shit. They come back at 9:07 on a chin lock by Margaret Cho, I believe. Riho can't tag over the top rope with her feet on the apron because she's too minuscule. So she's allowed to tag standing on the bottom rope. And then Emi Sakura, that household name, rolled Riho up. 1, 2, 3. Has Riho been on every show since that they have aired?
I don't think so.
She's been, okay, there's been 5, right?
Yeah.
Okay, she's been on 4. Yeah. She's been on 4 out of 5 or 5 out of 6, I bet you. It's almost like she knows somebody in management in the biblical way. Fucking hell.
Hey, can I ask you something? Riho on the pay-per-view, she's defending the title against Emi Sakura, right?
Apparently.
I thought wins and losses matter. Because Emi Sakura, I'm looking here at the AEW website, she has 1 loss in a trios match, 1 loss in a tag match, and 1 singles win, according to the website here. So if wins and losses matter, how does she get a title shot?
Well, because now she just beat the champion. Even though she beat the champion after the match was announced where she'd get a shot at the champion.
Yeah, that's my point.
Well, you're overanalyzing.
I'm going to reiterate something I said last week. I like women's wrestling when it's done right. AEW shouldn't have a women's division.
Well, and that's... Hold on. The Brandy video is she's tired of being known just for Cody. She builds Awesome Kong up. She has dreams and nightmares. So she's apparently flipped her wig, right? She's going insane. She's turning to the dark side.
I think so.
She was just the beloved cohort of Cody and smiling and running the women's division 6 weeks ago. Did they all of a sudden realize, well, wait a minute, if we want to have her on TV in the women's division, she shouldn't be running it? They just figured that one out? I'm not sure what's going on here. Let's pick up some time. Brandon Cutler versus Shawn Spears. 2 bald guys with beards the same size. And Shawn Spears went over with the Death Valley Driver, and it was a match. Wasn't insulting. Didn't really care. What happened afterwards was Spears goes over with the Death Valley Driver and starts to get some heat on old Brandon Cutler, who I understand is the guy that went to school with the Young Bucks, right? So he's back on television. Here comes his name is now Jelly Nutella. Is that correct? Jelly Nutella.
That is correct.
Jelly Nutella hits the ring, and Shawn Spears with Tully Blanchard. Shawn Spears, the chairman that caves people's heads in with chairs, with member of the 4 Horsemen, Tully Blanchard, one of the most feared evil heels in all of wrestling, run from a fucking guy in zebra print leggings and what looked like he should have been wearing the zebra print brassiere to go with it. And he makes a... Jelly Nutella hits the ring wearing the feminine pants and a pouty face, and Shawn Spears takes off like he's seen a fucking ghost. Why?
Makes no sense. Here's another thing I put on Twitter. They have one of the great talkers, Tully Blanchard there. How many promos has he done on TV?
None. What? MJF.
None. It's incredible. I mean, Cody's segments are great because he does the promos, and all these matches go through at least one, sometimes two commercial breaks. Put more promos on the fucking show and less matches that make me go downstairs. And no one's running from Joey Nutella.
No, fucking Enzo didn't even run from Joey Nutella.
That's right.
Okay, let's talk about the main event so we can get over to NXT, because there's a few things I want to say about this one. It was Adam Page and Kenny Olivier against Sammy Guevara and Chris Jericho. They do separate entrances again. Olivier has feathers hanging off of his vest. I don't know why. I like Sammy Guevara being a cocky shit, shooting the video of himself on his phone, and it's airing on the show. That's kind of cool. Poor old Adam Page needed some oomph here, and I'll get to that in a minute. Here comes Chris Jericho, and he's obviously the star. And he's taken as a star, and he comes off like a star. He's got Jake Hager with him. He's always got a stooge with him. His record is 5-0. I don't know, is Hager's gimmick that he dresses like a CPA at a golf game and has no expression? Is that the gimmick? I'll work with it if it is, but elsewise, he could animate himself a bit. But anyway, did you know in this match, the first thing was that Kenny Olivier and Sammy Guevara went forever. Did you notice this?
Yes.
And once again, it's one of those things where did we say a few weeks ago with the Bucks, was it stupidity or did they plan it that way? It could just be stupidity, not knowing how to put a match together. Because and Olivier's not a tag team guy, I reckon anyway. But basically, he thinks, and he's probably telling I'm going to get Sammy Guevara over by working competitively with him. What he did was he and Sammy Guevara went forever. Jericho doesn't need to be in. He did the thing where he milked getting in with Olivier and then tagged back out. That's his deal. He's got heat being on the apron. Olivier and Guevara go forever. And then Olivier just walks over and gives Adam Page a flat-footed tag. He didn't get stopped by Guevara and come out of something and give a tag. He didn't stop Guevara and control him and bring him to Adam so that they could do a double team thing. He could just walked over and flat-footed tagged him like, come here, kid, help me out. Then they did double team shit, which Olivier is the one who shined in and left Adam Page to do the little fucking backflip and cover like the little fellow, the little sidekick. While the crowd is chanting cowboy shit because they like Adam Page, and in Charlotte they like cowboy shit, Page has already been made the secondary guy on the team. Olivier's the guy Jericho didn't want to start with. Olivier's the guy that ended up controlling Guevara. Then Olivier walks over and tags Page in under no duress so Page can come get some. It's little things like that. And either the guys are just stupid, or maybe Olivier's smarter than I think, because he took a method acting class and he knows what he's doing. He minimalized Adam Page. The entrances started at 9:31 p.m. Eastern, and Adam Page's first time in the match was at 9:44. And then, to be honest, Adam Page and Sammy Guevara did not click with me right off because they were just trying to work the same way everybody else does. Jericho gets in and against Adam Page, and it instantly picks up. But then they did simultaneous tags, and here comes Olivier and Sammy Guevara in, and Kenny Olivier cannot throw a punch to save his life. You could do a triple fucking gainer with 13 twists off the top rope, can't throw a punch. I cannot get about the fucking modern wrestling star. Anyway, now while Olivier and Sammy Guevara are in the ring, Page and Jericho just disappeared off the aprons to the floor somewhere. It was like they vanished. So that Olivier can do an insufferable amount of posing and gesticulating and pointing and nodding and prancing to tease the dive, and then Jericho stops him, thank God. And then he tries again, and Hager clocks him in the head. So I was enjoying that. At least they were stopping that fucking dive. But Page was secondary in this, and he needs more help than Olivier does because Olivier's already got these people drinking his fucking Kool-Aid. Anyway, they take another break. When they come back, at least the heels are healing. Page made a nice comeback, but now why does everybody doing a dive land on their feet? They land on their feet like it's so easy. They never miss. Everybody, Page moonsaults off the top rope and lands on his feet on the floor after hitting the guy. It lessens the impact, the collision of the two guys. Sell the collision. Go down. Also, if you can land on your feet, it's too perfect. It's too pretty. I mean, do you see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
If it's that easy that you can not only dive over the top rope, but land on your fucking feet, then that's why Olivier looks like a fucking ballet dancer diving into a swimming pool. Anyway, they do everything same way, same time. So then, basically, here comes Pac and nutshots Page, and Jericho hits the Judas effect and knocked him goofy, it looked like. Boom, 1, 2, 3, which I wanted Jericho to get the win, but I wish he'd beat fucking Goofball because Page he's not standing up under this treatment yet. And then here's where we go. They got me real good, and then I got away. I was the one that got away. They keep the heel heat going. Then Cody makes a save. And then, the people are up. Then here comes fucking MJF, and he fucking chairs Hager and pitches Jericho back in. Cody hit an awkward crossroads. That didn't work exactly right. But when he picked up the belt, I'm like, that's a great fucking deal. But then here comes Moxley. And he gets in the ring, and he faces off with Olivier, and Cody just steps aside. Then Jericho grabs Cody and jerks him out, and he and Hager get on Cody, and MJF comes to help him. And while that's going on, Olivier calmly rolls out to the floor, does nothing to help the guy who just saved his ass, gets his stupid barbed wire mop out to even up the barbed wire bat that Moxley has. They have an awkward stalemate waiting for Santana and Ortiz to jump Moxley and Omega, but the Bucks immediately come and super kick everybody and beat the shit out of Santana and Ortiz. But then Santino and Ortiz suddenly go to powerbomb one of the Bucks through the stage, but Olivier saves him. Then he had a hockey fight with Moxley, and then the balding Buck comes off the top of the entranceway onto everybody. And now it's just a fucking mess. It's that was a spectacle if you were just wanting people to go, oh my God, that television program was wild, boy. But they had just tried to focus on their pay-per-view this Saturday. And then in not laser focusing on Cody with belt standing over Jericho, they lost all the points and just made it chaos. So it was a chaos TV show that people will like, but they lost the points of their pay-per-view. Did they not?
I thought it was quite convoluted. I mean, there was just so much going on. You don't know, by the way, you don't know who the baby faces and the heels are. I know they don't want baby faces and heels, but just everyone fights everyone for no reason.
They need some because we can't tell which is which, and unless you can tell which is the baby face and which is the heel, how the fuck are you supposed to tell what's going on?
I thought it was stupid they had the camera on the door as soon as Moxley and the security guard walked in from the crowd. Like, they knew he was going to be there. Like I said, there were things I liked and there were things I didn't like. The brawl was okay. I didn't go as crazy about it as some other people did, but the Cody segment and the Jericho segment was great. I didn't ask you one thing. What did you think about the stipulation with Cody that if he doesn't win the AWA title, he'll never get another AWA title shot? You think it's too soon to do a stipulation like that?
Well, yes and no. Because it would be too soon unless he's really going to lose his chance, because it would be very Dusty-ish. They built up the match. And finally, Cody makes that statement. He's so confident, and I would imagine that the match will look remarkably like Cody is going to win this, and it's a foregone conclusion, and then somehow something's going to happen where he gets fucked. And then, because Jericho can't lose the belt this early, and Jericho's the mainstream name, and they need to hang their hat on him for as long as possible. So, but what this does is this allows Jericho to then defend against people for 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, however long their window is that they're thinking this, and make a big deal out of the fact that Cody will probably go, I would hope, undefeated, but not be able to get another match until finally something happens that forces that fucking onerous and burdensome stipulation to be lifted for the big match where Cody wins it. That would be Dusty.
Yeah, that makes sense. Let me ask you one other thing with MJF and Cody, because obviously on TV they're friends.
Oh, maybe I know what might happen out of the blue to fucking Cody.
Well, that's my question. Let's say hypothetically that happens. Let's say this is the moment where MJF turns on Cody. It can go a bunch of different ways. Eventually Cody could turn on everyone and be with MJF. You don't know exactly how it'll go, but let's say it goes that way. Do you think they've done enough to establish MJF being Cody's friend, being a heel to all the other guys, that he's a heel? Like, have they done anything to establish MJF's character on TV to anyone other than the people who are already drinking the Kool-Aid? If you're just watching that show, do you know who he is, why he's there, why he's friends with Cody, why that's a big deal? Do you know any of that?
Very, very little, and hopefully I won't know any more, because I'm sorry, but MJF is such a good heel. And whatever they do and whatever interesting twist, the point is MJF is such a good heel, and everybody knows he's a heel, and it may cause interest and intrigue, but also eventually people know something's going to happen. I'd prefer to be giving MJF not only a win in the ring every week, but also a long promo, whether it be a promo segment where he interviews other people or just where he talks himself, and not worry so much about the goddamn story with Cody, because just let MJF will, if he was on every week in that fashion, he would take over the program within 6 weeks.
Yeah.
So,
well, is there anything you know of prohibiting him with his MLW contract? I mean, there's nothing stopping him from doing promos and being on TV more, right?
Only the guy with the pencil writing it down on a piece of paper.
Okay.
Would you like to have the pencil?
Not with that company, no.
Anyway, all right, real quickly, NXT. This ain't going to take long. I'm going to tell you why. It was a tale of two shows to me. By the way, the prophecy came true. What was it 2 weeks ago? I said, any name from any national television show can show up in NXT anytime they want it to, right? And here comes AJ Styles and Anderson and Gallows
to open
the show, invading NXT. The prophecy comes true. Imagine that. And this time they're doing the invasion angle right, because whoever the visitor is gets an advantage over the home field stars. They beat up NXT, beat up the fucking SmackDown people in front of the SmackDown fans. And now some of the Raw people or whatever the fuck are coming back to do the same thing in NXT. They're doing it right this time. And plus, they have a overfull talent roster, the WWE does, on 3 different shows, all of them on national television. And they are crossing over talent. And I'm sure they used AJ and Anderson and Gallows because these 3 guys understand the business and they know how to get young guys over and don't mind doing it. And so there's a little on-the-job training involved. But also, we've seen how thin the all-elite roster is because they're putting the same people on TV every week, especially some of them that didn't need to be on the first time, much less repeatedly. And they were so overconfident, which is, I believe, another of the things that I mentioned. There's no, oh boy, this is going to be a tough fighter. Oh boy, we've got our work cut out for us or whatever. It's like, oh, this foregone conclusion. We'll be on TV and we're all great. And we're all over. We're going to change the world. Well, you're going to change the world shorthanded. Because what the billionaire should have been doing, instead of listening to his fucking Weasley Outlaw Mud Show fucking executive vice presidents that look like grade school children, is, as I mentioned, going out and sweeping the world for real talent, not outlaw indie talent that tickles his wrestling people. He should have been talking to other promotions. Can I work out a deal? Can I buy the Briscoe brothers from you, Ring of Honor? Can I buy Jay Lethal from you? Can I lease someone else from Impact. Because sooner or later, if you got the money, you're going to end up with them. But in the meantime, they would have started out with not only a more serious roster that could be taken seriously, but also a larger roster that could be rotated against. They are literally fighting 100 of the best wrestlers on the planet that are all under contract to the WWE. So they have AJ Anderson and Gallows come out, good promo, but then Ciampa comes out to confront them, welcomes them to the main roster. They had a good back and forth. When they brought Matt Riddle and Keith Lee out, they didn't let them talk, which was good. Ciampa did it. And they've challenged at the top of the program for a 6-man tag later tonight. I know what my main event is. This is Vince McMahon, WWE Television 101, right? Now we go to Pete Dunne and Damian Priest. And they had a good, solid match. And there's no point in reviewing a lot of this stuff in the same detail we do every week because these guys are highly trained. They are athletes. Some of them have different styles. I was surprised that Dunne tapped Priest out. I really like Priest. I think he's got the look of a top guy. But then Killian Dane laid both of them out. So poor old Damian Priest got tapped out by fucking Pete Dunne and then laid out by the guy that attacked Dunne. What the fuck? Poor Damian, no love.
I have to say, I know you're high on Damian Priest. I'm not as high on Pete Dunne as everyone else is, but I thought this was too long, for me at least.
Well, yes. They're all these matches are going through breaks when they don't need to. And it was long. As a matter of fact, I think I wrote down something to the effect of, little long. Okay, but we made up for it because next was Tainara against Santana Garrett. And I fast forwarded it. I don't know what happened. I don't care. Because your opinion was unpopular. AEW shouldn't have a women's division. My opinion is going to be even more unpopular. There's too many fucking girls matches everywhere. I'm a fan of the girls, especially the top girls, the girls that can work. But it cannot be 50-50. You can't have as many girls matches as you do guys matches. Because for one thing, that would suck. And for another thing, there's not as many good girls as there are good guys. And the guys have a 100-year head start. It's an attraction. And the girls at the top level, the girls with personality, the girls that look different, girls with backgrounds, the Ronda Rouseys, the Shayna Baszlers, the Charlottes, the fucking Rhea Ripleys, all the people we put over. That's fine. But here's two girls just on national TV in the middle of a ratings war. And then they followed that with another girls match, Dakota Kai and Shayna Baszler. And I was going to zip through that too, but I want to love Shayna Baszler. But this time, Dakota Kai takes her through a fucking break. It went too long. It got sloppy. Dakota Kai looks like Helen Hunt. And I'm suffering from wrestling overlord. Wrestling overlord. Overload. Overload's what I'm searching for. But then here's the difference. And remember, the girls went across the top of the hour just at 4 unknown girls in a match.
Yeah.
This was every girl in NXT right at the top of the hour getting in a fucking giant brawl to plug War Games. So if you turned on one channel, there's 4 girls that you've never seen before having a tag team match. And on this channel, there's every girl in the company is fucking brawling all over the building. So if you're going to, and then Mia Yim comes out and steals the show with the fucking kendo stick. That was some passion and emotion.
See, I like Dakota Kai. I think she's a really good sympathetic babyface.
Well, I'm sorry, too much girl wrestling. And especially back-to-back matches on the television program.
What'd you think of the promo afterwards?
Yeah.
Well, just the storyline that Dakota Kai's upset that she didn't get picked for the War Games and she kind of sulked off.
Well, yeah, that was and why would Rhea Ripley not look at the fucking camera? She never looked at the camera once. It was like she was trying to avoid knowing that there was a camera there in front of her. And she looks over her shoulder and says, "Well, Dakota, you didn't make the cut." And then everybody goes, "Ooh, oh." I'm sorry. It's wrestling. I want somebody to get revenge for a broken neck or a fucking assaulted fucking family member. I don't care that somebody got picked last for dodgeball. Just my opinion. Anyway, Tony Nese and Angel Garza. You know what this match did? Went through a fucking break.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did.
I remember Tony Nese from some of our Ring of Honor seminars, and he's a great kid. But he did a great 450 splash and landed on Garza, and Garza did a great leg on the rope that got a pop. But then Garza hits the double arm ass driver. I've never seen that move before. Like he's going to double arm suplex him, then picked him up and hooked his legs around his body and then dropped his ass down. It was, I guess, is it a double arm ass driver? Would that be?
I guess that's the only thing you can call it. Yeah.
It was a nice move, but it was a long match that went through a break. And then here comes Isaiah Swerve Scott and Donovan Dominic Dijakovic. Even Morrow couldn't say it this week. He fumfered on Dijakovic. Here's the thing. I want a TV match to get somebody over. They went a while back and forth competitively. At one point, Dijakovic hits a great chokeslam powerbomb, got a 2 count. Swerve turns Dijakovic a flip with a clothesline, gets a 2 count. Then Dijakovic jumps up and hits Swerve and turned him a flip. And as soon as he landed, he jumped up, fired up, no-sold it, and double stomped Dijakovic. So that whole clothesline was eliminated. And I started at that point to fast forward because I was done with the match because that was just so stupid. But that's when Dijakovic immediately comes right back up and hits a finish on Swerve. Can we have a TV match where somebody gets over? Anybody, for fuck's sake. Constant.
You know, 50-50 booking's one thing, but every match is 50-50. Every match has to be both guys just doing everything they can and kicking out of everything. And I have to say, this was my least favorite NXT episode we've watched so far.
Well,
and that was one of the reasons. It just felt like it was just matches. Just come watch matches.
That's what I said. It was a tale of two cities. If you notice, let's go back and look at these notes here. AEW. Hold on. Yeah, here we go. AEW started out with a pretty good match, except for, fucking pockets, right? And the great promo in the middle, and the great Jericho business in the middle, and then the great stuff at the end. But otherwise, it was blah. NXT starts out, great fucking segment at the start. The filling, it was mostly bleh, and then a great fucking match at the end. Styles and Gallows and Anderson against Riddle and Lee and Ciampa. And even though I don't like that they did individual entrances for the baby faces, because I know Vince loves it and that's the way they do it because it treats everybody as a star, except if they're a full-time group. But they should be hot. That should be the NXT team. Riddle shouldn't come down acting silly. He should have a game face on. Should have showed some seriousness. They all should have come down together and then jumpstart. Because as it was, Riddle came down, had to stand there. Then Lee comes down, has to stand there. Then Ciampa comes down. Then he says, come on. Then we jumpstart. Well, why the fuck didn't the heels just jump out of the ring and beat the piss out of Riddle before Lee got there? The invisible wall that they talk about on AEW. That's where that comes from. People asking that same question. Anyway, I'm glad they didn't do a 6-way long because they had a lot of time to put in, but they settled down and AJ Styles and Ciampa were good together. And this match had a good pace. The heels led it. They covered Keith Lee's green and showed his strengths. This match made the most sense of any match on any TV show that I watched in this group, whether it be NXT, All Elite, Impact, if you can call that a wrestling show, or whatever the fuck. It was a good match that made sense and put everybody in the right place. And the first time Riddle got in was to make a big-ass comeback. So that really picked him up a notch. And did you love the spot where they worked out I can't even describe how they went into it, but Keith Lee pounces AJ and AJ flies into the fucking referee. That looked like $1 million.
That was great. Yeah.
I loved that. And out of that 6-way, when they did that, and then AJ got a chance to do a little shit with Riddle, and then they do that pounce. Now the referee, and he's believably out for a while. But then did you say Riddle tries the Fosbury flop dive and caught his ass on the rope and almost killed himself?
Yeah, that looked brutal. When he hit the apron, actually, was what
yes,
was brutal. Yeah,
because that apron will break your back, especially when you torque. Just one night in California on the WWF ropes, they were real ropes instead of cables. I fucking hate them. Shawn Michaels, the greatest worker supposedly in the world, they want him to pitch me over the top rope, and I'm not an aerial artist, and I especially wasn't then. But also with those fucking ropes instead of cables, it can fuck you up bad. And I'd said, I go a lot out between the second and third a lot better. Oh, no, over the top rope. So I try to get the goddamn jump and go too fast over. And because it's ropes instead of cables that you could have got some base on, I spun around, hit the side of my knee on the apron, tore the fucking cartilage, knee went out, and I had to have it drained, and I was fucking limping for 3 weeks just because of those fucking ropes. But anyway, I think at that point, what I jotted down was, because I tried to keep track of this, Ciampa was ready to put AJ away when Balor came out and distracted him, and then Balor DDT'd Riddle on the floor and showed unity with AJ. But then AJ went for the Styles Clash on Ciampa, but Adam Cole came in with a potato. He had potatoes in his boots, ladies and gentlemen. A potato super kick on AJ, and then hit the knee to Ciampa, and then was in a stare down with Balor, but there was no finish, correct?
You know, now that you say that, I'm trying to remember what the finish is.
No, there was no finish.
Yeah.
They knocked the referee out. These people came out and did their thing and showed their unity and stared off, but there was no finish. That took points away from me because, and the announcers were saying, well, we're out of time or whatever. Not even, my God, the match is still going on, whatever the fuck. So that was awkward. But the job that these guys did up until they were saddled with, and they could have easily closed a loophole up and had some type of fucking finish, or at least had a non-finish and had somebody call it rather than just go off the air without the match being resolved. That was very Russo-ish. I remember one time in TNA in a production meeting, Russo had wanted some kind of shit to go some kind of way, like he always did. First thing I said was, this match can't happen because you've got the match finishing, but the match never started. The bell never rang to start the match. He said, who's going to notice something like that? So I go to the talent, tell them this is what they want to do. First thing I said was, well, the match never started. So then I called Russo over. I said, tell Vince, the one observation you made about the finish he came up with. And they said, the match never starts. And he looks at me like he wanted to kill me. And I'm sure he did. And I loved those looks because it made me know that I had hate in his heart for me, despite all the things he says about his fictitious, invisible, supreme being. He hates me, and I thrive on that. I find sustenance in that. But anyway, except for the Russo likeness of the finish, they did a good job. And that was the last fucking, 20, 25 minutes of the show. They did a real good job. So started strong and ended strong. In NXT, the middle was shit. And All Elite started okay, had strong stuff in the one strong thing with Cody in the middle. Everything else was shit except for the finish. And they ended strong. So kind of the same thing on both shows. They just filled in the middle, didn't they?
This was my least favorite week, even though I love the Cody interview. I love the Jericho segment. I like the main event. I like the Baszler match, obviously a little more than you did. But other than that, and I like the AJ opening promo and the beatdown backstage. But other than that, yeah, there was just a lot of stuff I didn't need to watch.
But and this chair and this lamp. But other than that, no. But and people are going to say we're nitpicking. No, every week, and a bunch said on Twitter when I tweeted about Cody's promo being that's way to make the dream proud, etc. Oh my God, he said something good about All Elite Wrestling. Everyone's head's going to explode. Well, I say it every fucking week, and it's usually related to Jericho or Cody or a couple other people that are actually good and actually do good things. Then it's easy to talk about them. Anyway.
Let me preface this by saying I wasn't sure if we were doing Wednesday night reviews this week. Even if we did, I probably would have made the same decision. I only watched NXT. I have AEW on DVR, and I actually do want to watch it. I intend to watch it. There's stuff I want to see on there based on what I heard was going to happen in advance. I haven't heard anything about what happened yet on the show, but I only watched NXT. I just want you to know that before.
Well, and also, and I blame myself. I take the responsibility on me because this was not part of the homework assignment. We knew when they announced the Revival versus Fish and O'Reilly, we all knew we were watching that program for sure. But then I watched the whole NXT, and then I was jazzed up for a variety of things that I'll explain as we go through it. And so I went ahead and zipped through the DVR of AEW also.
So I'm assuming then, based on what you just said, you watched NXT first this week.
Yes, because that's, once again, what got me in the whole thing was to see the Revival and Fish and O'Reilly. And I watched NXT live as it happened. And what was it I said about a week before these shows went on the air? I said, if they ever really do give a shit that bad, the WWE, and they're not winning the ratings battle, they have like 100 of the biggest name wrestling stars in the goddamn universe that they can just fucking say, oh, he'll be here next week. Who opened the show?
Becky Lynch.
Because once again, now NXT, instead of being the developmental third brand, is being portrayed as, whether they like it or not, or whether they're meaning to or not, as not only an equal brand, but especially on the NXT program and on the forced SmackDowns when they have no other choice, the NXT guys are kicking some ass. So anyway, Becky Lynch, she's over. It was a good promo. I thought challenging the Horsewomen, but then with a little swerve, here comes Rhea Ripley, and that was even better to me. And Rhea comes in and just has the one good line, but it was a zinger, and the people oohed. And the only thing that I didn't like about the whole interview segment was they let them stay face to face too long before that referee got there and slipped in to where it looked like, well, wait a minute, they should have done something by now, a shove or something. And they were just waiting for the referee to get in between or whatever. But it was just a little long there for as mad as they were. But otherwise than that, Becky Lynch can fucking talk and she's over. And for the people who, and we'll talk about women's wrestling in a second, but for, once again, for people who think I don't like women's wrestling, no, it's just like men's wrestling. I just don't like the bad parts. But anyway, as soon as they open the show, there's one of the biggest stars in the business in the ring in NXT. And here comes, challenging some more of the women to make the Horsewomen important. And then here comes Rhea Ripley, somebody they want to push. And now all of a sudden it's Ripley and Lynch. It's the same thing we used to do when we brought WWE talent to Six Flags and put them in the ring with the standouts in OVW to help elevate them. I don't know. What'd you think?
I really liked it a lot. I thought Becky Lynch came out, strong promo. Like you, I didn't expect Rhea Ripley. I've become a big Rhea Ripley fan in the weeks we've been watching NXT, and I thought they had a really good match. And the saddest part I thought was, usually I tune out without even changing the channel when the commercials are on and you have the screen and screen.
Yeah.
And this time I watched, and it seemed like we actually missed some cool stuff because from what I saw, it looked like Rhea Ripley, it looked like she was doing a great job of selling, and you couldn't see it because it was so small. You could barely see anything.
Well, see, I have to zip through it. It's not even, I don't want to see the match. It's just, even, I've got an 82-inch screen. It's still too fucking, I just can't fucking see, right? It just bothers me. So I zip through those, but the match. I wrote down great match, exclamation point. This is the kind of women's match that you don't see ever really on the indies or in most other promotions. And this may be controversial, imagine that. I know Becky Lynch is the star, but Rhea Ripley to me was the star of this fucking match. Her body, that's when you talked about selling. Did you see her body language when she got hit with the enziguri?
Yeah.
And rubber-legged and the shoulders dipped, fantastic. And it was fucking, and she has probably more than any of the other girls that I've seen has a guy's body language, and this is a compliment, when she's selling, and she just has that aura about her anyway, and she has that cocky swagger, but her body language is very advanced, especially for one of the girls. And I'm not meaning that I'm just going to blanket statement. When I say one of the girls, I'm not trying to downtrodden, but most girls do not have body language like that.
I thought her selling was exceptional.
Yeah, and the stuff into the finish from when she escaped from Becky Lynch's armbar, and then the stuff they went through from there, it was great. There were no dives. There were no stupid bumps. They didn't have to go to the floor. They had a really good match. It was a horrible finish. The Horsewomen just ran in. Boom, boom, ding, ding. But what was the alternative finish? You don't want to beat Rhea Ripley, but you don't really want to beat Becky Lynch on a free TV match on fucking NXT. So they maybe could have juiced it up a bit, but here comes the Horsewomen. And then when Ripley and Lynch joined together for the comeback, the spot that they missed. And I thought they were going to do it, and they didn't. The fucking deal where they've cleared the ring and all the heels have taken a bump out and they're facing away from each other with their fists up, and they back up to the middle of the ring and bump backs and turn around and draw back and then see each other. It's like, okay, we're good, because that gets a little fucking oomph. But otherwise than that,
I actually thought that was the only thing I didn't like. Was there was a part where they finally got, and forgive me for not remembering the name of the other Horsewomen other than Shayna, but
Jessamine Duke and Marina Shafir.
They got them down, and then they just, they had that moment where they looked at each other, and they turned to face Shayna, almost like they were ignoring the fact the other two were still in the ring. And then, the other two got up and obviously just, hit them. But that was the only thing I thought was poorly done. But I thought it was
but match. They had such a good match. Remember, this may have been my second favorite match of the night, of any of either one of the shows, just because it was so well done. And let's just talk about it now and get it out of the way. Somebody tweeted the other day, and I've heard people say this a number of times, and that's why I tweeted out. And once again, everybody goes, "Oh, you motherfucker, you misogynist." They said the women's world title should be always promoted as equal to and alongside the men's world title, and there should be I don't know how they phrased it, but basically it ought to be the cards ought to be 50-50 men and women. In other words, it ought to be, and the game is in it, but tag team wrestling is secondary. But okay, I'm sorry, but this is not sexist. It's mathematics and fucking real life speaking to you. In a perfect world, it'd be lovely if everybody had an equal number of everything. There are not nearly. I've run wrestling schools. I've run wrestling seminars and camps. I've actually seen the sign-up sheets and counted heads. There are not nearly as many women that want to be professional wrestlers as there are men. Would you agree with that statement from your knowledge?
Based on my knowledge, yes. Although my knowledge in this situation is obviously a bit limited compared to you or someone who actually has students come in.
As a longtime wrestling fan, there's less women that want to be wrestlers than men. Then naturally, because of that, it's only mathematical. Once again, there's less good women wrestlers than there are good men wrestlers. If you tried to have 50-50, then you are leaving off tons of talented male wrestlers for the sake of just having a quota of number of matches on which is ridiculous. The same as, yes, if you have a Ronda Rousey or the WrestleMania main event, Charlotte and Lynch and Ronda, that should have gone on last because that was hot. But you're not always good. Ronda Rousey was a phenomenon. She was dominant in MMA. She had the whole backstory. She looked like a star. It got the attention in the media. So, yes, when you got her and she's that limelight is what rubbed off on the women's division in the WWE in general to make everybody recognize the great performances that some of these other girls are giving. So, yes, you put that on the main event. But no, you just don't put the women's world championship match on every show in an equivalent spot to the men's or back and forth, one in front of the other or co-equal or whatever the fuck, regardless of who the champions are. If it's Stone Cold Steve Austin and fucking, and I don't want to knock a fucking girl wrestler I like, and Betty Brown, nobody gives a fuck about Betty Brown, but she happens to be the women's champion. You're going to fucking, no. It depends on the personalities the angles, the situations. You can't just make a blanket statement like that. It's stupid. It's not sexist either. And there's nothing worse than bad men's wrestling except bad women's wrestling. And for that matter, for the most part, people are always going to want to see guys fight. There's women's boxing, but it never outdrew Ali and Frazier. Does the WNBA blow away the NBA in terms of attendance or television ratings or whatever? I think not. That's not to say it doesn't have its place, and at a high level, and especially the WWE has now pretty much got the corner on the market, except for a few individuals and places, of really great women wrestlers because they train constantly in NXT and they train them out the ass. And they don't get that kind of training, especially the women, or that level of training or that regularity of training anywhere else, because most independent girl wrestlers are like the guys. They've got to have a job. So they wrestle on the weekends. They go to wrestling school with Josephus. I keep saying Josephus because it's not the NWA guy, but that's just a Southern name. Old Josephus. That's where it came from. Anyway, some fucking guy running a wrestling school. They're training twice a week because they got a full-time job and they're not getting paid to go to school. So the WWE women as a whole are better trained and are performing better because they're basically in a fucking military school for wrestling down there. But you can't just you can't correct me if I'm wrong or explain to me how I'm not explaining this right, but you can't just say, no, there needs to be half and half, no matter how good everybody is or not. And it needs to be promoted in the same fashion as the men's title, no matter who the champions are respectively or not. That's ridiculous.
I think it's ridiculous. I think that's actually one of the things in the weeks I've watched AEW that has hurt AEW was having, too many women's matches on the show.
We'll talk about that. Anyway, well, maybe not necessarily too many, just a poor choice. But that's the thing. And I am giving kudos to these women when they have good matches and I see them. But at some point, everybody has to just slow down and realize, you can't just make all the women, the number of women's matches or women on the roster equal, because then you're not going to be able to fill those fucking spots. And and there is the WNBA and other comparisons. At the root of things, they always still want to see the guys fight. But there can be female superstars, and there are some, for heaven's sake. And they're all
on NXT.
Yeah. Or some WWE program. But this, God damn it. It's like you can't explain these things to people. Anyway, NXT, the next match was Kona Reeves making his entrance. And then suddenly Ricochet just fucking levels him, boom, and he's never seen again. Just body blocked him, boom, and Ricochet goes to the ring, and the guy's never seen again. And of course, they say that William Regal approves the match and commentary voiceover like within 30 seconds. So this unplanned, maybe Ricochet said, "Hey, I'm going to go knock that guy out. Can I have his match?" Okay. But they could sure slow this down a little bit and just tell the fucking story, right? Have Regal come out and just wave okay or anything. It was run through. Yeah. But anyway, it's Ricochet and Matt Riddle, and within 30 seconds, here's a dive. And they're going to do that. There was at a time, Ricochet did a beautiful thing where he did a backflip into Riddle, capturing him with the armbar. And that was a cool move. But there was so much duck, dodge, backflip, reverse, etc. You can't process it. You can't follow it. It's obviously, even though they're doing this athletically at a high level, I'm not taking a piss out of them because I couldn't do any of those moves. But as we've said before, just because you can cut your own ear off doesn't make you Van Gogh. Just because you can do something doesn't mean you should at that speed over and over constantly. You can't process it. Then they start doing multiple kicks and strikes just back and forth. There's no set of heat. There's no comeback. There's no baby face. There's no pattern to this fucking thing. Then suddenly, did you get this finish? Nakamura and Cesaro show up. and jump up on the apron, and both of them together, both the baby faces, Ricochet and Riddle, together nail the heels off the apron, and then Riddle rolls up Ricochet and gets a fucking quick one, as that Vince hates that. When guys would be trying to talk guys into, the booker be trying to talk a guy into doing a job, and he'd say, well, just let him catch a quick one. It's like, what's a quick one? It's supposed to be like a quick roll up or something, where I don't mind doing that job because it doesn't really look like he beat me. But anyway, the roll up, boom, and then the heels jump back and get heat on them, but then they make their own comebacks. And then Ricochet springs to the top and dives 20 feet onto Claudio, Cesaro. That's why he was out there, because Claudio's only got strong enough to catch him coming that far. And Nakamura is about to put Riddle away with something, and here comes Roderick Strong, who was in there for a fucking second and somehow just ran through and then got dumped out. I swear I saw him. I think somebody mentioned his name. And then here comes Finn Balor, and he and Matt Riddle getting a big fucking brawl, and Riddle runs Balor off, but everybody that we've previously seen's already gone. I got confused there. What do you think?
I think at times in the show it worked, and at times it seemed like there was too much happening with NXT being under attack from SmackDown and Raw, and then SmackDown and Raw not liking each other. At times it was too much. At other times it worked. I agree with you that it seemed at times to me, I don't know if it's just because I like Ricochet, and I recognize that his style is a bit more of the choreographed wrestling style, but with the right opponent, I think it works.
Yes.
I don't think this, and I've liked Riddle too, but I don't think Riddle was the right opponent for this style of match. Because too much of it seemed like, all right, not even like duck or do this. I'm ready to duck. I'm ready. Like, that's the way.
Come on, I'll boost you.
Yeah. So.
And once Ricochet is a great athlete, he does amazing shit. If he was having, for lack of a better word, pro wrestling matches instead of video game matches, where you could get a bigger heel to fucking make him fight from underneath, and then he uncorks those big things and he wows the people, and then you get some heat on him and he makes a big comeback and does so. He doesn't do everything in one match. And you could have this guy is fully capable of having main event money drawing matches in the right situation. But this kind of match isn't it. The kind that they all want to do, where they do all these cool moves back and forth to each other, is not going to be the main event at WrestleMania. But anyway, I'm with you there, and sometimes it's confusing, and sometimes it worked because they had the right. They should have saved some of it, and the stuff that worked would have worked even more, in my opinion. We'll get into it.
By the way, Cesaro with a hat, takes me a while to realize it's Cesaro.
Yeah, I was what the fuck. But and by the way, I made a note. It just sounds rotten when the announcers say live on the WWE Network instead of live on pay-per-view. It just sounds. It doesn't sound like as big a deal. Okay, here comes the match, baby. The Revival, introduced at a combined weight of 446 pounds, like real grown men. And Fish and O'Reilly didn't get a weight, but we know Kyle is a little bit thin, but they can still go well over 400 if they, I don't know why they didn't give him a weight. But anyway, just little things like that I liked. And I jotted down the times on the segment because I wanted to see how long they gave them, how long they went on the air and off the air. And from the time the bell rang, not just the entrance, from the time the bell rang until the time the finish, it was about 24 minutes. And they only were in commercial for about 6 of that. And I didn't think it was a long match.
No, actually, I'm hearing you say this. I didn't time it out. I just watched it. I thought it was shorter than that. I didn't realize it was that long.
From the open, and if you want to go back and watch this, folks, and I encourage you to, because it's the best tag team match you're going to see for a while. From the opening lockup, it looked like a wrestling match. They had that, you could tell from their attitude when you're over, you don't have to start at 100 miles an hour and start diving out of the fucking ring just instantly. If it's a grudge match and it's a jump start, that's one thing. But just to fucking just run sprinting into a fucking match, when you're over, you don't have to do that. And they had the dueling chants because this was really a heel versus heel match at the heart of it. But the Revival were smart enough. They're not going to try to come in and out-heel the hometown heels in their own building, nor should they. So they worked like themselves, but there was a point where they got a nice long set of heat on Dash. so that you could fucking tell who the heels and baby faces were. And the people are doing the dueling chants of FTR and Let's Go Era or whatever their chant is. But the point is, you knew what was going on. Everybody was in the right place. It was smart. All of the spots that they do, they build and have a payoff. And it's not just one payoff, but they'll build to something, boom. And if you think that might have been it, well, there's something else coming that's kind of flowing, and then a big payoff. And then there's a lull or a settle down. They pace their shit. They never step on their big fucking pops. Yes, I did see some backslap tags from Fish and O'Reilly, but the rest of this shit was so good. Like a fucking referee in the NBA Finals. I'm letting them play. They just did 3 minutes in the first segment, and then that deal with Kyle and Dawson doing the vertical suplex over the top rope was scary perfect. Yeah. It was scary and it was perfect. They did it just right, but there was no room for fucking error, and it looked tremendous. And because that was a big bump, that was their break spot. They didn't jump back up and start doing shit to each other. Of course, now in this match, there's no picture-in-picture. The one that I would have stood there with my fucking nose to the screen, right like this, trying to see. They come back from the break, and they're in a running spot. As I've mentioned before, that's the best way to come back. They're in action, and it's Fish and O'Reilly doing their heat spot on Dash to cut him off and get some steam on him so he can sell and make a tag later. The thing it was presented as a contest. The heels were trying to win. Everybody's solid and aggressive. The work is good. They're not rushing, but they're doing everything they need to be doing. It's a tag team match in progress. Mauro Ranallo gave the cartwheel guard pass to Sakuraba, and I'm pretty sure Billy Robinson would have something to say about that. But anyway, Kyle O'Reilly's work is so different. He is a believable MMA worker. And Kyle has studied MMA, but he's obviously never done it at a high level like in the UFC. But he's studied it. But the thing is, a lot of the guys that actually fought in the UFC come to wrestling and try to wrestle like the wrestlers. And that's stupid. Your calling card is your shoot fighting, and you ought to be able to work that style. And instead, Kyle O'Reilly, to me, is the best MMA style worker in the business that I've seen, and has never fought in the UFC. What do you think?
I mean, I think he's really good at it. I'm trying to think Brock Lesnar. I'm trying to think who would be better potentially. But
see, here's the thing: Brock doesn't even do UFC or MMA style anymore. He just suplexes a bunch of motherfuckers. I'm talking about just the little nuances and the fighter stuff.
I think he does it better than Riddle. I'll put it that way.
Yeah. He's much more experienced too.
Yeah, no, I can't disagree.
Anyway, it's not about whether you can really do it or not. At this point, it's about whether you are a believable worker at it, and Kyle's very good. And we were trying to get Bobby Fish away from Gabe Sapolsky back in, I think, 2011 for Ring of Honor. I'm not saying like we were trying to steal him. I'm saying he had a contract with Gabe, and we knew he was good, and we really wanted to use him. And finally the contract came up, and we were able to get him. But, he's a guy that's older than he looks, and I'm not going to, reveal anything or whatever, but he's in tremendous shape, and he's one of those guys that doesn't age. Anyway, I loved Dash's Anderson boots. They got a nice set of heat, but at the same time, Dash is selling like Ricky Morton, but he stayed alive, and he knew when to fight back, and he knew when to show some life. And that's especially when they've been healed so much. He did a great job. Say do another 6-minute wrestling segment, go back to the break. Come back, and this time it's Kyle and Dash in action, doing something else. I think he was firing up, ready to do a running spot. What the fuck? I can't read my own writing here. Something about a power slam. What the fuck? Somebody did a good power slam. I don't fucking know. Anyway, the big thing, what a fucking hot tag. That was a hot tag. Dash has had the shit kicked out of him, and finally he's sagged by the ropes, and Fish runs at him, and he fucking ducks and pulls the rope down, and Fish goes out. And then Kyle and Dash both work together on this, but Dash, instead of going right to the left down the ropes to tag his partner, starts crawling as O'Reilly comes over to his partner, Dawson. So basically, Dash had to crawl behind KO so that he had to go through him, too, to get to his partner, which he did by jumping up, hitting a quick Hurricane Rana, and then jumping up and making a tag. And then I wouldn't have done this. At that point, Fish jerked Dawson's foot off the apron so that he landed on the floor, but he started his comeback on the floor and then rolled in and ran wild with the comeback. I just thought it hurt the level and volume of pop if he could have gotten the ring first and done some shit. But vanilla and chocolate on that. He runs wild with the fucking comeback, had some great false finishes. People are chanting tag team wrestling. Did you see O'Reilly's Bobby Eaton knee drop off top rope?
Oh my God, yeah. To the middle of Dawson's back. Yeah.
Yes, to the middle of the ring. So, anyway, then they started going into their twists and turns, and I couldn't keep track of them, but they all made sense. They flowed, they followed from one to the other. Nobody was out of place. Nothing stood out as, why the fuck would they do that? Nobody were obviously cooperating. The fucking suplex splash, the old Power and Glory thing, that was a huge fucking pop for a false finish. That's what I wrote in capital letters. This shit was great. Yeah. And the thing they did where they reversed whoever the fuck it was into the ropes, into the shatter machine was next generation Midnight Express teamwork.
Another big pop for a false finish.
Yeah, because it looked fucking phenomenal. But that's if the Midnight had kept going, that may be stuff they would have developed. That was in their flavor, but at the same time, even fucking more precise. Amazing performances. If this was at I won't even say WrestleMania, because that crowd's all about just the fucking show and the fireworks and everything. But if tag teams were featured, if these guys were pushed to the level of their ability, if they were in an indoor arena with 10 or 15,000 people, this would have been remembered as a fucking classic match. I think just the fact that it was in a smaller place, even though it's on TV, 10,000 people would have been going crazy over that. If they were pushed at the right level and in that environment, the atmosphere would have been off the charts. But it was a long match, but it didn't fucking feel like it. And that's, anybody wants to learn how to have a tag team match, you can't go wrong watching that one. Now you give the Revival some love. Boy, we're so negative. We're so poisonous and cancerous.
Well, people will say we're negative because I always say they're the best tag team in a generation, and people will go, how could you say that, the Young Bucks? But it's, in my eyes, for my level of fandom.
Super Smash Brothers.
The kind of wrestling I like, the Revival, are fantastic. And I actually think, I know I'm not supposed to call them Red Dragon anymore, but the Undisputed Era, Fish and O'Reilly, I think they're a fantastic tag team. I was really excited about this, excited to see how they played it out, being both heel tag teams, the home team versus the former home team. And I thought it was an excellent match. I wish it was in front of a bigger crowd, like you said. I wish there were no commercial breaks. But this is the kind of wrestling I wish there was more of. This is the kind of wrestling I became a big fan of years ago, and I still get excited when I see a match like this. Great job from everyone involved.
You can show it to a non-fan, as they say, and they wouldn't hoot at it and go, well, this is stupid. They would go, wow, those guys fucking hitting each other. Those are pretty good athletic, whatever, right? There's nothing so silly or whatever. Anyway, and these are younger guys, except for Fish, and he's in great shape, but they look like athletes. They take their fucking profession seriously. They go about it in the right way. They work hard. What the fuck? You've got to credit performances like that as much as you have to take the piss out of some of the shit we're going to take the piss out of in a minute. Anyway.
Well, I missed the beginning of the next segment. What was the next?
It was Kaylee Ray and Dakota Kai. The next match, right?
I did watch the match, yes.
But did you see the women's War Games match package?
No, you see, that's what I knew there was something I missed. That was
the women's War Games match package was fucking phenomenal. And they each got a sound bite, and it was edited well. It's more, top-notch WWE production staff production. So actually, the Women's War Games package was what I watched in this segment. I'm sorry. I had to I can't remember whether I had to piss or get a sandwich. I was working on Cornette's Collectibles, so I didn't pay close attention to this match. But the end of the match, after the finish, which I can't remember who won, the SmackDown team hits, and every single one of them, I think, is blonde. And then, so you couldn't, and then every girl on the roster hit the ring, the Raw and SmackDown and NXT, and they're all fighting, and it got sloppy and crazy. And yes, it was a lot of action, but once again, you couldn't process, and they're screaming girls' names, but there's no way to tell because there's like 14 girls in the ring at the same time. And here comes Nikki Cross in with a garbage can lid, and they're not even hitting people in the head with the garbage can lid anymore. She's trying to awkwardly hit people in the back and in the stomach or whatever with a garbage can lid. If they're that, it's like a low-fat Twinkie. If you're that worried about fucking fat, don't eat the Twinkie. If you're that worried about concussions with a garbage can lid, if you do it right, you're not going to hurt anybody, and it makes a nice noise. But if you're that worried about it, don't use the garbage can lid. But that segment, it was pitchy for me, dog.
I wasn't crazy about the match. I've said it before. I really like Dakota Kai. I really think she could be a really good babyface. It's very easy for her to get sympathy, and I'm actually really high on her. In terms of the post-match brawl, I must admit, there were people in the ring. I had no idea who they were. There was one girl in like just a green jacket, I think. I was like, who is that? I have no idea who some of them were, but.
Oh, that's old Greenie.
You see? But I did like the one spot where they set up Io Shirai and Carrie, I guess her name now is Carrie Sane, because they used to be, I think, aligned in Japan. So I thought that was kind of cool, where they had those two ready to go at it. But there was a lot going. I didn't know a lot of what was going on in there, to be honest.
Yeah. I finally saw the Viking Raiders, my old friend's War Machine, which was the next match against the Forgotten Sons, and there's 3 of them. One guy's outside on the floor, the other 2 wrestle. They have weird fake names that they've given them, and I can't keep them straight. But what the fuck with the poor Viking Raiders? I love that team. I love those guys. This made me love them more. When I managed them that one time, I thought they were fucking phenomenal. It was Hansen and Rowe, right? Is their names?
I believe
so. Or their original names before fucking Igor and Stravinsky or whatever.
Do you remember what their name was before the Viking? What is it? The Viking? I forget now.
Experience.
It was the Viking Experience.
Yes, that's right. That was. Anyway, all I could think of watching this whole match was these poor guys. That is a horrible fucking gimmick. I don't like the fucking the attire. I don't like the names. I don't like the whole thing. It makes them look like 2 big fucking schlubs. And these guys are great. They can work. They look like badasses. I love the big man's agility, and his shit looks good but safe. It's to the trained eye. Everything they did, I was liking. Everything the Forgotten Sons did, I was just wishing that they'd stop doing shit so the Viking Raiders could do more. The finish fell apart. The guy went to hit the ropes, got hung on the ropes. I'm not a fan of their tag team moves. I didn't get a couple. This went too long, I thought. The one guy did the DVD, the Death Valley Driver on the apron, but missed the apron and just glanced off, which is even worse. The match came to a halt to kick Riker, the guy on the outside, to kick him out. And then the big man, because I can't remember which name is which, but did a dive, which is awesome, except it got too much and too contrived there at the end with them trying to work competitively with the Forgotten Sons. The Viking Raiders are a team, the style of which would benefit from good, solid fucking 8-minute matches on television where they take most of it and the other guys fight from underneath. And the thing is, I don't know why they're not fucking heels, except they do nice shit, but how you going to get fucking heat on them as baby faces? You really can, because they're not that sympathetic. Finally, the Vikings brought people back into it with a great finishing sequence and some great moves, especially from the big guy. 1, 2, 3, the best team won. I was hoping it was going to. But certainly I have to think that they've done this, but I think somebody should, again, sit down with these guys and talk to them about their personal lives and their backgrounds. And there has to be something, either athletically or something that they can, in their backgrounds, or one of them that they can hang their hat on, that they could come up with a more legitimate, true to life, realistic looking gimmick / attire / fucking name or whatever than the Viking Raiders. I don't believe anybody thinks they came over with Thor Heyerdahl or whatever. It's just stupid. Could they be bikers? Could they be tough guys of some description? What is their sports background? That big motherfucker has had to do something in his life, the way he can move at that size, but they look real. Put them in a real fucking gimmick, playing on something that they have some connection to, and let them be them. But I love that team, and I hate that fucking gimmick. Did I say that already?
You did.
All right. Anyway, you know what was next?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
You don't have notes?
I don't have notes.
The main event, the ladder match for Adam Cole and Dominic Donovan. Goddamn, his name used to be Donovan Dijak. Now it's Dominic Dijakovic. Ladder match for the advantage in the men's War Games match. What they did to Mia and her opponent last week, they did to these guys. And immediately off the bat, they're gimmicking a gimmick. You have to have a ladder match, and the winner of the ladder match team gets the advantage in this next bigger gimmick match. I love Adam Cole's entrance. Everybody knows I love him in general, and I'm a fan of Dijakovic, and I wish this had been a regular match. Because especially with the people getting hurt, I'm off of looking at these things. I said that last week when Mia got her face bashed in. Anyway, they went to a break. They came back, and there was 3 ladders in the ring, and Dijakovic was building shit. Both these guys are great athletes. It was a fine match. They were mostly safe with the stuff they did. They didn't do anything stupid. It was a perfect finish, as easy as they're both up there on the ladder, and you heard that shot. And at first I was like, could they have dubbed that in? But the ladder shot to Dijakovic's head and the big bump he took onto that other ladder, that was a nice looking finish, but it's just too much with all the ladders laying around and the bullshit, and somebody's going to get hurt. And it's been done. It's not exceptional or something that stands out anymore. Anyway, I love both those guys. And then here comes Blue versus Red versus Era versus NXT. And they all fucking fought again. I would have saved it, I think, for this one if I had my druthers, but some of it was a little sloppy and some of it was too much. They had good one-on-one spots, but it was, instead of a big brawl, I mean, they were good one-on-one spots, but why is everybody else laying there at the right? It was like the wrestling equivalent of on Soul Train when everybody else is dancing over in one place and 2 people get the spotlight to fucking dance in the middle. Is like, and then it's not a fight, it's an exhibition of all these spots. So it was action, but basically the meat of the matter was all of a sudden at the end, wow, I wonder who could have foreseen this coming, and actually mentioned this guy's name about a month ago. Seth Rollins shows up, one of the biggest, and super kicks Adam Cole. And then here comes Ciampa, and he fucking knocks out Cole and then rolls in and gets into it with fucking Rollins, and they go off the air. So that one of the biggest women stars in the sport started the show, and one of the biggest men closes it. I mean, top to bottom, everything has a blemish, but top to bottom, that was, I think, my favorite NXT show yet, maybe. I don't know. What do you think?
There were things I really loved. I don't know if it was the best top to bottom. I have to admit, I wasn't.
Let me just say, I'm trying to say this the right way. There's been other better segments, but I thought just less of the bad shit and more of the good shit on this one. That's why I say it was the best overall, top to bottom.
I wasn't crazy about the Viking Raiders match to the point where, for me, it actually took me a little bit out of the show. To the point where...
Yes, I can see that, because I'm only watching them and not the actual match. I'm wishing the match was not happening.
And the match took a little too long, like you said. I wasn't crazy about the ladder match just because I'm sick of ladder matches, but I did like the finish. I did like the part where I've said it before, I'm really high on Keith Lee. And there's the part where him and the Viking guy, is that Hansen? I don't know which one is which, to be honest.
I can't remember which is which.
But they both did the dueling dives, and
Yeah.
Because they're bigger guys, it was like, a bowling ball knocking out all the bowling pins. Just everyone went down. Rollins runs in. He's got heat right away because those fans are ready to kill him. Strong ending to the show. I find I'm always intrigued by Tommaso Ciampa, like what he's going to do. What are they going to do with him? And I really can't wait till we start seeing some good Ciampa matches on TV because they positioned him in a great way. Let's see what they're going to do with him now.
Yeah, and hopefully he'll be, because he's just come back from the other injury. But my God, that guy is almost fucking bionic. The major injuries he's had, he beats his recovery times. We showed footage on Ring of Honor back in 2011, one of the first Sinclair shows, of him training. He turns those big goddamn tractor truck tires over. He fucking hauls all this shit and pulls these sleds. He's a goddamn maniac. So anyway, well, now from the sublime to the ridiculous. This ain't going to take long, folks. All Elite Wrestling. I know you've been waiting on it. I'm not going to go into too much detail because it wasn't worth it. But fucking seriously, the opening match, the other dream match of the night. Nick Jackson versus Ray Phoenix. People are saying, oh, this and the Revival and the Undisputed Era is going to be incredible. You haven't watched this show, so when you go back, they had an audio issue. You could hear the announcers not as well as normal, but okay in the matches. But if music was playing or the crowd was up or they were in the transitions or whatever, I've heard a couple people mention this on the internet that I saw. You couldn't hear the fucking announcers. And in Excalibur's case, that's fucking bonus, but still. They never changed it or corrected it. They had some audio issue. But anyway, after watching 2 hours of NXT and watching the athletes on it, and then here, Nick Jackson is announced at 200 pounds. Ray Phoenix, I don't think, got a weight. After watching these professional athletes on the previous channel, I'm watching two guys who look average do an overly choreographed gymnastics routine. I don't know who the babyface or who the heel is. I don't know basically what they're fucking doing because they're just doing moves back and forth over and over. They did a spot where there's constant super kicks where they just trade them back and forth, bang, 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 and they sell different each time for 1 second. But everything's so fast it doesn't register. And it's just a video game, and there's no semblance of a contest, and then Ray Phoenix wins. And that's it. What else can you say about these matches? There's no nuance. There's no story. There's no great hope spot where the babyface tries to triumph over it's just bing, bing, bing.
What was Nick Jackson like as a single? I've never seen him wrestle as a single.
He did the same shit. His brother just wasn't there with him. I mean, I don't know. He does the same shit he always does. Second match. I said we'd move along, and I will. Britt Baker versus Hikaru Shida. And the first thing I wrote was, this has got to be a rib. Kenny Olivier is going to book every female wrestler in Japan. Same thing. Here is Britt Baker. She is, I've heard a dentist. I don't know where I heard that, but she's got a degree. She's a professional medical personnel. She's pretty. She's well-spoken. You can build around this mainstream interviews, mainstream news outlets. What a wonderful story. Send her to fucking speak to school groups or to groups of girls, young girls on what do you want to be when you grow up? Well, I'd like to be a dentist. Well, here's Britt, whatever the fuck, right? They're always talking about inspiring and motivating people. So get your publicity machine, whatever the fuck that might be, behind this girl wrestler who by day she's this professional, dressed professionally dentist who, performs medical procedures on people, but she has this alter ego where she's this spandex clad female wrestling should be champion for this upstart group and on Turner Networks. And get her out there telling her story. But instead, after watching Becky Lynch versus Rhea Ripley, first of all, there's no face and no heel here either. They worked hard, but it went through a break. It went too long. And then here was the finish. Shida hits Britt Baker with this deadly looking fucking knee. And immediately, as soon as she did that, Britt Baker popped right around and reversed into a submission hold, but couldn't fucking get it. Then did a big move. Then they traded false finishes. Then Shida hit another knee and beat her 1-2-3. Britt Baker lost. This is, I think, the first time she's had a singles match on television, and she lost it. So you can appeal, you blithering dipshit, and I'm talking to the booker of the supposed alleged booker of this women's division. You can appeal to half of the 350 million people in the United States by presenting this well-spoken, professional, articulate, good-looking, successful professional who's also a wrestler by night, and have her go out there and push her and get her in mainstream news media and press junkets and etc. And she can identify with, or people, or half the country can identify with her, the female half, aspire to be a professional if they're a little girl, whatever. Or you can push a girl wrestler to fans of Japanese anime. And that's what they did.
I didn't see the match. I didn't see the match, but let me ask you a question, because I agree with you. I think Britt Baker has a ton of potential. I think I've said it before that they may be doing a disservice putting her in there and having her work.
Putting her in there with these girls for too long.
Well, I think that she needs a little more seasoning. But beyond that, I agree with you that she's pretty. She can talk. They did a promo package with her. I don't remember if it was for the pay-per-view or if it was something. It may have been for the Bea Priestley match. And I thought she was great in it. Do you think maybe, and I agree with you, she's someone who can go do media and stuff, but do you think maybe she'd be better as a heel?
No, not now, because they should be just trying to get people interested, outside people, new fans, as they say. Not the people that like this fucking shit from fucking Japan because they've been trading tapes or watching whatever the fuck they do these days for goddamn however long. But no, actual normal people that might be watching TNT. And she's not the second coming of Mildred Burke in the ring. But if you have 6 to 8 minute matches and you have a group of experienced girls to stand about to put her over, and you concentrate on fleshing out her personality with little packages before the matches and don't try to make her have the goddamn WrestleMania main event, then you do that for a few months, you will get some traction. And then when it comes along, you've got another great babyface that you've got available to you that will actually get over in the United States of America where the television program is airing, instead of a niche market for fucking, Japanese child girl wrestling fans or whatever the fuck. Then maybe you think about switching her heel because she's jealous of the new girl. But in the meantime, you've started off and you've established that there is a talented person behind this that is an alter ego of this. They're pushing all the fucking Japanese girls that look like video anime characters and ignoring the fact that they're not in fucking Japan, because Olivier probably in his mind still is. That's the point I'm making.
No, he can't get back into Japan.
Well, whatever the fuck. And the point is pick an American girl with a great backstory and that can do press. It's not that fucking hard. Anyway, you got to watch the show if just for this next. I can't describe it. The only thing I wrote was, you got to be kidding me.
What is that?
They did a video to help flesh out the Dark Order's gimmick.
Oh, no.
You just did. Oh, no.
No, I think it was a different tone.
Oh, no.
I think my oh, no here was a different tone. The Dark Order conjure up a different oh, no than...
They spent money on this. They hired people to play parts in this. They went on location in this. The Dark Order wasn't really in it. But you'll see it. When you see it, you'll understand. But this was as bad or worse than when WCW shot the fucking video of the midget blowing up the boat to lead to that beach brawl.
Oh, no.
And oh, no. and it was and that was 1993. It was so fucking panned, or not late 92.
93.
It was 93. Okay, it was so fucking panned that when I had the meeting with Watts and we did the deal where we invaded WCW, the Heavenly Bodies Rock and Roll Express match, and et cetera. When I had the meeting, I said, I tell you what, I said, I guarantee you they spent $50,000 to shoot that fucking stupid video that he hated too, that Turner Home Entertainment did. I said, I guarantee they spent $50,000 to expose the business, make it all look like fucking lunacy. So I'll charge you $25,000 for this fucking angle that will fucking do business on your pay-per-view. That's how we set the price for Smoky Mountain's payment for the fucking match.
And by the way, just for the record, because someone will jump on us, I think you got the order wrong. While I think his name was Cheatham, the little person, he blew up the boat. I can't believe I'm talking about this. Seriously. He blew up the boat in the summer of 93 while everyone was on the beach with children. But before that, I know he was in the Spin the Wheel, Make the Deal video with Jake Roberts. And he may have also been in, it's been a while since I've seen this.
Whatever video
the White Castle of Fear
they did. That may have been it.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
Anyway, real quickly, you got to watch the Dark Order video. Somebody watch that and tell me not only what the fuck they're even doing, but why that somebody would let that fucking thing go on national television. Anyway, here comes the Battle Royal.
Oh, no, they had a Battle Royal?
Oh, no. Oh, yes. And it's a diamond ring battle royal where the last two guys go to the pay-per-view and a single match, and then they win the battle royal, or they win the diamond ring, right? So because only Billy Gunn's entrance was actually on air, and the announcers rattled off these guys' names.
What do they call him?
Billy Gunn.
Oh, okay. He owns the rights to his own name.
They were the Guns smoking guns in Florida before they went to the WWF.
No, they weren't.
I believe, were they not?
They were. I forget their name now, but they had a different name. They worked for Eddie Mansfield actually in Florida. Different name though. They weren't the Smoking Guns until they got to the WWF in '93. Somewhere or another,
it was Billy Gunn. At least that's what I heard, but I know him anyway. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, I got all 12 of them. Listen to this cast of characters. Billy Gunn, MJF, Jimmy Havoc, Jelly Nutella, Kip Sabian, Chuck Taylor, Orange Pockets Cassidy, Jungle Boy, Marco Stuntfuck, Adam Page, Sonny Kiss, and Pentagon. So they've got main event guys in there with not only curtain jerkers, but people who shouldn't even be jerking a curtain. Underneath talent, and it's quick, but it's going by quickly, and Billy Gunn did the most work in it.
You know, you said they had main event guys in there, and, you know, I hear Adam Page and Pentagon Jr., and obviously his brother was in an earlier match. I can understand why he's in there, but unless they did something, why would MJF be in there if he's in the middle of one of their main feuds? What's he doing in the Freak Show Battle Royal?
Well, we're going to get there. It does make sense, even though it was a stupid thing to do. It'll make sense in the end. It's just they could have done anything else and it'd been better.
Okay.
But anyway, it was quick. Billy Gunn did most of the work. A lot of guys just went off in the corner. But here's the first thing that happened was Pentagon comes out with his brother. The brother's going to second him, right? They're standing in the corner, and his brother Phoenix takes the mask off, and it's Chris Daniels. And fucking Pentagon's like, oh my God. And he gets dumped immediately. Boom, right at the start. So Pentagon walked to the ring with this fucking guy and didn't know it was his worst enemy instead of his fucking brother.
So this is now, 2 weeks in a row where Christopher Daniels had either a Pentagon or a Phoenix mask, and he fooled Pentagon twice.
Yeah. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, it's AEW. So anyway, it started happening fast. There were 3 dives outside the ring within seconds. Sonny Kiss gets with fucking Billy Gunn and fucking pulls up on a shoot off or whatever and starts, what do they call it, twerking at Billy Gunn. And Billy Gunn turns around and says, well, I'll show you my ass. Right. And as he does that, MJF fucking dumps Sonny Kiss. Right. So there's going to be a pattern developing. But so then Billy Gunn turns around and gets mad that, you know, they interrupted that. And then they get jumped and everybody else starts. Billy Gunn was working like Andre, which is who he looked like, because he's a fucking big guy. And most of the rest of these people are goddamn, you know, tiny. He took out some of the trash. He dumped a couple of the fucking people. I swear to God, you watch this tape. Anybody else that watched this show, go back and watch it again. Does Jelly Nutella in the Battle Royal just start at one side of the ring and run from one side to the other kind of diagonally and dive through the ropes and eliminate himself? And I don't know if anybody was there.
Doesn't surprise me.
But no, somebody check me if you can figure out where he was going or what he did. Maybe the camera missed it. I don't fucking know. And then right before they go to a break, they did go to a break, even though people were getting dumped quick. Fucking Jimmy Havoc gets a staple gun and starts staple gunning everybody. And then I wrote, this fucking freak. This is so stupid. Not only to put top guys in with Marco Stunt and this bullshit, but the staple gun. And that apparently this guy apparently lives in England. I can't believe somebody's giving him bus fare, much less a goddamn plane ticket. And as a matter of fact, he's the one I mentioned to Cord Bauer the first time I saw him at one of the fucking MLW shows. I said, what the fuck? Am I going to have to be calling this type of thing? And well, I think we're about out of our dates on Jimmy. Well, he's still there. He just didn't want to tell me he was embarrassed that he actually signed the fucking guy. Anyway, they staple gun everybody and go to the break. When they come back from the break, there's fucking my little dog Pockets sitting in the ring like an idiot, burying everybody that's fighting around him, and doesn't just walk over and kick him in the face. He's sitting there leaning up against the fucking ropes, just sitting there. And it just looks so stupid. And everybody had to lay there then finally while Billy Gunn did the charity spot and stood there looking at the guy like he's got turds in his mouth while he fucking play kicked him in the shins. And the stupid fans, and if you like this kind of thing, you're a stupid, stupid individual. Allow me to just emphasize that. Are fucking like when he does the little slow motion kick, they go, ooh, ooh. And then he takes a little side shuffle and goes for the big super kick where he raises his foot about 6 inches off and they go, ooh. So let me just remind you, all elite wrestling fans who enjoy Orange Cassidy, otherwise known as my little dog Pockets, you're stupid, stupid people. So then as soon as he did that, MJF comes from behind him and dumped the goof and got some heat. The people are booing MJF, and now Billy and MJF have the fucking stare down because Billy said that's twice now, and they brought the fucking house down with their fucking deal because it was actually they wanted to see MJF get his, and then suddenly Billy Gunn he got into a thing with I can't remember, but somebody fucking bipped him and turned him around, and Paige was doing the buckshot lariat over the top and hit Billy Gunn and turned him a flip at 6'6" and like 270. That looked nice. But then it got cluttered up for a minute with the fucking prelim guys, Kip Sabian, the fucking idiot Chuck Taylor. But somehow MJF ends up eliminating Jungle Boy and becomes the co-winner with Adam Page. So they're going to have a single match for the Diamond Ring on the pay-per-view. So yes, they could have got there any other way than to have the MJF and Adam Page have the scent of taint on them from this stupidity. But they had Billy Gunn in there to make sure that everybody didn't fucking, I guess, go into business for themselves and do their own thing. But just on national television. And meanwhile, as I mentioned, MLW just signed Jacob Fatu because he came up as a free agent. Boy, there's that Alexander Hammerstone. I'm not trying to raid MLW, but I'm seeing all this talent that if I was a billionaire, I'd have gone and picked up. And instead, they've signed people that they're so embarrassed that they can't put them on a television show for any length of time. They have to hide them in a group of these dimwits and get them out quick because they're embarrassed. And then they put them on fucking dark matches.
Hammerstone's going to be a star if the right person gets a hold of him.
Oh, he's going to make a ton of money.
Yeah, he's great.
He's going to be farting through silk, as Nick Gulas used to say. Anyway, the next segment, Chris Jericho comes out for a live interview with Jake Hager by his side. This was a decent promo to start out with, but after the rest of this show, it was fucking pure gold, sexual pleasure. Then SCU interrupts as you'll recall last week, Scorpio Sky beat Jericho in a tag match, got to fall on him. So SCU interrupts, and they come out, and Scorpio Sky cuts promo on Jericho about beating him last week. Here's the thing. He delivered his material well, but they were kind of joking around and laughing, everybody smiling and joking, and they're going to goad Jericho into agreeing to a title match next week. But it's just, it was written. It was stagey. And they were kind of smiling and joking about it. And Jericho's trying. But SCU didn't get serious till Sky got serious at the end after it already sucked him into it. And it just played like they're doing a wrestling skit. So they suckered Jericho into a title match for next week. But they were all working together to do an entertainment segment. It had no fucking credibility or real. And then finally they get in a schmoz. As soon as Sky hits him with "I'm going to beat you," and boom, they heels get the heat on SCU, and that was decent. But then here comes Marco Stunt and Jungle Boy, and they get laid out. And here comes Luchasaurus, who has a face-off with Jake Hager, and then Hager backs out. Nobody even pulls him out. But Hager, he's a huge, legitimate guy, and he stands there when the no expression is even good. But the way he dresses, he looks like he's working for Century 21.
How would you have him dress?
Any other goddamn way that a big fucking badass fucking guy, rather than a goddamn polo shirt and a pair of slacks. I mean, it just looks, he looks like he's a rich guy that took his kids to fucking Baskin Robbins on a Sunday. I don't know.
I haven't seen this yet, obviously. Was Luchasaurus bigger than Hager when they were next to each other?
Body-wise, yes. Height-wise, round about the same thing. I wasn't really looking for it, but there was not a, massive difference.
I wasn't sure how tall he was. I knew he was a taller guy. I didn't know if he was.
Yeah.
They were the same size. That's my question.
Dutch Mantel said something like that on commentary at Smoky Mountain one time. He said, "Well, so-and-so's heavier than so-and-so, but so-and-so's taller than so-and-so." Well, I guess if they weren't, they'd both be the same size. Anyway, Luchasaurus stuck around, and here, as we come from the break, guess what the match is? Luchasaurus versus the librarian Peter Avalon.
Why wasn't he in the Battle Royal?
Who knows? Well, and the thing is, Avalon, they let him do a brief promo, and he's horrible. I mean, he's not a horrible promo. It looks like shit, and it's a rotten gimmick. And in the rest of this shit, he looks even more low rent because there's so many other low rent people around him. And then it's just a squash. So, but Luchasaurus could have actually beaten a fucking legitimate looking athlete in the same amount of time. And you didn't need to give the guy a promo beforehand. They've signed this fucking guy because somebody farted this fucking stupid idea out. And now I guess they've got to justify that it exists. I don't fucking know. Next match, real quick. Santana and Ortiz against Private Party. This match went forever through 2 breaks. It fell apart at one point. Santana and Ortiz, one of them missed a referee leg pull spot where Paul Turner went down to cover 1, 2, and you even see him sticking his leg at the 2 farther toward the ropes behind him. And then he held up the 3 and looked around him even though nobody had touched him. And
no. Didn't that happen before in AEW?
Well, it may have, but it happened again. And then the guy that was supposed to be there, he got there a minute later, and the people booed. It was obvious. This was all over the place. Santana and Ortiz's outfits, they look like house painters. And of course, JR got heat because he... Talking about the wrestling heels, when they're trying to get heat on the babyface later on, they pull out a pair of handcuffs. They're going to handcuff the babyface. JR says the old line about the heels. Well, I bet he's had some experience wearing those. Oh, no, JR, they're Puerto Ricans. Does that mean they have to be criminal? You're racist. Fuck you. They're heels. That means they're criminals. Anyway, Matt Jackson came out and stole the slapjack from a member of Proud and Powerful instead of Private Party. A lot of P's here, popping our P's. But the slapjack got stolen, and then Private Party hit that goddamn finish, that Hurricane Rana into a fucking RKO in the middle of the ring. They never miss. And I don't even know how the guys don't fuck up trying to take it. But that thing's beautiful. And they hit that, boom, 1, 2, 3. So it was an independent wrestling match where there wasn't anybody to have any control over this and keep the pace of things. Anyway, then Dustin Rhodes and Sammy Guevara came out with his phone allegedly broadcasting, but they didn't show it. Dustin Rhodes hits the ring and lays out everybody, Santana Ortiz and Sammy Guevara. I'm not sure. I don't know what the fuck. I know Dustin had something to do with him. Anyway, real quickly, the next promo was Kenny Olivier, close up of him doing a bench, right? He's benching. And you see the arms go and the bar go up and down. You see his face. It was either Kenny Olivier or Harpo Marx, one or the other. I'm not sure. And then he sits up and he does a promo. And he even does jazz hands in the promo, Brian. He does jazz hands in his promos. And he talked about blah, blah, blah. Well, I don't know what he was saying because I don't care. He doesn't sound convincing. He sounds dweebish. And he's doing the jazz hands thing. And then he goes back, he makes his point, and he goes back down to continue benching, right? And he tells his spotter, who you've never seen, but now they're starting to pull back, and it's fucking Baby Oil Guy. Knock it the fuck off, get off my fucking television. You also see the bar. He's literally been bench pressing with what is the smallest plate? Is it 5 pounds?
For a bench, more than likely, yeah.
2 5-pound plates on each side. And he looks back at the guy and he says, double it. And the guy puts another 5-pound plate on one side and goes to put the one on the other side. And Olivier shakes his head like, no, waves it off and starts bench pressing again. And he's doing a silly lift, like the 2 on one side are weighing him down and he's struggling with it. I'm sorry that I'm just hurting people's feelings, but Kenny fucking Omega has been a complete joke his entire fucking career. From wrestling competitive matches with blow-up sex dolls in front of people to 9-year-old girls to his goddamn fakery every time he gets in the ring, do one of these comedy bullshit things, to his fucking prissy, prassy, prancy, dancing jazz hands, his interviews, his fucking little run-in-place bullshit, his goddamn he is a complete joke, and everything about him comes off as silly and phony. And he does nothing to change that perception by trying to struggle to bench 7.5 fucking pounds with his fucking goofy fucking facial expressions. Somebody prove me wrong. He's an embarrassment. And it makes me mad for all the people who have been the greatest wrestler in the world for these fucking nitwits to call him the greatest wrestler in the world. Anyway. Next segment, there is a video of a bunch of people putting Darby Allin in a body bag with Mox written on it and then throwing him off a stage where a bunch of people, what do they call it, crowd surfing? Where a bunch of people are passing this body bag around, right? That's the entrance video. And then he comes out on the stage. Well, he doesn't come out. People come out on the stage carrying him in this body bag. They set the body bag down. They unzip him. He gets out with his skateboard and rides the skateboard down the ramp to the ring. Yeah, that's what I thought.
I need to see it before I comment on it. It sounds wacky based on what you're saying, though.
I've seen people, the object put the guy in the body bag. I've been put in one by The Undertaker. But anyway, Moxley comes through the crowd. Guess when the first dive happened?
Oh, right away, I would assume.
-2 minutes. When Moxley gets to ringside, out of the corner of the director didn't even know it was coming. Out of the corner of the screen comes Allin flying out of the ring and blasts Moxley with a fucking cannonball. And they immediately go over the rail into the crowd, couple times, back and forth over the rail, into the crowd, fight to the back of the arena. Let's hurry up and get Tony Khan that first lawsuit. Because the over and under was fucking 10 weeks. We're running out of time. They're cheering Moxley, but they're also cheering the fucking guy that came out in a body bag with half his face painted like a skull. Who's the heel? We don't know. It got to where I don't know what they were even fucking doing. Just whatever the fuck. And I'm tired by this point. I'm fucking fed up. Some way or another, Moxley kicked the shit out of Darby Allin for fucking ever, and then Darby Allin would immediately do a fucking big move. And then finally, Moxley puts Darby Allin in the body bag and starts kicking him and stomping him in front of the referee, who's just like, you shouldn't do that. And then after Moxley was finished kicking and stomping the man that had just been put in his own body bag, the referee reaches down and just unzips him. And Arbin Dally, you know, that should have been his name. Arbin Dally has just been put in a body bag, which I can tell you will suffocate if they zip it all the way up. And he's had the shit kicked out of him by this main event former WWE superstar, not only for this whole match, but especially since he's been defenseless in a body bag. What do you think he did immediately after getting out of the body bag?
A dive? I don't know.
A huge comeback, doing everything that he knows, as fresh as a daisy. And then finally, Moxley hit a fucking DDT, that double arm DDT off the ropes. He usually does it in the ring, but he did this one off the ropes that looked like it should have killed this little pencil neck for poor fucking Darby Allin in 1, 2, 3, and that was the end of the show.
There was no Cody?
Well, they hit him. Maybe he was in a battle royal and I didn't see it.
Wow, no Cody.
So the point is, NXT puts on one of their best programs with main roster superstars throughout the entire show, and All Elite Wrestling does top to bottom. Even the Jericho segment was not worth spending the time to do this. Puts on basically the worst one they've done so far, and they show the thinness of their roster by having us not only the same fucking people we've been seeing every week, but also the jokes that they're normally embarrassed to put on, except in short spurts. So it'll be interesting to see what the ratings are, but it'll be even more interesting to see what the ratings are in about 3 months when people have smartened up to this and they got nowhere else to go. Because they've done everything. All Elite Wrestling, they've before they even hit television, they were doing lights out, unsanctioned, anything goes, staple your dick to your fucking lip matches. So good luck to them.